Hello everyone, if you able to support me, link in below. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise aviation. Americans value the ability to travel safely and inexpensively by air. In the United States, the private sector has developed the world's safest, most effective passenger and cargo air transport networks. Current policies threaten to undo that legacy and to strangle the development of new technologies such as drones and advanced air mobility, including small aircraft to serve as air taxis or to conduct quiet vertical flights. Starting in the 1970s, deregulation and increased competition turned air travel from a luxury to an affordable travel option enjoyed by most Americans. The United States has 4 major airlines, each with roughly 20% of the domestic market. They compete with each other over the vast majority of routes. Several smaller carriers provide additional competition and other options for travelers. The current administration's policies are self-contradictory. In order to placate specific labor groups, the Biden administration not only opposes the growth of the major airlines, which would reduce the price of air travel, but also opposes measures, such as low-fare foreign competition and joint ventures of smaller U.S. carriers, that would increase competition. Another problematic area is aviation consumer protection. Congress has authorized DOT to prohibit specific unfair and deceptive practices in the airline industry after undertaking a hearing process, authority exercised by the Office of Aviation Consumer Protection within the General Counsel's office. Beginning with the Obama administration, this authority has been used to justify broad new regulations, in the name of achieving fair competition, that would impose burdensome disclosure mandates and other costly requirements without a sufficient process for gathering supporting evidence. The Trump administration reformed the process for issuing such unfair and deceptive practices rules. 9 But the Biden administration promptly reversed those reforms. 10 A new administration should restore them. In general, the next administration should focus its efforts on making air travel more affordable and abundant, increasing safety, increasing competition to benefit the flying public, and removing obstacles to the rapid deployment of emerging aviation technologies that hold the promise of improved safety, competition, opportunity, and growth. To achieve a more level playing field and increase options for the traveling public, the next administration should publicly indicate that a new administration would support joint venture efforts by smaller carriers, for example, JetBlue and Spirit, to achieve scale necessary to reduce costs and compete more effectively with the larger carriers. Review foreign ownership and control limitations and, if necessary, work with Congress to change existing statutes. Worldwide investors Department of Transportation are providing access to capital to foreign airlines for innovations and new equipment purchases that U.S. airlines cannot match. The U.S. should use the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States (CFIUS) process to keep out nefarious foreign actors while allowing investment from investors in designated like-minded countries so long as U.S.-based investors maintain plurality ownership. Establish a new entry initiative that commits the federal government to approving or rejecting the applications of new air carriers within 12 months. Initiate a rulemaking to allocate slot pairs more consistently to airlines at capacity-controlled airports on the primary basis of safety, maximizing capacity, and competition. In a perfect world, the market would dictate these options, but in the highly regulated international aviation sector, the current incentives are to keep out competitors. Slot regulations have not been updated since the 1990s. Well-meaning legislation and the pilot shortage are adversely affecting aviation safety. In the wake of the 2009 Colgan Airlines crash, all commercial pilots and co-pilots were required to have 1,500 flight hours. Today, facing a pilot shortage, larger and safer twin-engine planes with 2 pilots are being phased out of service at smaller airports and replaced by single-engine planes that have only 1 pilot. This trend could be reversed if co-pilots were required to have fewer flight hours or could count certified simulator training. Federal subsidies are also distorting the commercial market. The Essential Air Service (EASE) program subsidizes flights to 200 small airports that are not otherwise commercially viable. The program was established in the 1970s as a temporary measure to cushion deregulation. It has since been made permanent. Finally, ending the program would free hundreds of pilots to serve larger markets with more passengers. A new administration could reform regulations to encourage airports in lower-served areas of the nation. International air travel is regulated and restricted by individual treaties between the United States and other countries. The new administration should remain committed to the laudatory goal of open skies. However, many of the largest emerging markets are not fully open, and our aviation policies should reflect that reality and ensure that U.S. air carriers compete on a level playing field. Specifically, so long as U.S. carriers are not able to fly over Russian airspace, the U.S. should not allow foreign carriers serving markets in East Asia and South Asia to enjoy a competitive advantage by continuing to allow them to fly to the U.S. China has failed to put in place several of the policies to which it has already agreed. The U.S. should mandate for leadership, the conservative promise not offer additional negotiations until the Chinese implement the agreements they have already signed. The current administration's policies in several areas that affect aviation and limit America's future opportunities for growth are internally inconsistent. In addition to a new entry initiative, the new administration should establish an interagency clearinghouse to drive consistent policies across the government on spectrum, drones, and advanced air mobility. Federal Aviation Administration, with a budget of $18.6 billion requested for FY 202,311 and an international regulatory footprint, the Federal Aviation Administration (FAA) is DOT's most visible mode. It needs reform. Air Traffic Control (ATC) operations account for 2/3 of FAA's budget, and the Air Traffic Organization (ATO) is far behind its counterparts in Australia, Canada, and Western Europe in implementing 21st-century technology. The FAA's primary mission is ATC. Its two smaller functions are distributing federal airport grants and regulating all aspects of aviation safety. The FAA was once considered the world's best government aviation agency. Those days are long past. In the more than 5 decades since 1958, when the Federal Aviation Agency, precursor to the Federal Aviation Administration, was formed, there have been notable developments in air traffic control technology, aircraft avionics, and engine reliability. But despite many well-intentioned attempts, there have been few changes in the FAA's funding structure. The FAA is still improperly organized and financed, and the management reforms provided in the late 1990s remain largely unused. The FAA is 10 years older than DOT. It provides two separate and functionally different services, the world's largest and most complex air navigation service provider, ANSP, and, at the same time, the world's largest civil aviation regulatory and certificatory agency. The first is a 24/7/365 air traffic service provider. The second is an inherently governmental organization responsible for ensuring that aerospace operators, vehicles, airports, and ANSPs are properly certified and follow all FAA regulations. These two different organizations ought to run separately. The FAA is the only modern civil aviation authority (CAA) in the world that does not assess fees for its services. Its funding structure, subject to the annual appropriations process, stifles efficiency and innovation, and the FAA does not innovate well. It spends too much time and money on research and development (R&D) and is not very good at either one. It should get out of the R&D business and focus on testing, evaluating, and certifying private sector innovation much more quickly than it does today. The FAA workforce needs to modernize. The agency needs safety and certification experts, not professional airframe and power plant mechanics and PS. Its Department of Transportation needs to hire people trained to oversee mechanics, engineers, and pilots. It is time to consider promoting the FAA's top executive team from within and requiring strict professional requirements for its top appointees. Organizations such as the FAA, whose sole responsibility is public safety, should be fully auditable and led by experts in their field or industry with oversight from leadership. For 60 years, the FAA was the global leader in aerospace, from general aviation to commercial space, but the US lead has vanished. The FAA's overly bureaucratic, legalistic, Byzantine, and more recently hyper-politicized way of processing regulations, adopting innovation, publishing rules, and procuring new technologies has been eclipsed by foreign cars and ANSPs that are eagerly certifying drones and creating environments in which new technologies and new entrants, such as air taxis, can thrive. To regain America's global leadership in aviation, the next administration should separate the FAA from or, at a minimum, separate the ATO from the FAA. Completely restructure the FAA's funding system so that the nation's aviation system is not held prisoner to annual appropriations or used as a political football to solve non-aviation problems. Require the FAA to operate more like a business. The FAA has not made good use of the unique authority it has been given in areas like personnel and acquisition. In Europe, conventional control towers are being replaced by digital/remote towers with high-resolution cameras and other sensors on tall structures and at points adjoining runways. In Germany and Scandinavia, as many as 15 small airports can be controlled from one remote tower center. The FAA has yet to certify a single digital/remote tower. Text messaging between controllers and pilots is widespread over the oceans. The ATO began to implement what is now called Datacom in 2002, but suspended the project in 2003. This was restarted at airport control towers in 2016, but as of October 2022, it was available in only 7 of the 20 high-altitude control centers. Current technology enables flights to be managed anywhere from anywhere, but the ATO resists consolidating its 20 aging centers into a much smaller number, and lacks the funds to consolidate them. The FAA as regulator and the ATO as traffic manager have no plans in place to handle millions of drones and other emerging technologies such as electric vertical takeoff and landing (eVTOL) aircraft. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise. These shortcomings have been documented over many decades by the Government Accountability Office and Inspector General. One peer-reviewed study for the Hudson Institute by scholar Robert Poole identified the ATO's underlying problems as including an overly cautious culture, a growing lack of technological and managerial expertise, the inability to finance major capital projects with revenue bonds, and over-dependence on aerospace/defense contractors. 1. All of these problems are interrelated. Because of the ATO's lack of top-notch engineers and program managers, it has become dependent on aerospace contractors, unlike counterparts in Canada and the United Kingdom. Operating within the constraints imposed by the annual congressional appropriations process, and with no bonding authority, the ATO is forced to implement major projects piecemeal over many years. The ATO's overly cautious culture appears to stem from its being embedded in a safety regulatory agency rather than being regulated at arm's length, as are airlines and airports. 3. Organizational changes, all requiring legislation, offer the likelihood of dealing with these problems based on the experiences of air traffic providers in Canada and Europe. They could be implemented one at a time or together. Separate the ATO from the FAA and relocate it to separate headquarters outside the District of Columbia. Shift from aviation user taxes to fees for air traffic services paid directly to the ATO. Allow the ATO to issue long-term revenue bonds for major projects. Shorter-term reforms could include implementing user fees for unconventional airspace users, for example, advanced air mobility, space launch, and recovery, and giving the ATO a deadline after which it could not authorize or fund any more non-digital/remote control towers. These reforms would also require legislation. Federal transit policy. The definition of mobility continues to evolve dramatically with the rise of new multimodal concepts, traveler needs, and emerging capabilities. These fundamental changes in the way transportation services are offered also influence the form of our communities. new micromobility solutions, ride-sharing, and a possible future that includes autonomous vehicles mean that mobility options, particularly in urban areas, can alter the nature of public transit, making it more affordable and flexible for Americans. Unfortunately, .now defines public transit only as transit provided by municipal governments. This means that when individuals change their Department of Transportation commutes from urban buses to ride-share or electric scooter, the use of public transit decreases. A better definition for public transit, which also would require congressional legislation, would be transit provided for the public rather than transit provided by a public municipality. The COVID-19 pandemic caused a substantial decline in usage for all forms of transportation. Mass transit has been the slowest mode to recover, with October 2022 ridership reaching only 64% of the level seen in October 2019. The sustained increase in remote work has caused changes in commuting patterns. Since facilitating travel for workers is one of the core functions of mass transit systems, a permanent reduction in commuting raises questions about the viability of fixed-route mass transit, especially considering that transit systems required substantial subsidization before the pandemic. Regrettably, the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act 13 authorized tens of billions of dollars for the expansion of transit systems even as Americans were moving away from them and into personal vehicles. Lower revenue from reduced ridership is already driving transit agencies to a budgetary breaking point, and added operational costs from system expansions will make this problem worse. The Capital Investment Grants (CIG) program is another example of Washington's tendency to fund transit expansion rather than maintaining or improving current facilities. The CIG program, which began in 1991, funds only novel transit projects. These can include new rail lines, regardless of the demand for pre-existing rail in the area, and costly operations such as streetcars. Because Americans have demonstrated a strong preference for alternative means of transportation, rather than throwing good money after bad by continuing federal subsidies for transit expansion, there should be a focus on reducing costs that make transit uneconomical. The Trump administration urged Congress to eliminate the CIG program, but the program has strong support on Capitol Hill. At a minimum, a new conservative administration should ensure that each CIG project meets sound economic standards and a rigorous cost-benefit analysis. The largest expense in transit operational budgets is labor. Compensation costs for transit workers exceed both regional and sector compensation averages. This is driven by generous pension and health benefits rather than by exorbitant wages. Since workers value wages more than they value fringe benefits, this has led to a perverse situation in which transit agencies have high compensation costs yet are struggling to attract workers. The next administration can remove the largest obstacle to reforming labor costs. Section 10(c) of the Urban Mass Transportation Act of 196,414 was initially intended to protect bargaining rights for workers in privately owned transit systems that were being absorbed by government-operated agencies. The provision has mutated into a requirement that any transit agency receiving federal funds cannot reduce compensation, an interpretation that far exceeds the original statute. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise returning to the original intent would allow transit agencies to adjust fringe benefits without fearing a federal lawsuit. It is also vital to move away from using the Highway Trust Fund to prop up mass transit. The fund was driven into insolvency and repeated bailouts through decades of transfers to transit without any increase in transit usage to show for it. With the federal government facing mounting debt, the best course of action would be to remove federal subsidies for transit spending, allowing states and localities to decide whether mass transit is a good investment for them. Federal Railroad Policy. The Federal Railroad Administration (FRA) is making decisions based on political considerations that are at variance with its safety mission. Instead of basing regulatory decisions on the costs and benefits of the available alternatives, FRA is promoting actions that favor the status quo and inhibit the use of technology to improve railroad safety. FRA should be making decisions based on objective evidence of the most cost-effective way to accomplish the agency's safety goals. FRA's singular focus on job preservation is contrary to FRA's mission, and it has a deleterious effect on the morale of FRA's professional staff, as shown by the annual employee surveys conducted by the Office of Personnel Management. FRA needs to communicate clearly to its career employees a new commitment to making decisions that are consistent with the agency's safety mission. FRA's procedures call for decisions on waivers to be made by its safety board. Appeals can be taken to the administrator. However, FRA has deviated from these procedures as the administrator has injected himself into safety board decisions. FRA needs to review its actions with respect to specific proceedings where the agency's direction cannot be justified. For example, FRA's Notice of Proposed Rulemaking (NPRM) on crew size is not based on safety considerations. It is designed to reduce flexibility by making it impossible for railroads to operate with crews of fewer than 2 in circumstances where there is no operational need for the second crew member. Although FRA could adopt a modern inspection program that takes advantage of technological ways to inspect track, it is refusing to amend 50-year-old track inspection requirements, leaving customers with higher costs. FRA is refusing to take final action on a rulemaking proceeding that would modernize brake inspection requirements by taking advantage of the ability Department of Transportation to track brake inspections on rolling stock electronically instead of by using pay-per-error brake slips, which would enable extending the interval between brake inspections for trains and eliminating restrictions on the ability to place/remove blocks of cars in trains. FRA will be proposing certification requirements for dispatchers and signal employees despite the failure of the Railroad Safety Advisory Committee (RSAC) to identify any safety benefit. FRA is planning to propose emergency escape breathing apparatus requirements for train crews even though FRA staff long ago concluded that the costs of these requirements would far outweigh their very minimal benefits. It is vital that the integrity of FRA's research program be preserved. In 2022, FRA switched the management of the Transportation Technology Center (TTC) in Pueblo, Colorado, from a subsidiary of the Association of American Railroads (AIR) to ENSCO, Incorporated. FRA seems determined to direct research to TTC, even when there are better choices with respect to the research in question, in an effort to support TTC financially and justify its decision to change management at TTC. This change in approach threatens the collaborative approach to research between FRA and the railroads that has existed for decades. FRA should make its decisions on where to spend its research dollars solely on the merits of improving the safety and efficiency of the railroad industry. Maritime Policy. The Maritime Administration (MARAID) was established by President Harry Truman in 1950 and was transferred to DOT in 1981. A principal function is maintaining the overall health of the U.S. merchant marine, 15, which is important both to national defense and to foreign and domestic commerce. MARAID is also in charge of the United States Merchant Marine Academy and operates ships and funding for the 6 state maritime academies. MARAID would be better served by being transferred from DOT to the Department of Homeland Security (DHS). MARAID is the only DOT-modal administration that does not regulate the industry that it represents. The maritime industry is regulated by the U.S. Coast Guard, ships and personnel, and by the Federal Maritime Commission, cargo rates and competitive practices. Furthermore, MARAID has responsibilities both in peacetime commerce and operationally in wartime/crisis sealift through its responsibility to manage the National Defense Reserve Fleet and 45 ship-ready reserve force for the U.S. Navy. These missions are unique to MARAID within DOT. As a result, MARAID's missions mandate for leadership, the conservative promise and purpose, and therefore its funding priorities, are not well understood and historically have been minimalized in planning and budgeting. MARAID, including its subordinate service academy, the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy, should be transferred to the Department of Defense if the Coast Guard is located there because DHS has been eliminated, or to the Department of Homeland Security. In this way, the two agencies charged with oversight and regulation of the maritime sector, MARAID and the United States Coast Guard would be aligned under the same department, where operational efficiencies could be realized more easily. Serious consideration should be given to repealing or substantially reforming the Jones Act, 16, which would require legislation. The economic costs of the Jones Act, which is notionally in place to promote a robust merchant marine, vastly exceed its effect on the supply of domestic ships. For instance, no liquefied natural gas (LNG) can be shipped from Alaska to the lower 48 states because there are no U.S.-flagged ships that carry LNG. If there are genuine concerns about U.S. fleet capacity in the absence of the Jones Act, it would be possible to do so through an expansion of the Defense Reserve Fleet. Another DHS agency, the Federal Emergency Management Agency (FEMA), is a frequent user of MARAID-ready reserve force shipping during disaster assistance missions. Transferring MARAID to DHS would make coordination and requisition of those vessels a smoother and more rapid process. DHS has responsibility for reviewing and approving Jones Act waivers. This process first requires a market survey of available shipping tonnage that is completed by MARAID. The processing of Jones Act waiver requests would be streamlined if both agencies were in the same department. Finally, DHS as a department is experienced in administering and budgeting for the operation of an existing Federal Service Academy, the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, which is similar to the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy in size. There would be increased efficiencies and better alignment of the missions of these two institutions if they were under one single department that has equity in the industries served by these academies. Conclusion: Americans need more abundant and affordable transportation. They need more affordable and safer cars as well as physical aspects of transportation such as roads, bridges, airports, ports, and rail lines. The Department of Transportation should be evaluating which aspects of transportation are contributing to the economic competitiveness of the United States and the well-being of Americans, and that therefore should continue to be funded. All too often, DOT's mission is described as reducing the number of trips, using less fuel, and raising the costs of travel to Americans through increased use of Department of Transportation renewables. These goals are not compatible with what should be DOT's purpose, to make travel easier and less expensive. That is what the American people want, and that is what DOT should provide. Author's note: the preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of individuals involved in the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, but Stephen Bradbury, David Ditch, and Robert Poole deserve special mention. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise. Notes. 1. U.S. Department of Transportation, 2023 Budget Highlights, p. 1. Transportation.gov. gov/files/2022-03/budget_highlights_FY2023.pdf accessed March 3, 2023. 2. U.S. Department of Transportation, DEA, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Strategic Plan FY22-FY26, p. 2. Transportation.gov. PDF accessed March 3, 2023. 3. 23 U.S. Code Paragraph 601-609, law.cornell.edu accessed March 3, 2023. 4. U.S. Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary, Administrative Rulemaking, Guidance, and Enforcement Procedures, Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 84, No. 248, December 27, 2019, pages 71,714-71734, https://www.transportation.gov/sites/dot.gov/files/docs/regulations/36183/fed-reg-published-final-admin rule.pdf accessed March 3, 2023. 5. U.S. Department of Transportation, Build America Bureau. About the Build America Bureau, last updated October 24, 2022, transportation.gov, accessed March 3, 2023. 6. S-622, Energy Policy and Conservation Act, Public Law No. 94-163, 94th Congress, December 22, 1995, https://www.congress.gov/94/statute-statute-89-pg871.pdf, accessed March 3, 2023. 7. 42 U.S. Code Chapter 85, law.cornell.edu, accessed March 3, 2023. 8. U.S. Department of Transportation, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Corporate Average Fuel Economy Standards for Model Years 2024 to 2026 Passenger Cars and Light Trucks, Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 87, No. 84, May 2, 2022, pages 25,710-26,092, govinfo.gov02/pdf/2022-07200.pdf, accessed March 10, 2023. 9. U.S. Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary, Defining Unfair or Deceptive Practices, Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 85, No. 235, December 7, 2020, pages 78,707-78,718, transportation.gov site/.gov/files/2020-12/defining %20 unfair %20 or %20 deceptive %20 practices %20 final %20 rule %20 %20 85% 20 FR %2,078,707. PDF accessed March 3, 2023. 10. U.S. Department of Transportation, Office of the Secretary, Procedures in Regulating Unfair or Deceptive Practices, Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 87, No. 22, February 2, 2022, pages 5,655 to 5,659, www.gov/content/pkg/afr-2022-02-022-01589.pdf, accessed March 3, 2023. 11. U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration, Budget Estimates Fiscal Year 2023, p. 1. Transportation.gov, accessed March 3, 2023. 12. Robert W. Poole, Jr., Organization and Innovation in Air Traffic Control, Hudson Institute Initiative on Future Innovation, November 2013, hudson.org attachment/1199/pool_hi_res.pdf, accessed March 3, 2023. Also published subsequently as Reason Foundation Policy Study No. 431, January 2014, reason.org control_organization_innovation.pdf, accessed March 3, 2023. 13. H.R. 3684, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Public Law No. 117-58, 117th Congress, November 15, 2021, Congress.gov, accessed March 3, 2023. 14. S6, Urban Mass Transportation Act of 1964, Public Law 88-365, 88th Congress, July 9, 1964, www. govinfo.gov/content/pkg/statute-78/pdf/statute-78-pg302-2.pdf, accessed March 3, 2023. 15. U.S. Department of Transportation, Maritime Administration. About Us, last updated March 23, 2022, https://www.maritime.gov/about-us, accessed March 4, 2023. 16. H.R. 10378, Merchant Marine Act of 1920, Public Law 66-261, 66th Congress, June 5, 1920, GovTrackless. s3.amazon.com/legislink/pdf/41/statute-41-pg988.pdf, accessed March 3, 2023. 20 Department of Veterans Affairs, Brooks D. Tucker Mission Statement. The Department of Veterans Affairs (VA) is the primary provider of health care, benefits, and memorial affairs for America's veterans and their families. The VA has the noble responsibility to render exceptional and timely support and services with respect, compassion, and competence. The veteran is at the forefront of every VA process and interaction. The VA must continually strive to be recognized as a best-in-class, veteran-centric one system with an organizational ethos inspired by and accountable to the needs and problems of veterans, not subservient to the parochial preferences of a bureaucracy. Overview. At the end of the Obama administration, the VA was held in low esteem both by the veterans it served and by the employees who served these former warriors. Eroding morale caused by the downstream effects of a healthcare access crisis in 2014 led to the resignation of Secretary Eric Shinsky and extensive oversight investigations by Congress from 2015 to 2016. By 2020, however, the VA had become one of the most respected U.S. agencies. This significant progress was due in part to the leadership of Secretary Robert Wilkie, 2018 to 2021, and his team of political appointees and career senior executives, many of them veterans, who led the effort to ensure that the VA became veteran-centric in its governance decisions and fostered a more positive work environment. This mindset translated into a department that was better attuned to employees' and veterans' needs and experiences in the daily operations of health care, benefits, mandate for leadership, the conservative promise and memorial affairs. During that period, the VA received the largest number of watershed congressional authorizations to reform its health care and benefits that it had received since the post-Vietnam War years, along with historic increases in annual appropriations, which have tripled since the last full year of the George W. Bush administration. The current VA leadership team of Biden appointees has adopted some of their predecessors' governance processes. However, they have not sustained the previous administration's commitment to a genuine veteran-centric philosophy, most notably with respect to the delivery of health care, and harbor a bias toward expanding the unionized federal employee workforce that has not always been aligned with a focus on veteran-centric care. There also is growing concern in Congress and the veteran community that the VA is poorly managing and in some cases disregarding provisions of the VA mission, maintaining internal systems and strengthening integrated outside networks Act of 20,182 that codify broad access for veterans to non-VA healthcare providers. Efforts to expand disability benefits to large populations without adequate planning have caused an erosion of veterans' trust in the VA enterprise. Additionally, the current VA leadership is focusing very publicly on social equity and inclusion within departmental policy discussions toward ends that will affect only a small minority of the veterans who use the VA. For the first time, the VA is allowing access to abortion services, a medical procedure unrelated to military service that the VA lacks the legal authority and clinical proficiency to perform. In addition to continuing the grotesque culture of violence against the child in the womb, these socio-political initiatives and ideological indoctrinations distract from the department's core missions. Departmental history. Following the Civil War, state veterans' homes were established to provide medical and hospital treatment for all injuries and diseases. When the United States entered World War I in 1917, Congress established a new system of veterans' benefits, including programs for disability compensation, insurance for service personnel and veterans, and vocational rehabilitation for the disabled. That was overseen by three different federal programs: the Veterans Bureau, the Department of the Interior's Bureau of Pensions, and the National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers. In 1921, Congress combined those programs into the Veterans Bureau. Following World War II, a national VA hospital system, much of which remains operational today, was established to care for millions of returning veterans. Following the Vietnam War, the VA's federally owned and operated hospital network expanded again to meet the needs of the volunteer and draftee population. In the past 2 decades, the VA has purposely transitioned to leasing medical properties rather than building expensive new facilities that can take years to complete and often experience budget overruns. As the nature of healthcare has evolved, Department of Veterans Affairs with a growth in same-day surgical procedures and outpatient care, so has the VA, and in 2018 Congress added access to private sector urgent care outlets as one of the VA's healthcare benefits. Today, the VA operates 172 inpatient VA medical centers (VAMCs), which are an average of 60 years old, and 1,113 community-based outpatient clinics (CBOCs), which are newer facilities designed to meet the needs of veterans closer to home. The VA also manages a community care network (CCN) through contracts with Optum and TrueWest, third-party healthcare administrators responsible for building and maintaining a robust population of community providers to meet the needs of veterans referred for care outside of the VA system. Currently, approximately 6.4 million veterans out of 18 million nationally and out of the 9.1 million who are enrolled use the VA for health care. The remainder use employer-sponsored plans, TRICARE, Medicare, and Medicaid. The disability benefits system evolved significantly in the years between the Cold War era and the global war on terrorism, a period when the VA enrolled large numbers of veterans from World War II, Korea, and Vietnam who were seeking disability benefits and health care. Disability compensation is the largest VA benefit, but there also are dozens of others, the next largest of which are the GI Bill and the Home Loan Guarantee. These benefits are administered through 56 regional benefits offices (RBOs) and hundreds of satellite sites around the country. The Agent Orange Act of 1914 significantly expanded the scope of disability benefits for those who had deployed to Vietnam, and the cost of those benefits began to increase dramatically as the Vietnam generation of veterans aged and began to experience adverse health conditions, some of which were presumed to have been caused by defoliant chemicals used in Southeast Asia. In 2016 and 2017, a burdensome backlog of appeals of denied disability claims from multiple wartime generations, a backlog numbering in the hundreds of thousands, led to a joint effort by the VA, Veteran Service Organizations (VSOs), and Congress to pass legislation that streamlined appeal processes. Implemented in 2017, this historic good governance success has helped the VA to reduce the number of these appeals dramatically. The Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson Honoring Our Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 20,225 addressed adverse health outcomes presumed to be the result of veterans' exposure to airborne toxins during the global war on terrorism, and further expanded disability benefits to the most recent generation of veterans. These ambitious authorities, like the 1991 authorities, have the potential to overwhelm the VA's ability to process new disability claims and adjudicate appeals. Currently, the VA is seeking to hire large numbers of personnel to process these claims while exploring the use of an automated process to accelerate claims reviews and decisions. The ever-present lag in the hiring and training of new employees could result in major problems with the timely adjudication of benefits well into the next administration in 2025. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise in sum, the VA for the foreseeable future will experience significant fiscal, human capital, and infrastructure crosswinds and risks. Budgets are at historic highs, and with a workforce now above 400,000, the VA is contending with a lack of new veteran enrollees to offset the declining population of older veterans. Recruitment of medical and benefits personnel has become more challenging. Veterans are migrating from the northern states to the southern and western states for retirement and employment. Meanwhile, VA information technology (IT) is struggling to keep pace with the evolution of patient care and record-keeping. Consequently, VA leaders in the next administration must be wise and courageous political strategists, experienced managers to run day-to-day operations more effectively, innovators to address the changing veteran landscape, and agile fixers to mitigate and repair systemic problems created or ignored by the present leadership team. Veterans Health Administration (VA) needed reforms will rescind all departmental clinical policy directives that are contrary to principles of conservative governance, starting with abortion services and gender reassignment surgery. Neither aligns with service-connected conditions that would warrant VAs providing this type of clinical care, and both follow the left's pernicious trend of abusing the role of government to further its own agenda. I'll focus on the effects of shifting veteran demographics. At least during the next decade, the VA will experience a significant generational shift in its overall patient population. Of the approximately 18 million veterans alive today, roughly 9.1 million are enrolled for VA health care, and 6.4 million of these enrollees use VA health care consistently. These 6.4 million veterans are split almost evenly between those who are over age 65 and those who are under age 65, but the share of VA's healthcare dollars is spent predominantly in the over 65 cohort. That share increases significantly as veterans live longer and use the VA system at a higher rate. VA enrollments of new users are increasingly at risk of being exceeded by the deaths of current enrollees, primarily because significant numbers of the Vietnam generation are reaching their life expectancy. The generational transition from Vietnam-era veterans to post-9/11 veterans will take several years to complete. The ongoing demographic transition is a catalyst for needed assessments of how the VA can improve the delivery of care to a numerically declining and differently dispersed national population. Department of Veterans Affairs of veterans, a population that is more active, reaching middle age or retirement age, and migrating for lifestyle and career reasons. At the center of the VA's evolution during this generational transition is an ongoing tension, some of it politically contrived, between direct care for veterans provided from inside the VA system and community care for veterans, who are referred to private providers participating in the VA's two community care networks, CCNS. In recent years, the budget for community care has grown as demand from veterans has risen sharply, sometimes outpacing the budgets for community care at individual VAMCs. The Trump administration made community care part of its veteran-centric approach to ensure that veterans would be able to participate more fully in their healthcare decisions and have options if or when the VA was unable to meet their needs. The Biden administration has watered down that effort, has sought various procedural ways to slow the rate of referrals to private doctors, and at some facilities is reportedly manipulating the community care access standards required by the VA Mission Act of 2018. If the makeup of Congress is favorable in 2025, the next administration should rapidly and explicitly codify VA Mission Act access standards in legislation to prevent the VA from avoiding or watering down the requirements in the future. First and foremost, a Veterans Bill of Rights is needed so that veterans and VA staff know exactly what benefits veterans are entitled to receive, with a clear process for the adjudication of disputes, and so that staff ensure that all veterans are informed of their eligibility for community care. Currently, veterans are not routinely and consistently told that they are eligible for community care unless they request information or are given a referral. To strengthen community care, the next administration should create new secretarial directives to implement the VA Mission Act properly. Sections for consideration and areas for reform include the following: 1. Sections 101 and 103, Community Care Eligibility for Access Standards and the Best Medical Interest of the Veteran. 2. Section 104. Community Care Access Standards and Standards for Quality of Care. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise 3. Section 121. Developing and administering an education program that teaches veterans about their healthcare options available from the Department of Veterans Affairs. 4. Section 152. Returning the Office for Innovation of Care and Payment to the Office of Enterprise Integration with a joint governance process set up with the VA. 5. Section 161. Overhauling Family Caregiver Program Expansion, which has gone poorly, so that it focuses on consistency of eligibility and awareness that the most severely wounded or injured may require the program indefinitely. Require the VA to report publicly on all aspects of its operation, including quality, safety, patient experience, timeliness, and cost-effectiveness, using standards similar to those in the Medicare Accountable Care Organization program, so that the government may monitor and achieve continuous improvement in the VA system more effectively. Encourage VA medical centers to seek out relevant academic and private sector input in their communities to improve the overall patient experience. Budget conduct an independent audit of the VA similar to the 2018 Department of Defense (DoD) audit to identify IT, management, financial, contracting, and other deficiencies. Assess the misalignment of VA facilities and rising infrastructure costs. The VA operates 172 inpatient medical facilities nationally that are an average of 60 years old. Some of these facilities are underutilized and inadequately staffed. Facilities in certain urban and rural areas are seeing significant declines in the veteran population and strong competition for fresh medical staff. In 2018, Congress authorized an Asset Infrastructure Review of national VA medical markets to provide insight into where the VA healthcare budget should be responsibly allocated to serve veterans most effectively. However, the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee lacked the political will to act on the White House's nominations of commission members, and this ultimately led to termination of the process. The next administration should seek out agile, creative, and politically acceptable operational solutions to this aging infrastructure status quo. Department of Veterans Affairs reimagine the healthcare footprint in some locales, and spur a realignment of capacity through budgetary allocations. Specifically, 1. Embrace the expansion of community-based outpatient clinics (CBOCs) as an avenue to maintain a VA footprint in challenging medical markets without investing further in obsolete and unaffordable VA healthcare campuses. 2. Explore the potential to pilot facility sharing partnerships between the VA and strained local healthcare systems to reduce costs by leveraging limited talent and resources. Personnel extend the term of the Undersecretary for Health to 5 years. Additionally, authority should be given to reappoint this individual for a second 5-year term, both to allow for continuity and to protect the from political transition. Establish a Senior Executive Service (SES) position of VA Care System Chief Information Officer (CIO), selected by and reporting to the Chief of the VA Care System with a dotted line to the VA CIO. Identify a workflow process to bring wait times in compliance with VA Mission Act required time frames wherever possible. 1. Assess the daily clinical appointment load for physicians and clinical staff in medical facilities where wait times for care are well outside of the time frames required by the VA Mission Act. 2. Require VA facilities to increase the number of patients seen each day to equal the number seen by DoD medical facilities, approximately 19 patients per provider per day. Currently, VA facilities may be seeing as few as 6 patients per provider per day. 3. Consider a pilot program to extend weekday appointment hours and offer Saturday appointment options to veterans if a facility continues to demonstrate that it has excess capacity and is experiencing delays in the delivery of care for veterans. 4. Identify clinical services that are consistently in high demand but require cost-prohibitive compensation to recruit and retain talent, and examine exceptions for higher competitive pay. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise 5. Assess the medical facilities where community care is readily available, but referrals for community care are below the averages in other similar markets. Referrals expiring are above the average, and or cancelled appointments are above the average. Identify reasons and factors and consider possible ways to improve timeliness and responsiveness for veterans. 6. Further explore how to leverage telehealth to reduce personnel costs across the enterprise and serve veterans. Continue to pursue expansion of broadband services to remote and rural areas. 7. Assess recruitment and retention in highly competitive medical markets to identify common limiting factors for attracting high-demand, specialized occupations. 8. Consider aggressively recruiting retired physicians who desire to serve veterans. 9. Consider expanding VA tuition assistance in exchange for reciprocal service in rural or understaffed VAMCs. 10. Examine the surpluses or deficits in mental health professionals throughout the enterprise, recognizing that the department needs a blend of social workers, therapists, psychologists, and psychiatrists with a focus on attracting high-quality talent. Conduct a high-priority assessment of electronic health record transition delays and functionality problems. VA innovation in healthcare for the next 20 years and beyond will rest squarely on the timely implementation of the new VA in coordination with the DoD's parallel pacing effort. The VA's air rollout has been blocked by technical delays at local facilities where personnel have raised safety concerns and infrastructure has not been modernized to accept the new system. Veterans Benefits Administration (VA) needed reforms. The most evident and ongoing concern is the complexity of benefits, which can lead to confusion for the veteran and, if not mitigated early in the veteran's interactions, long-term distrust of and animosity toward the VA. Wholesale benefits reform is unnecessary and politically a third rail, but effective managerial Department of Veterans Affairs approaches and technology tools that currently exist in the private sector could be employed to improve existing VA activities. This problem is most pronounced in the disability claims process, which needs more and better management attention focused on streamlining the procedures involved in processing claims and administering benefits. The VA must improve timeliness of claim adjudication and benefits delivery. Veterans want the VA to provide timely responses to requests for benefits support, render empathetic customer service and understandable explanations of those benefits, and deliver those benefits without frustrating delays. Weeks, not months. Identify performance targets for benefits, report publicly on actual performance each quarter, and use these metrics to drive consistent improvement. Develop a new Pilot Express 30 commitment for a veteran's first fully developed disability compensation claim and organize the VA to complete the first claim in 30 days. Hire more private companies to perform disability medical examinations. Delays in completing the examinations could be eliminated with more external capacity. Increase automation. Hiring additional staff to process claims is costly, is inflexible, and has yielded mixed results. Attempting to change laws and regulations simply to adjudicate claims would be a Herculean effort given their complexity. The best way to provide benefits faster and more accurately is by using technology to perform most of the work. Technology currently exists in the private sector, but the VA lacks the expertise to use it. This would be more of an organizational challenge than a technology hurdle. Reduce improper payment and fraud. About $500 million is improperly paid out each year. Better tools, training, and management could reduce this substantially, but rule changes at the departmental level would be needed. Budget. The VA's schedule for rating disabilities, the CERD, has assigned disability ratings to a growing number of health conditions over time. Some are tenuously related or wholly unrelated to military service. The further growth in presumptive service-connected medical conditions pursued by Congress and veteran service organizations, begun with Agent Orange and most recently for Burn Pit/Airborne Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise toxins, has led to historic increases in mandatory VA spending in recent years. The VA has a time-phased plan to reassess the VSERD and its ratings for compensation, but this internal process can be slow and laborious, requires Office of Management and Budget (OMB) approvals, and can become politically charged both in Congress and with FSOs. The next administration should explore how VSERD reviews could be accelerated with clearance from OMB to target significant cost savings from revising disability rating awards for future claimants while preserving them fully or partially for existing claimants. The VBA's information technology top-line budget should be re-examined and reassessed in light of the need for expanded automation across the enterprise. Traditionally, VA captures the large majority of VA IT funding. The VBA needs to make the case for a larger IT budget with clear requirements to support that request. Personnel pursue reforms of the human capital management process and operations within the VBA to build a more blended workforce with more contractors to process claims. This would free federal employees to perform other duties and be involved solely with the final decision to award benefits. Improve the VBA acquisition workforce. The VBA needs more world-class contractor support. Currently, few of the top companies have contracts with the VBA, and the VBA needs to conduct more outreach to the private sector through senior leader engagement and industry conferences. To identify more effective and efficient ways to complete claims, establish a knowledge exchange program with top-tier private sector companies that do similar work. The VBA is fundamentally a financial services organization. A significant amount of its work has a private sector analog that could be leveraged to improve service to veterans. For most of its existence, the VBA has been a risk-averse, insular, paper-based organization, implementing technology only over the past decade. This insularity has led to a predominantly build-it-ourselves approach, partly because VBA staff has limited experience or insight into current private sector tools and methods, and partly because the VBA struggles to compete Department of Veterans Affairs with the VA for IT funding. Senior executive leadership needs more innovators and trailblazers, qualities that have sometimes been lacking in the VBA's senior ranks. Recruiting a more relevantly knowledgeable and technologically savvy team, along with robust political control of the VA, could bring about better solutions to the VBA's workflow challenges. Human Resources and Administration needed reforms. Rescind all delegations of authority promulgated by the VA under the prior administration. Transfer all career SES out of Pennsylvania/PA designated positions on the first day and ensure political control of the VA. Take a close and analytically critical look at where hybrid and remote work is a net positive as a functional necessity and where in-person collaboration and presence will help to instill a strong work ethic and a more cohesive environment for productivity from the Office of the Secretary across the headquarters enterprise. The COVID-19 pandemic spurred a significant shift to hybrid and telework options for large segments of the staff in the Washington headquarters, in its satellites, and at some of the regional offices. The remote work expectation has been amplified and formalized within the Biden administration team at VA to the extent that the current secretary, deputy secretary, and their staffs are not in office as a matter of a routine presence, while VA staff in Washington, D.C., have limited in-person meetings, relying more frequently on video conference calls. The short-term and long-term effects of this policy on the department are unknown, but generally, the policy may be undermining the cohesiveness and competencies of some staff functions and diluting general organizational accountability and responsiveness. Budget expedite the acquisition of a new Human Resources Information Technology system. The current system is not user-friendly, has minimal fusion, middleware capacity, and is not conducive to data-driven personnel decisions. Personnel data needs to be organized and managed to its full potential. The system, associated databases, and other shadow personnel systems have no shortage of data. The problem comes with effective management of the data. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise burden pay and benefits in critical VA skill sets beyond medical care occupations to be more competitive with private sector industry. IT, acquisition, cyber, and economists are some examples of skill sets that are difficult for the VA to recruit, largely because of the limitations of federal pay scales. L. Continue to maximize the use of new VA hiring and pay authorities provided by Congress in the RAISE Act 6 and PACT Act 7, as well as existing authorities in student loan forgiveness and the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. Personnel L. Foster a culture that is mission veteran-driven, alert, engaged, and habitually responsive to the veteran, and structure an environment that promotes a flexible and agile workplace. L. Increase employee satisfaction/experience to improve recruitment and retention of VA personnel. Go beyond the traditional focus on the extrinsic monetary pay and bonuses and seek creative ways to instill teamwork, loyalty, and pride. L. Train leaders and managers to promote an energized and productive workplace culture and reward those who do it well. Ensure that senior leaders (SES) set the proper example. L. Focus more attention on hiring veterans and military spouses. The percentage of veterans employed at VA has been declining. L. Support the White House Office of Presidential Personnel (PO) in identifying a fully vetted roster of candidates to assume all key positions at VA well ahead of formal nominations. The VA is the second largest federal agency, yet it has authorized a woefully small number of Pennsylvania/PO positions when compared to other agencies of lesser size. Congress and the Office of Personnel Management should be engaged on ways to provide authorities for a higher number of non-career Pennsylvania positions. The White House PO can be inclined to discount the VA's importance, but given the political attention that VA can generate for Congress and the media, PO should understand the importance of finding talented political appointees to serve at VA. L. Increase the number and utilization of limited-term appointment senior executive service positions for up to 3 years to work on special projects to ensure talent refreshment, talent acquisition, and flexibility. Department of Veterans Affairs L. Manage the relationship with organized labor effectively and proactively. 1. Ensure that any agenda that includes labor/civil service reform in the VA has a clear direction from the secretarial level, support from the General Counsel, alignment with the Assistant Secretary for Human Resources and Administration, and a unified and strong political will to carry it out. Without those elements, labor reforms are very difficult to accomplish. 2. Ensure that each senior leader in the process gets buy-in from reform-minded career employees willing to accept and support change. Those mid-level and senior-level managers exist, but they will need to be identified early and shown trust and confidence. 3. Ensure that the White House communicates the labor reform agenda swiftly. Trump administration executive orders on civil service reform, official time, government-furnished office space were issued too late, and departments and agencies were not prepared to execute them. 4. Anticipate the inevitable opportunities for legal challenges from organized labor, and be prepared for them to happen and be dragged out, which makes early, decisive timing all the more important. 5. Ensure that the White House is prepared to support a concerted and deliberate effort on implementation to avoid perceptions of a disconnected strategy and disaggregated effort. 6. Remain mindful of which labor contracts end, when they end, and what the agency's goals for renegotiation are. If not done effectively, contract end dates will be missed or lack notification. It is therefore essential to have a clear strategy with respect to what leadership wants from a new contract. Do not make the perfect the enemy of the good in contract negotiations. L. Work with Congress to sunset the Office of Accountability and Whistleblower Protection (OAP). OAP was well-intentioned when formed, but it is redundant with the activities of supervisors as well as Equal Employment Opportunity, Office of the Inspector General, Office of Special Counsel, and other policies, programs, and procedures for holding employees accountable. This redundancy results in lengthy investigations, gaps in coverage, and an overall ineffective method of employee and supervisor accountability. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise L. Consider decoupling HRA and the Office of Security and Preparedness (OSP). When Congress directed that the OOP be established, it did not include authorities for a new Assistant Secretary position. Consequently, the OSP was combined with HRA to free up a position. The functions of HRA and OSP are dissimilar and thus create an organization that is difficult to staff with the talent needed to execute both missions effectively. Author's note: the preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of individuals involved in the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, but Darren Selnick, Paul R. Lawrence, and Christopher Anderson deserve special mention. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Department of Veterans Affairs and Notes. 1. U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, Veterans Health Division, VA Directive 1003, VA Veteran Patient Experience, April 14, 2020, pages 1 and B1. 2. S. 2372, VA Mission Act of 2018, Public Law No. 115-182, 115th Congress, June 6, 2018, Congress. Gov/115/PLAW/publ182/PLAW-115publ182.pdf. Accessed January 30, 2023. 3. U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, VA History Office, VA History, last updated May 27, 2021, www.va.gov/history/va_history/overview.asp. Accessed January 28, 2023. 4. 38 U.S. Code Paragraph 1116, law.cornell.edu. Accessed January 28, 2023. 5. S. 3373, Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022, honoring our Pact Act of 2022, Public Law No. 117-168, 117th Congress, August 10, 2022, www. Congress.gov/117/PLAW/publ168/PLAW-117publ168.pdf. Accessed January 28, 2023. 6. H.R. 2471, Consolidated Appropriations Act, 2022, Public Law No. 117-103, 117th Congress, March 15, 2022, Division S, Title I, Congress.gov. Accessed March 18, 2023. Known variously as the Department of Veterans Affairs Nurse and Physician Assistant Retention and Income Security Enhancement Act and the VA Nurse and Physician Assistant Raise Act. 7. See Note 5, Supra. The next administration must prioritize the economic prosperity of ordinary Americans. For several decades, establishment elites have failed the citizenry by refusing to secure the border, outsourcing manufacturing to China and elsewhere, spending recklessly, regulating constantly, and generally controlling the country from the top down rather than letting it flourish from the bottom up. The proper role of government, as was articulated nearly 250 years ago, is to secure our God-given, unalienable rights in order that we might enjoy the pursuit of happiness, the benefits of free enterprise, and the blessings of liberty. Finding the right approach to trade policy is key to the fortunes of everyday Americans. In Chapter 26, President of the Competitive Enterprise Institute Kent Lassman and former White House Director of Trade and Manufacturing Policy Peter Navarro debate what an effective conservative trade policy would look like. Lassman argues that the best trade policy is a humble, limited government approach that would encourage free trade with all nations. He maintains that aggressive trade policies involve an increased government role that future leftist administrations will utilize to push climate change and equity-based activism. focusing more on gross domestic product (GDP) growth than on median income. He writes that people mistakenly believe that U.S. manufacturing and the U.S. economy are in decline, when in truth American manufacturing output is currently at an all-time high. Meanwhile, we continue to experience record-setting real GDP despite our long-run decline in manufacturing employment. Lassman does not think that an aggressive U.S. trade policy would lead to more manufacturing jobs. Rather, he writes, Federal Reserve research shows that the economy, Section 4 mandate for leadership, the conservative promised Trump administration's steel tariffs, and the retaliatory tariffs levied by other nations in response, have cost about 75,000 manufacturing jobs while creating only about 1,000 jobs in the steel industry. Furthermore, he writes that protectionism and similar progressive policies tend to weaken American security. Lassman maintains that trade creates peace, and if China weren't so reliant upon trade with the U.S., it would be much more unstable and dangerous. He thinks American influence in China, internet memes, fashion, movies, can play a vital role in helping to turn China from an authoritarian threat into a freer and less hostile power. Ultimately, Lassman believes that we should lower or repeal tariffs, including eliminating the destructive Trump-Biden tariffs, in order to make goods more affordable for Americans. He thinks free trade will improve our economy, enhance our national security, and keep future left-leaning Congresses from insisting that future left-leaning presidents negotiate for as many trade-unrelated provisions as possible to benefit labor and green constituencies. Navarro disagrees with Lassman almost across the board. He writes, trade policy can and must play an essential role in an American manufacturing and defense industrial base renaissance, which he says is crucial to our country's future. But two forces in particular are pushing America in the opposite direction. First, the World Trade Organization's TOE most favored nation rules encourage our trade partners to adopt high tariffs, which lead to our chronic trade deficits and make us the globe's biggest trade loser and victim of unfair, unbalanced, and non-reciprocal trade. For example, Navarro writes, tariffs on imported automobiles are 2.5% in the US, 10% in the European Union, and 15% in China. Second, China's economic aggression in the form of tariffs, non-tariff barriers, dumping, counterfeiting and piracy, and currency manipulation further weakens our manufacturing and defense industrial base even as the fragility of globally dispersed supply chains has been brought into sharp relief by the COVID-19 pandemic. In contrast to Lassman, Navarro thinks that trade deficits matter a great deal. He writes that offshoring not only suppresses the real wages of American blue-collar workers and denies millions of Americans the opportunity to climb up the rungs of the ladder to the middle class, but it also raises the specter of a manufacturing and defense industrial base that, unlike our experience in World Wars I and II, will not be able to provide the weapons and material that would be needed should America enter another major world war. Also, China controls much of the world's pharmaceutical production and supply chains. It is therefore essential, he writes, that our trade policy be guided by the principle of reciprocity, whereby we coax other countries into lowering their trade barriers if possible and raise ours as necessary. Moreover, he says we should decouple our economy from China's. China's goal, Navarro says, is to shift the world's manufacturing and supply chains to its soil, thereby strengthening its defense industrial base and associated Section 4, the economy warfighting capabilities. He writes, every year, more than 300,000 communist Chinese nationals attend U.S. universities or are hired at U.S. national laboratories, innovation centers, incubators, and think tanks. Huawei, an instrument of Chinese military espionage, is now partnering with UC Berkeley on research with important future military applications. China is also engaged in what Warren Buffett calls conquest by purchase, as it uses revenues from its trade surpluses to buy American real estate, companies, and financial assets. In sum, Navarro believes our current trade policy enriches our allies and adversaries while hurting us, weakens our industrial base while strengthening China's, and shortchanges Main Street manufacturers and workers. Such non-reciprocal free trade is slowly undermining our capabilities and our freedom. A small component of trade policy involves the Export-Import Bank, and Jennifer Hazelton and Veronique de Rugy debate its merits in Chapter 23. In support of the bank, Hazelton writes, Exim provides financing only when the private sector will not. She says, export credit is a strategy weapon in China's whole-of-government approach to enhance its global power. China provided an estimated $500 billion in export credit in 2018, approaching in that 1 year the total amount of financing Exim has provided in its 90-year history. Hazelton argues that when large American companies can get a loan from Exim rather than having to meet the demands of export credit agencies in Europe or elsewhere, it helps American small businesses, too. She writes that the U.S. would be foolish to abandon this field of play. Opposing the bank, de Rugy writes, Exim operates in effect as a protectionist agency that picks winners and losers in the market by providing political privileges to firms that are already well-financed. She denies it promotes exports and argues it hurts small businesses, which often have to compete against large businesses that are able to get the loans. She writes that it also helps foreign companies, such as state-run China Air, that buy U.S. exports from American companies such as Boeing. The bottom line, she says, is that the bank should be abolished. In Chapter 21, former Assistant Secretary of Commerce Thomas F. Gilman describes the Department of Commerce as dominated by career staff who are uninterested in implementing the president's priorities. The department clearly needs far more political leadership, including at the Census Bureau, as Gilman notes. The Census Bureau, unlike much of the federal government, has a constitutionally required mission. Yet the 2020 census was at least somewhat compromised by overly risk-averse COVID policies that prevented census field representatives from going door to door for much of that year. The Census Bureau's website, one of the worst in the federal government, buries crucial statistics where only academics or advocates are likely to find them. In addition, Gilman writes that a new administration should ensure that the Bureau of Economic Affairs, also housed at Commerce, conducts its statistical analysis in a consistent and objective manner. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise. Moreover, the International Trade Administration, which is centrally placed to craft and implement U.S. trade policy, should counter the malign influence of China and other U.S. adversaries and strongly defend against trade violations. In Chapter 22, William L. Walton, Stephen Moore, and David R. Burton note that under the Biden administration, the Treasury Department has failed to achieve any of the agency's core objectives. Under the leadership of Secretary Janet Yellen, Treasury has placed equity and climate change among its top 5 priorities. The next administration must act decisively to curtail activities that fall outside of Treasury's mandate and primary mission. Treasury must refocus on its core mission of promoting economic growth, prosperity, and economic stability. The authors add that Treasury should make balancing the federal budget a mission-critical objective. The authors propose legislation to reform the tax code, writing, tax policy has a powerful impact on the economy. The Treasury Department should develop and promote tax reform legislation that will promote prosperity. To accomplish this, tax reform should improve incentives to work, save, and invest. This, in turn, is accomplished primarily by reducing marginal tax rates, reducing the cost of capital, and broadening the tax base to eliminate tax-induced economic distortions by eliminating special interest tax credits, deductions, and exclusions. Tax compliance costs will decline precipitously if the tax system is substantially simplified. The Treasury Department should also promote tax competition rather than supporting an international tax cartel. Chapter 22 includes proposals to reduce the intrusiveness and increase the accountability of the Internal Revenue Service. The chapter also explains how the Interagency Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, chaired by Treasury, should realign its priorities to meet the United States' current foreign policy threats, especially from China. It explains how Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, which manages the anti-money laundering/countering the financing of terrorism (CFT) programs, can be improved to reduce the burden on small firms and improve the effectiveness of the CFT regime. In Chapter 25, Karen Kerrigan describes the Small Business Administration (SBA) as a sprawling, unaccountable agency replete with waste, fraud, and mismanagement, and guilty of mission creep. Moreover, its initiatives aimed at inclusivity are in fact creating exclusivity and stringent selectivity in deciding what types of small businesses and entities can use SBA programs. According to Kerrigan, the Office of Advocacy is one of the bright spots within the SBA that a conservative administration could supercharge to dismantle extreme regulatory Section 4, the economy policies and advance limited government reforms that promote economic freedom and opportunity. She recommends that it receive a big increase in funding and staffing and then undertake a research agenda that includes measuring the total cost that federal regulation imposes on small businesses. This would be one important step in making sure that the SBA under a conservative administration would meet the needs of America's small business owners and entrepreneurs, not special interests. Former White House Director of the Domestic Policy Council Paul Winfrey writes in Chapter 24 that the Federal Reserve actually causes inflationary and recessionary cycles. He says, a core problem with government control of monetary policy is its exposure to two unavoidable political pressures: pressure to print money to subsidize government deficits and pressure to print money to boost the economy artificially until the next election. The Fed has also added a moral hazard due to its history of bailing out private firms when they engage in excess speculation. At a minimum, Winfrey writes, full employment should be eliminated from the Federal Reserve's mandate, requiring it to focus on price stability alone. The Fed should not be allowed to incorporate environmental, social, and governance factors into its mandate. It should be compelled to specify its target range for inflation. Its last resort lending practices, which are directly responsible for too big to fail, should be curbed. Its mission, and alternatives to the Fed, should be explored by a commission created for that purpose. And a central bank digital currency, which would provide unprecedented surveillance and potential control of financial transactions, should be rejected. Even more ambitiously, Winfrey suggests that the next administration should think about proposing legislation that would effectively abolish the Federal Reserve and replace it with free banking, whereby neither interest rates nor the supply of money would be controlled by government. Free banking would produce a stable and sound currency and a strong financial system, while allowing lending to flourish. Alternatively, Winfrey writes, the next administration should consider the feasibility of a return to the gold standard. 21 Department of Commerce, Thomas F. Gilman. The Department of Commerce is charged with promoting economic growth, innovation, and competitiveness while providing the data that American businesses need to succeed. Intended to serve with clarity of purpose as the voice of business in any president's cabinet, the Department of Commerce has suffered from decades of regulatory capture, ideological drift, and lack of focus. One long-standing joke maintains that the department, with its lack of coherence, is a holding company for the parts of the federal government that could not be housed elsewhere. Thus, in the 1990s, calls emerged to abolish the department and either spin off, zero out, or consolidate its functions among other entities. One at the same time, the department has a higher profile now than perhaps ever in its history. It possesses key tools to address decades of poor decision-making in Washington and is central to any plan to reverse the precipitous economic decline sparked by the Biden administration and to counter communist China. Both assertions can be equally true, that the department possesses the expertise, programs, and authorities that will be crucial to the success of a conservative presidency, and that its role in the federal bureaucracy would benefit from streamlining and reform. Many programs at the Department of Commerce overlap in whole or part with other governmental programs, and consolidating and streamlining these could increase both accountability and return on taxpayer investment. Any exercise in government-wide budgeting and reform should review the department with an eye toward consolidation, elimination, or privatization that examines the efficiency, effectiveness, and underlying philosophy of each individual component. Though mandate for leadership, the Conservative promise not an exhaustive set of proposals, the next Conservative president should consider whether the International Trade Administration (ITA) and parts of the Bureau of Industry and Security (BIS) should be streamlined and moved to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative (USTR), along with the Development Finance Corporation, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, the Export-Import Bank, and other trade-related programs spread across the federal government, as well as considering whether many of these programs should exist within the federal government. The Economic Development Administration's grant programs, which are among a broad set of duplicative and overlapping federal economic development grant programs, should be consolidated with other programs and/or eliminated. The Bureau of Economic Analysis and Census Bureau, as well as the Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics, should be consolidated into a more manageable, focused, and efficient statistical agency. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office (USPTO) should be made into a performance-based organization under the Office of Management and Budget (OMB). Alternatively, the USPTO should be consolidated with the National Institute of Standards and Technology (NIST) in a new U.S. Office of Patents, Trademarks, and Standards, with all non-mission critical research functions eliminated or moved to other, more focused, federal agencies. And the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration (NOAA) should be dismantled and many of its functions eliminated, sent to other agencies, privatized, or placed under the control of states and territories. Almost every element of the department can be viewed through this lens, but with today's political reality and multiple competing congressional committee jurisdictions, drastic structural change to the department is neither imminent nor likely. Thus, this chapter largely accepts the baseline of today's department and proposes a bold, but achievable, set of proposals for an incoming Conservative administration. Whatever the imperfections of the Department of Commerce, it is blessed with many quality civil servants and strong statutory authorities that, directed properly, Department of Commerce can help ensure U.S. success in 2025 and beyond. With that in mind, this chapter focuses primarily on policy, strategy, and occasionally tactics that are either immediately implementable under strong leadership or are critical to mission success. Office of the Secretary. The Office of the Secretary (OS) is somewhat of a misnomer, as very few of the thousands of employees working in the office are dedicated to staffing the Secretary and implementing administration priorities. Rather, OS's budget and full-time equivalents have increasingly been allocated to fulfill financial, human resources, administrative, information technology, contracting, and facilities functions, using outdated and inefficient systems. The Trump administration began implementing key changes, such as updating financial management tools, but more must be done to digitize and modernize the department's processes to free resources for secretarial and presidential priorities. The above drain on resources leaves the Secretary of Commerce to rely upon a few dozen direct support staff, supplemented with detailees and indirect funding from each of the bureaus to execute the president's agenda and manage the diverse functions of the department. This structure empowers career staff in each bureau and makes it harder to mandate change. As such, it is vitally important that an incoming administration fully staff OS with political appointees, send all existing detailees back to their home bureaus on day one, and replace those detailees with trusted and knowledgeable career staff on an as-needed basis. Department of Commerce leadership should also fight to restore direct funding and additional political appointee positions to OS and its constituent parts involved in implementing and communicating the Commerce Secretary's and President's policy priorities. Administration, budget, and appropriations. Recent practice has been for career staff to serve as gatekeepers between department leadership and external budget and appropriations partners at the OMB and on Capitol Hill. By serving not just as a central point of contact, but as the sole staff-level communicators of departmental priorities, these career officials can, have, and will slow down, and even stop, changes in policy, even at the line office level. Although the following is true at all agencies, it is particularly important at the Department of Commerce that political leadership be immediately installed at the Office of the Chief Financial Officer (CFO) and Assistant Secretary for Administration (ASA), and that political appointees receive a mandate to communicate with external partners alongside career staff at every stage of the budget and appropriations process. Political appointees must also monitor internal CFO operations down to the operating division level to ensure that funds are not being diverted to programs that do not align with administration priorities, as has regularly happened in years past. Mandate for leadership, the Conservative Promise Advisory Committees. Due to the nature of the Department of Commerce's portfolio, many of its advisory committees are populated by activists from organizations openly hostile to conservative principles who use the committees to impede conservative policy. Upon entering office, all such committees should be reviewed regarding whether they are required by statute and abolished if they are not. Membership of the remaining committees should be reconstituted to ensure they are sources of genuine expert advice and productive contributions to the policy-making process. Federal Advisory Committee Act (FASA) compliance and awareness of any ways the committees have been written into regulations should be considered. International Trade Administration. The International Trade Administration is centrally placed to craft and implement U.S. trade policy. Core to ITA's mission is the expansion of trade and investment and the fostering of job creation, innovation, and economic growth, while also providing research and analysis that support USTR's trade negotiations. ITA carries out this mission on behalf of American workers, ranchers, and families. As discussed elsewhere, historically, conservatives have argued that many federal government trade and investment-oriented functions amount to corporate welfare or protectionism. There is a growing counter-argument within the conservative movement contending that, in a world in which managed trade is the norm rather than the exception, and in which authoritarian governments, especially China, continually seek to undermine U.S. interests, the U.S. cannot unilaterally disarm. To do so would harm the cause of free trade in the long term, and, in any event, Congress is not likely to drastically change the composition or authorization of the ITA. Thus, a policy and management agenda that serves conservative priorities is crucial. In a conservative administration, the ITA should operate with the following priorities: L. Counter the malign influence of China and other U.S. adversaries. L. Enforce agreements vigorously and defend against trade violations. L. Secure access to critical supply chains and technology. And L. Enable the private sector to drive innovation and remain globally competitive. It is important to note that a deeply entrenched set of career senior executive service officials have managed the ITA for over a decade. While most are truly nonpartisan civil servants, some are not. Political leadership must manage accordingly. Strong political leadership is needed in ITA's policy-making positions from Department of Commerce Day 1 to ensure the Bureau is fully implementing administration policy. An incoming administration should ensure that Assistant Secretary and Deputy Assistant Secretary positions are staffed by appointees as quickly as possible. Enforcement and compliance. Strong enforcement of trade agreements is an indispensable function of the ITA carried out by Enforcement and Compliance (E&C). Free and fair trade is impossible without energetic enforcement of existing agreements and without strong defense against dumping and illegal subsidies. Many free trade advocates consider anti-dumping and countervailing duty laws (AD/CVD) to be protectionist and thus antithetical to the conservative free market position. In their view, AD/CVD laws are overused, abused by certain industries, and harmful to American economic competitiveness by increasing costs to downstream industries. Other conservatives maintain that AD/CVD tariffs are not conventional tariffs, but rather corrective actions meant to address anti-free market activities by other governments, a scalpel, not a hammer. In the short term, this may mean higher costs for U.S. businesses and consumers on a limited number of products from certain offending countries, but those higher prices correct existing price distortions in the marketplace and ultimately ensure the healthy operation of market forces in the long term and a level playing field for U.S. manufacturers. Whatever the case, improvements to the current system must be made to both protect U.S. consumers and companies from improperly applied duties and defend against trade-distorting actions by other governments. Procedures governing the day-to-day administration of proceedings, as well as policies driving critical decisions in proceedings, require a fresh look. Ultimately, E&C's mandate is to conduct a rigorous but also fair, objective, and balanced review of the record in each proceeding and to make decisions without bias. It is exceedingly unlikely that Congress would abolish or limit the activity of E&C. Therefore, the proposals below are made under the assumption that an incoming administration will operate E&C within its current legal, institutional, and political confines and set a path forward to wield E&C's considerable power to achieve the goals of a conservative administration. These proposals can be broken into three categories: process, policy, and addressing China. Process: L. Re-establish and expand suspended in-person pandemic-related verifications, particularly regarding the People's Republic of China. Ensure that verifications are rigorous. L. Implement advanced analytics and artificial intelligence to identify opportunities for self-initiation, detect circumvention, and prevent bad actors from gaming the system. Mandate for leadership: the conservative promise. L. Accelerate front-end work on reviews as opposed to constantly pushing against statutory deadlines. L. Work with Customs and Border Protection (CBP) and other relevant agencies to address circumvention and duty evasion, and promote policies that encourage full duty collection to ensure the integrity of AD/CVD and circumvention orders. L. Work with CBP, the Department of Justice, the Department of Treasury, and other relevant agencies to aggressively pursue importers of record and other beneficiaries for unpaid duties, and consider policy changes to reduce uncollected duties in the future. L. Work, pursuant to the above, with interagency partners in AD/CVD cases to either require foreign importers of record years to make cash deposits far in excess of established duty rates at the time of entry of AD/CVD merchandise, require years to register sufficient U.S. assets to ensure timely payment of duties, or otherwise prohibit years from importing AD/CVD merchandise. L. Conduct a regulatory capture audit and put guardrails in place to address improper exercise of bureaucratic prerogative. Policy: L. Ensure senior policy and decision-making positions are always held by political appointees. L. Reverse the practice of giving the benefit of the doubt to foreign companies versus U.S. companies in AD/CVD proceedings. L. Establish a policy for addressing companies that invest heavily in the U.S. and thus have large import volumes, exposing them to AD/CVD petitions. L. Establish an effective, fair, and objective process for self-initiation of AD/CVD proceedings when industry lacks the resources or ability to act. Addressing China. L. Revive the China-specific non-market economy unit. L. Provide transparency in the surrogate country list development process. Department of Commerce. L. Develop a new methodology to determine normal values in Chinese anti-dumping cases because, given China's size, economic might, and state intervention in the economy, there is no comparable surrogate country to use as a proxy for production costs. In addition to these changes, continued support for steel and aluminum market analysis and import monitoring remains crucial to the U.S. defense industrial base and the health of global manufacturing. Without these functions, it is difficult to address massive subsidization, overcapacity, and dumping by China. Industry and Analysis. Industry and Analysis I&A consists of a team of economists and industry experts that provides important analysis to partners across the government, including the White House and USTR, as well as the public. As the Department of Commerce's Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States (CFIUS) lead, IANDA performs crucial work to ensure that the proper economic impact/supply chain analysis is brought to national security risk assessments. This analysis is needed for CFIUS to be an effective tool in preventing China and other adversaries from exploiting the U.S.'s open investment climate. IANDA also provides impact assessments and economic modeling for policy options under administration consideration, plays a critical role in identifying trade barriers and providing industry-specific expertise for USTR during Free Trade Agreement (FTA) negotiations, and does indispensable work ensuring cross-border data flows, particularly with Europe, remain open and relatively unrestricted. However, outside of these functions, implementation of IANDA's mission as an intellectual engine for U.S. trade and investment policy can often lack energy and focus. For instance, the top market reports that represent a large volume of IANDA work do not serve a specific strategic function and could be better replaced by industry competitiveness assessments in critical sectors of the economy. Strong and capable leadership is needed in IANDA to ensure administration priorities permeate the organization and that staff support administration priorities. IANDA produces a mandatory report to Congress regarding the miscellaneous tariff bill, which focuses solely on U.S. capacity in the goods being considered for tariff exclusions and does not include highly relevant information on capacity among FTA partners and close allies. The resulting final report has thus been used to lobby for tariff reductions on thousands of imports from China without concern for any other factors. This lack of priority given to FTA partners is troubling. Going forward, IANDA should be permanently restructured to perform supply chain analysis on an ongoing basis for the U.S. government, identifying potential vulnerabilities like those exposed by the pandemic and resulting shortages in everything from semiconductors to baby formula. Furthermore, permanent standing teams should be established and staffed by properly aligned political appointees and trusted career staff to analyze and spur action on the following priority policy issues: mandate for leadership, the conservative promise; L strategic decoupling from China; L defense industrial base strength; L critical supply chains, for example, pharmaceuticals, medical devices, food; and L emerging technologies, for example, rare earth minerals, semiconductors, batteries, artificial intelligence, quantum computing. Global markets and the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service. For more than a decade, strategic planning at Global Markets (GM) and the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service (CS) has been consistently undermined by increased costs associated with overseas staff and flat or reduced budgets. The Trump administration introduced crucial, long-overdue business practices such as the implementation of software to manage and track workflow, but a further strategic overhaul of resource allocation is needed to set GM and the CS on a firm footing. Currently, CS manages staff spread over 106 domestic offices in 77 countries around the world. Abroad, several partner posts utilize interagency staff and regionally located CS officials to offer services without a permanent physical in-country CS presence. Given the rapidly rising costs imposed by the State Department on CS posts overseas, a drastic expansion of this model is likely needed. CS resources should be distributed according to the following set of priorities: L value in countering the malign influence of adversaries, particularly China; L value in fostering U.S. innovation; L value in maintaining access to critical supply chains and technology; L difficulty for U.S. companies in gaining market access without CS involvement; and L potential untapped export market size and likelihood of expansion. Ultimately, difficult decisions must be made about the value of CS posts and whether individual posts can be justified given current resources and the above criteria. If the State Department deems the diplomatic value of a permanent in-country CS post to be vital to the national interest, then state should bear more of the cost of maintaining that post. Global Markets should also consolidate and elevate the Advocacy Center and select USA as relatively low-cost tools to drive large-scale export transactions. Department of Commerce and Foreign Direct Investment (FDI). SelectUSA is a low-cost and effective tool in attracting FDI to the US and to reshore manufacturing and research and development. In a world in which corruption is rampant, these are among the most effective tools in leveling the playing field for US communities and companies seeking to engage with governments and potential overseas investors. Given the value placed on senior-level engagement by many governments and companies, this Consolidated Office of Trade and Investment Advocacy should be headed by a Deputy Assistant Secretary. The new office should also seek congressional authorization to utilize its FDI promotion tools to encourage reshoring by U.S. businesses. Bureau of Industry and Security. During the past 2 decades, technology transfer from America and its allies has helped accelerate adversaries' technological and weapons capabilities. This technology transfer on a massive scale has occurred because of adversaries' exploitation of the U.S.'s open economy and education system through both commercial transactions and university and government research programs. Examples include the People's Republic of China's dramatic leaps forward in semiconductor design and fabrication, battery energy storage, nuclear weapons capabilities, artificial intelligence, space and aerospace engineering, and hypersonic weapons deployment. At the same time, the U.S. has systematically failed to protect critical assets. Rather than promulgate policies to better prevent technology transfer, the U.S. government has either ignored the problem or, worse, from 2008 through 2016 instituted a government-wide export control reform process to loosen the Export Administration Regulations governing exports of dual-use items to facilitate technology transfer to adversaries, either directly or indirectly through third-country transfers. Those reforms still present in the Department of Commerce's ear must be reversed. The United States needs stronger rules to protect technology transfer to adversaries, while promoting technology integration and interoperability with allies. Further, U.S. export control regulations should be utilized to prevent theft of personally identifiable information and to encourage U.S. companies to shift production out of China and further diversify their supply chains to better advance U.S. national security interests. For all the below recommendations, BIS needs to move unilaterally while it works with allies to implement complementary export control policies. Waiting to act until allies are ready to move in lockstep is not an option while America's national security is at risk. Emerging and foundational technologies. The Export Control Reform Act of 2018 (ECRA) gave BIS permanent statutory authority to regulate exports of dual-use items, goods, software, and technology. ECRA also mandated that BIS mandate for leadership, the conservative promise regulate exports of emerging and foundational technologies. Although the scope of such technologies is vast, to date BIS has only controlled just over 40 of these technologies. This does not meet the clear statutory intent of Congress that ECRA be leveraged to ensure that the United States maintains a technological advantage in technologies bearing upon national security interests. Currently, BIS self-identifies technologies that merit control under the ear with minimal input from other federal agencies. This mechanism should be improved. BIS should create an open, transparent rulemaking process by which any industry participant, private entity, or branch of the government may, at any time, submit nominations for emerging/foundational technologies for control. Then, on a quarterly basis, BIS should make public such recommendations while holding the identity of the submitter confidential for public input, followed by an explanation about its ultimate decision to control or not control the items, its reasons, the level of controls applied, stringent or permissive, and the relevant export control classification number (ECN) under the Commerce Control List. Commerce should also institute a mechanism whereby its decisions can be challenged, including on a confidential basis. Licensing procedures, adjudication and transparency. Currently, if the Departments of Defense, State, Commerce, and Energy disagree on an export license decision, the disagreement may be escalated to the Operating Committee, and subsequently to the Advisory Committee on Export Policy led by BIS's Assistant Secretary for Export Administration. The Assistant Secretary does not need to lead the dispute resolution, and this process should be revised by giving lead authority to BIS's Undersecretary, who is better able to account for diverging views. Moreover, BIS's authority to overrule other agency votes should be changed. Each agency should have one equal vote and, if a licensing dispute remains unresolved, the final decision should be elevated to the National Security Advisor and the Secretaries of Defense, State, Commerce, and Energy. Additionally, to improve congressional oversight of BIS's license adjudication process, BIS should provide specific congressional committees with data from the automated export system on a quarterly basis. Electronic files should contain U.S. exporter by name, product description, for example, harmonized system code, and ECN/US munitions list designation, end user and destination country, and when a license was required, whether the license was granted or denied. BIS currently denies just 1.2% of export licenses. These data reporting requirements can help Congress better determine whether BIS is adequately protecting national security through appropriate use of export controls, or whether additional direction from Congress is required. Improve end-use checks. The integrity of the export control system may be validated only through adequate end-use checks. BIS must deny export licenses to countries that do not permit adequate end-use checks, for example, China/Russia, by U.S. authorities. BIS should also strengthen the forensic audit capabilities of its Department of Commerce export enforcement officers through improved and frequent training so they are able to detect export control violations. EAR revisions. The U.S. government needs a new export control modernization effort to tighten the EAR policies governing licenses to countries of concern, including China and Russia. Specifically, revise and/or reverse the 2008 through 2016 policies. When authoritarian governments explain what they plan to do, believe them unless hard evidence demonstrates otherwise. Case in point, China's and Russia's stated civil-military fusion policies demand central government command and control style systems in which every private entity serves the interests of the state and is forced to provide technology, services, capacity, and data to the central government and the military. Through this structure, commercial activities are routinely weaponized by authoritarian regimes that repeatedly identify the U.S. as an enemy. Accordingly, U.S. export control policies must be updated to reflect these realities and the associated threats to national security. Key priorities for EAR modernization for countries of concern should be eliminating the specially designed licensing loophole, redesignating China and Russia to more highly prohibitive export licensing groups, country groups D or E, eliminating license exceptions, burdening foreign direct product rules, reducing the de minimis threshold from 25% to 10%, or 0% for critical technologies, tightening the deemed export rules to prevent technology transfer to foreign nationals from countries of concern, tightening the definition of fundamental research to address exploitation of the open U.S. university system by authoritarian governments through funding, students and researchers, and recruitment. Eliminating license exceptions for sharing technology with controlled entities/countries through standard-setting activities and bodies, and improving regulations regarding published information for technology transfers. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise the next few years will prove or disprove the assertion that the U.S. stands on the precipice of a Cold War with China. Many believe that a Cold War has already begun. If so, then strategic decoupling from China is necessary and, fundamentally, any exports of goods, software, and technology to countries of concern, whether directly or indirectly, should be prohibited or controlled in the absence of good cause. For example, humanitarian and medical aid, food aid. Entity list and sanctions. There are currently just over 500 Chinese and over 500 Russian companies on the Department of Commerce's entity list, which regulates exports of controlled and uncontrolled items to designated entities. Given China's civil-military fusion strategy and Russia's massive war efforts facilitated by a broad range of the Russian economy, BIS must add more entities to the entity list and apply a license review policy of denial that prohibits exports to these entities. Entity list parties that violate export controls should be placed on the BIS denied persons list and thereby lose export privileges, and, if the violations are significant enough, they should also be sanctioned by the Department of Treasury. Data transfer and apps used for surveillance. Department of Commerce leadership should work across government agencies to address privacy and data concerns arising out of big tech from national security and export control perspectives. In particular, they should draft and implement an executive order (EO) based on the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which expands export control authority beyond ECRA's scope, goods, software, technology to regulate and restrict exports of U.S. persons' data to countries of concern. The EO should establish a framework for the types of personal data subject to export controls and licensing policy by country, and the BIS should implement the EO through regulations. BIS should additionally designate app providers such as Wekit and ByteDance/TikTok, known for undermining U.S. national security through data collection, surveillance, and influence operations, to the entity list. This listing would prevent app users from program updates, which would quickly make these apps non-operational in the United States. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, break up NOAA. The single biggest Department of Commerce agency outside of decennial census years is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which houses the National Weather Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, and other components. NOAA garners $6.5 billion of the department's $12 billion annual operational budget and accounts for more than half of the department's personnel in non-decadal census years, 2021 figures. NOAA consists of 6 main offices: the National Weather Service (NWS), Department of Commerce the National Ocean Service (NOAA), the Oceanic and Atmospheric Research or the National Environmental Satellite, Data and Information Service (NSDIS), the National Marine Fisheries Service (NMFS), and the Office of Marine and Aviation Operations and NOAA Corps. Together, these form a colossal operation that has become one of the main drivers of the climate change alarm industry and, as such, is harmful to future U.S. prosperity. This industry's mission emphasis on prediction and management seems designed around the fatal conceit of planning for the unplannable. That is not to say NOAA is useless, but its current organization corrupts its useful functions. It should be broken up and downsized. NOAA today boasts that it is a provider of environmental information services, a provider of environmental stewardship services, and a leader in applied scientific research. Each of these functions could be provided commercially, likely at lower cost and higher quality. Focus the NWS on commercial operations. Each day, Americans rely on weather forecasts and warnings provided by local radio stations and colleges that are produced not by the NWS, but by private companies such as AccuWeather. Studies have found that the forecasts and warnings provided by the private companies are more reliable than those provided by the NWS. The NWS provides data the private companies use and should focus on its data gathering services. Because private companies rely on these data, the NWS should fully commercialize its forecasting operations. NOAA does not currently utilize commercial partnerships as some other agencies do. Commercialization of weather technologies should be prioritized to ensure that taxpayer dollars are invested in the most cost-efficient technologies for high-quality research and weather data. Investing in different sizes of commercial partners will increase competition while ensuring that the government solutions provided by each contract is personalized to the needs of NOAA's weather programs. The NWS should be a candidate to become a performance-based organization to better enforce organizational focus on core functions such as efficient delivery of accurate, timely, and unbiased data to the public and to the private sector. 3. Review the work of the National Hurricane Center and the National Environmental Satellite Service. The National Hurricane Center and National Environmental Satellite Service data centers provide important public safety and mandate for leadership. The conservative promise business functions as well as academic functions, and are used by forecasting agencies and scientists internationally. Data continuity is an important issue in climate science. Data collected by the department should be presented neutrally, without adjustments intended to support any one side in the climate debate. Transfer NOAA survey functions to the U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. Geological Survey. Survey operations have historically accounted for almost half the NOAA's budget. These functions could be transferred to the U.S. Coast Guard and U.S. Geological Survey to increase efficiency. This expansion of the National Marine Sanctuaries system should also be reviewed, as discussed below. Streamline NMFS. Overlap exists between the National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Overly simplified, the NMFS handles saltwater species while the Fish and Wildlife Service focuses on freshwater. The goals of these two agencies should be streamlined. Harmonize the Magnuson-Stevens Act with the National Marine Sanctuaries Act. Under the auspices of NOAA, marine sanctuaries, including no-fishing zones, are being established countrywide, often conflicting with the goals of the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Fisheries management authorities of NOAA fisheries, regional fishery management councils, and relevant states. Withdraw the 30x30 Executive Order and Associated America the Beautiful Initiative. The 30x30 Executive Order and the American the Beautiful Initiative are being used to advance an agenda to close vast areas of the ocean to commercial activities, including fishing, while rapidly advancing offshore wind energy development to the detriment of fisheries and other existing ocean-based industries. Modify regulations implementing the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the Endangered Species Act. These acts are currently being abused at a cost to fisheries and Native American subsistence activities around the U.S. Allow a NEPA exemption for fisheries actions. All the requirements for robust analysis of the biological, economic, and social impacts of proposed regulatory action in fisheries are contained with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the guiding act for fisheries. NEPA overlays these requirements with onerous, redundant, and time-consuming process requirements, which routinely cause unnecessary delays in the promulgation of timely fisheries management actions. The Department of Commerce and the Council on Environmental Quality should collaborate to reduce this redundancy. Downsize the Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research. Or provides theoretical science, as opposed to the applied science of the National Hurricane Center. Or is, however, the source of much of NOAA's climate alarmism. The preponderance of its climate change research should be disbanded. Or is a large network of research laboratories, an undersea research center, and several joint research institutes with universities. These operations should be reviewed with an aim of consolidation and reduction of bloat. Department of Commerce break up the Office of Marine and Aviation Operations and reassign its assets to other agencies during this process. The Office of Marine and Aviation Operations, which provides the ships and planes used by NOAA agencies, should be broken up and its assets reassigned to the General Services Administration or to other agencies. Use small innovation prizes and competitions to encourage high-quality research. Lowering the barriers of entry for startups and small businesses will also provide greater innovation without excessive increases in spending. Reaching beyond traditional partnerships for innovative engagement tools that encourage entrepreneurial innovation will allow NOAA's research programs to adapt more quickly to the world's changing needs. Multiple competitions should take place in cities to attract a variety of innovators and investors to propel innovation forward in a way that benefits the needs of NOAA. Ensure appointees agree with administration aims. Scientific agencies like NOAA are vulnerable to obstructionism of an administration's aims if political appointees are not wholly in sync with administration policy. Particular attention must be paid to appointments in this area. Elevate the Office of Space Commerce. The Office of Space Commerce is the executive branch advocate on behalf of the U.S. commercial space industry. This office should be the vehicle for a new administration to set a robust and unified whole-of-government commercial space policy that cements U.S. leadership in one of the most crucial industries of the future. The office's current mission has been lost owing to its position within SDIS, which sees no role for itself in advancing the industry and the space economy, including ensuring global competitiveness. ASC is, by law, the Department of Commerce's lead on space policy and must therefore link directly to all the bureaus and other organizations within the department. The office needs to be returned to OS, within which it existed for the first 2 decades of its existence. From OS, the office could serve as a coordinating entity for the whole-of-government commercial space policy desperately needed to secure America's place as the global leader in commercial space operations. There presently exists no unified U.S. government policy on commercial space operations, with the Federal Communications Commission largely responsible for establishing space policy by default through its regulation of radio spectrum licenses. Now that routine space operations are commercially viable, it is critical that a new administration establish reasonable government policies that ensure the U.S. will continue to be the flag of choice for commercial space activities. The President should, by executive order, direct the Office of Space Commerce, working with the National Space Council, to establish a whole-of-government policy for licensing and oversight of commercial space operations. Mandate for leadership: the Conservative Promise Bureau of Economic Analysis and the Office of the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs. The Office of the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs is charged with conducting economic analysis, promoting business and commerce, guiding data-driven decision-making and evidence-building activities, and increasing access to government data while ensuring privacy and confidentiality. The office coordinates economic analysis needs across the Department of Commerce, leads the department's initiatives and programs related to data, data policy, and data management, and provides policy direction and oversight for the Bureau of Economic Analysis (BEA) and the Census Bureau. In addition to the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs, key staff roles in the office include the Chief Economist and the Chief Data Officer. The office could be an effective tool for a new administration if it focuses its efforts on supporting the department's mission to ensure the conditions for economic growth and opportunity, conducting economic analysis and producing data for key departmental policy initiatives, as well as working across agencies to support broader administration goals. As the office charged with providing policy direction and oversight for BEA and the Census Bureau, new leadership should take an early and active role within both bureaus. BEA is a federal statistical agency under the Office of the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs. BEA's mission is to promote a better understanding of the U.S. economy by providing timely, relevant, and accurate economic accounts data in an objective manner. BEA is responsible for producing economic indicators such as the U.S. Gross Domestic Product (GDP), state and local GDP estimates, foreign trade and investment statistics, industry data, and consumer spending numbers. The data produced by BEA are used by government and business decision-makers to understand the state of the nation's economy. A new administration should ensure that BEA conducts its statistical analysis in a consistent and objective manner, with the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs taking a strong interest in BEA's operations and data products. A new administration should also study the feasibility of merging all statistical agencies, Census Bureau, Bureau of Economic Analysis, and the Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics, etc. under one bureau to increase efficiency and better coordinate cross-departmental issues. Census Bureau. The Census Bureau's core mission is to execute the executive branch's constitutional mandate to conduct a census every 10 years, but its activities have steadily grown and shifted to include the economic census, American Communities Survey, and further functions outside of its core mission. An incoming conservative administration should focus on 3 areas: data management, the decennial census, and other programs. Each of these will Department of Commerce need to be addressed at every stage of the transition and policy implementation process, and will require that both committed political appointees and like-minded career employees are immediately put in place to execute a conservative agenda. These will need to be placed both in the Census Bureau and in key department-level managerial positions, such as those in the CFO/US's office. Day-to-day management L command and control. Strong political leadership is needed to increase efficiency and align the Census Bureau's mission with conservative principles. Personnel is key to ensuring that a new administration can guide preparations for the 2030 census and oversee the continued operation of the Bureau's many surveys. To move bureaucracy on key priorities, appointed staff should be in place at the Bureau as early as feasible after a new president takes office. This will require the Office of Personnel Management to allocate additional political appointee positions to the Census Bureau. L. Financial Management, Information Technology, and Human Resources. The new administration must immediately conduct a review to identify ways to better control costs and reverse recent failures of investments intended to upgrade the financial management, information technology, and human resources systems of the Census Bureau. L. Leveraging technology. The Census Bureau should focus on continuing to incorporate technology into its day-to-day operations, as well as the execution of its surveys, to reduce costs and provide more accurate and timely data to the American public. L. Prioritizing cybersecurity and protection of confidential information. Because much of the data collected by the Census Bureau include personal and confidential information, a focus on protecting data and implementing proper data protocols is necessary to ensure compliance with the legal requirements of Title 13. Decennial Census L. Fully vet existing planning and budgeting from day one. Planning and budgets for the 2030 decennial census will be finalized in fall 2025, including many decisions on how to use, develop, and administer the count. An incoming administration should immediately audit the life cycle cost estimate (LCE) for the 2030 census and conduct a new LCE if necessary. This will ensure that budget requests are accurate and up-to-date, and mandate for leadership. The conservative promise allow the new administration to understand the decennial process in greater detail. L. Remove duplicative functions to increase efficiency. As part of the above review, ensure the decennial operational plan eliminates current duplication among ongoing census operations, annual surveys, etc., and decennial operations in information technology, human resources, etc. This overlap has been estimated to waste billions of dollars in the years leading up to each decennial census. L. Review the partnership program. This program, designed to promote responsiveness to the census by employing trusted voices in various communities, deserves careful scrutiny. A new administration should work to actively engage with conservative groups and voices to promote response to the decennial census. Promoting response to the decennial census will ensure that the most accurate counts are conducted, leading to a more accurate apportionment of congressional representation and allocation of federal funds. In 2020, lack of conservative participation was one factor in an undercount in some areas of the country, affecting representation of certain states. L. Add a citizenship question. Despite finding that the Trump administration's addition of the citizenship question to the 2020 decennial census violated the Administrative Procedures Act, the Supreme Court held that the Secretary of Commerce does have broad authority to add a citizenship question to the decennial census. Any successful conservative administration must include a citizenship question in the census. Asking a citizenship question is considered best practice even by the United Nations. By law, the Census Bureau must deliver the decennial census subjects/topics to Congress 3 years before Census Day, in this case, by April 1, 2027. Questions must be presented to Congress 2 years before Census Day, April 1, 2028. L. Review forthcoming changes to race and ethnicity questions. The current administration has announced its intent to change data collection methods regarding race and ethnicity by combining the two questions on the decennial questionnaire and increasing the number of available options. A new conservative administration should take control of this process and thoroughly review any changes. There are concerns among conservatives that the data under Biden administration proposals could be skewed to bolster progressive political agendas. Government data should be Department of Commerce unbiased and trusted, and an incoming conservative administration should ensure that is the case. This work must be coordinated with the Office of Management and Budget, which governs federal data collection standards via its statistical directives. Reevaluate all decennial census questions. Determine how best to optimize use of the decennial census to determine whether current or additional questions provide added value in coordination with other departments that utilize the information. Overly intrusive questions or less crucial data should either be moved to another survey or removed from census programs entirely. Other census programs: the American Communities Survey. After the decennial census, the next biggest statistical survey conducted by the Census Bureau is the American Communities Survey (ACS). As with the decennial census, each question should be carefully reviewed to ensure the data are useful and that the questions are not overly intrusive. There should be collaboration with other departments that use the information collected on these surveys, for example, the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, Homeland Security, etc., to determine how to optimize the use and collection of particular information. The Economic Census. This is the official 5-year measurement of American business and the economy. The first economic census in a new administration will take place in 2027 and have a major effect on federal spending and policy determinations. This survey collects business data that are a key input for ongoing government statistics such as BEA's GDP reports. As with the decennial census and ACS, it should be carefully examined to ensure the economic census is not overly intrusive. Additionally, the Census Bureau should work with other federal agencies to determine when data collection can be supplemented by industry and other federal business indicators. Pulse surveys. During the government's early response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Census Bureau began experimental pulse surveys. These were designed to obtain data closer to real time than typical census surveys. These data could be a useful tool to the Department of Commerce and other partners across government and provide a model for improving data collection techniques or reducing the overall footprint of the Census Bureau. Mandate for leadership, the Conservative Promise Supplemental Poverty Measure. The Census Bureau should review the Supplemental Poverty Measure (SPM) to consider whether it provides an accurate measure for use by the Council of Economic Advisers and others. The findings from this review should also be taken into consideration when constructing the current survey and other supplemental surveys, so that the SPM can be better tracked on a trend basis and support better policy decisions over time. This information would be particularly helpful in determining how to combat homelessness in conjunction with Department of Health and Human Services programs. Abolish the National Advisory Committee and reevaluate all other committees. The Census Bureau National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations (NAC) was established by the Obama administration in 2012 and rechartered by the Biden administration in 2022. The committee is a hotbed for left-wing activists intent upon injecting racial and social justice theory into the governing philosophy of the Census Bureau. The NAC should immediately be abolished by the incoming administration. The NAC Charter gives the Secretary of Commerce the authority to terminate the committee. Since the Secretary of Commerce established the NAC in 2012 under the FOSA, the Secretary is authorized to terminate the NAC. The new administration should also reevaluate and potentially abolish all non-statutory standing committees within the Census Bureau, including the Census Scientific Advisory Committee. Economic Development Administration. The Economic Development Administration (EDA) is charged with investing in local communities to encourage and enable growth and innovation in the private sector, with particular focus on distressed or underserved areas. Over time, it has also served as a distribution mechanism for emergency relief funds, for example, Hurricane Maria and COVID-19. In the Trump administration, the IDA served an important role for the CARES Act. It successfully disbursed approximately $1.5 billion in funding beginning in May 2020 and throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. However, this task revealed IDA's shortcomings. On a capability level, IDA lacked the technical and financial systems and skills to disburse these funds in a compliant manner and required external contracts for advisory support to hire the personnel needed to accomplish its goals. Historically, IDA was a small bureau with an annual budget for $350 million in public works grants annually. IDA's decision-making is decentralized to its 6 regional offices, which delayed the release of CARES Act funding by months. But more broadly, IDA is an impediment to coordinated campaigns that advance Department of Commerce administration priorities. Rather than implementing the new department organization orders required to put conservative governance in place, it would be more efficient to abolish IDA and reallocate its funding to other overlapping federal grant programs. If that proves unachievable, as has historically been the case due to political considerations in Congress, IDA would benefit from a consolidation of decision-making to the Assistant Secretary's office to better align funding with conservative political purposes. For example, funding initiatives in rural communities destroyed by the Biden administration's attack on domestic energy production would be well within the scope of IDA's mission. A leveraging of the direct hire authorities established in the Trump administration for special initiatives or disaster/recovery funding. Leaving these programs to entrenched career employees without ties to the regional offices will do little to advance the conservative agenda. A continuation of disaster funding with better coordinated capabilities and decision-making in accordance with the points above, for example, maintaining contract vehicles for staff augmentation as needed. Building on the initial success of Opportunity Zones, which incentivized over $75 billion in private sector investment in distressed communities by the end of 2020 with little upfront cost to the taxpayer. Minority Business Development Agency. The Minority Business Development Agency (MDA) is the only federal agency solely dedicated to the growth and competitiveness of minority-owned businesses. The Minority Business Development Act of 2021 was signed into law as part of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. This legislation made MDA a permanent federal agency, created a Senate-confirmed undersecretary position, and expanded programs and outreach. The Act authorizes the creation of regional offices and rural business centers, increasing the number and scope of existing grant programs supporting the business centers. Mandates grants to minority-serving institutions to cultivate future generations of minority entrepreneurs. And Mandate for Leadership. The Conservative Promise establishes a Minority Business Advisory Council to advise the Undersecretary on supporting minority-owned businesses. MDA was established in 1969 by President Richard Nixon under Executive Order 114584 as the Office of Minority Business Enterprise and the Advisory Council for Minority Business Enterprise. Its purpose was to strengthen and preserve minority business enterprises (MBS) and to coordinate among MBES and other groups such as state and local governments and trade associations. For over 50 years, the MDA operated under executive order without clear congressional authorization, but was regularly recognized and promoted by every subsequent president, including Presidents Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. 5 MDA has the appearance, on its face, of perpetuating racial bias by focusing on minority advancement rather than economic need or other criteria. This is why the Trump administration proposed eliminating funding for the agency in 2017. Many conservatives ask why the government is funding this activity, which often amounts to business and management consulting services offered by private sector entities. Eventually, the Trump administration changed course and proposed that MDA continue to exist as a permanently authorized entity focused on policy rather than offering services. Despite this change, many conservatives understandably seemed as problematic on a philosophical level. Nonetheless, Congress has spoken recently on this issue and is unlikely to change its position in the near term. In 2017, MBS represented one-third of all U.S.-owned businesses, with almost 9 million employees, generating $1.7 trillion for the U.S. economy. 6 As such, a conservative administration is best served by approaching MDA as a tool to be leveraged in the fight to deliver economic opportunity to all Americans and to produce an economy centered on equal opportunity, free markets, innovation, and growth. Conservative leadership at MDA should focus the organization on conducting policy analysis on the benefit of free markets, the evils of socialism and communism, and the destructive effect of taxes and regulations on minority businesses. Ensuring the business centers operate efficiently with strict oversight of funding, clear metrics for success, and consequences for poor performance. Creating policy-level operational priorities geared toward private sector action over government action with public-private partnerships serving as a necessary middle ground. Department of Commerce establishing MDA as a data and research clearinghouse for minority business enterprises and policymakers. Coordinating amongst cabinet agencies, state and local government, and trade associations to best leverage resources and encourage growth and innovation. And evaluating the harmful effects of unfair trade practices on minority-owned businesses and their employees. U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office carries out a core constitutional mandate from Section 8, Article 1, the Congress shall have power to promote the progress of science and useful arts, by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries. Strong intellectual property (IP) protections form the bedrock of American business and are a key factor in making the U.S. economy the most innovative in the world. As such, a conservative administration must constantly work to strengthen IP rights and combat the incorrect view that strong IP rights somehow limit innovation. Political leadership in a new conservative administration should support like-minded countries as candidates for leadership in the World Intellectual Property Organization and build strong relationships with international partners to strengthen intellectual property rights. Re-examine patent eligibility requirements in Section 101 of the Patent Act 7 and support internal and/or legislative reforms to enable U.S. leadership in critical and emerging technologies such as quantum computing, 5G, and artificial intelligence. Take a balanced approach to the Patent Trial and Appeal Board and prioritize rapid and transparent processing of applications and appeals. Work with administration partners and Congress to find and punish trademark infringers and counterfeiters. Oppose efforts to provide intellectual property waivers for cutting-edge technologies, including for COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics, through the World Trade Organization's trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights agreement or any other mechanism. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative Promise National Institute of Standards and Technology. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is charged with promoting U.S. innovation and competitiveness by advancing measurement science, standards, and technology. NIST carries out cutting-edge research, helps industry establish standards and best practices, and is the nation's foremost authority on measurements. NIST's atomic clock, for instance, maintains the official time of the United States. An incoming administration should evaluate the federal government's civilian research footprint and consolidate those functions while ensuring that any research conducted with taxpayer dollars serves the national interest in a concrete way in line with conservative principles. Beyond this, an incoming administration should privatize the Hollings Manufacturing Extension Partnership. The Hollings Manufacturing Extension Partnership (MEP) establishes and manages a network of centers focused on advising small and medium-sized manufacturers in order to improve processes and thereby strengthen the U.S. industrial base. When Congress created the program, MEP centers were intended to transition to self-sustaining private institutions after using government funds to begin operations, but the prohibition on long-term funding was abolished in 1998. MEP's business advisory services would be more properly carried out by the private sector. The next administration should propose legislation to zero out this $150 million program and fully privatize existing MEP centers. Transfer the Beldridge Performance Excellence Program. This program's process assists companies in improving management and operations, a function more properly and effectively carried out by the private sector. This program operates at a cost to taxpayers, despite thousands of dollars in fees charged to each participating company or entity and long-term plans to make the program self-sufficient. Maintenance and operation of the program should be entirely handed over to the Beldridge Award Foundation to be run by non-government staff via fees. Increase value to taxpayers. NIST should reinvigorate the technology transfer and ROI return on investment initiatives begun under the Trump administration. These initiatives help speed the process of commercializing science funded by the federal government. Re-establish U.S. dominance in international standards. NIST should explore ways to incentivize broader U.S. participation in standard-setting bodies and the exclusion of participants from adversaries like China. Standards are set to facilitate trade in countries that utilize those standards. Countries' Department of Commerce that do not allow open access to their markets should not be setting the standards for markets that do allow open access. The incoming administration should consider increased government-sponsored participation by private companies and government employees with relevant expertise. National Telecommunications and Information Service. The Independent National Telecommunications and Information Service (NTIS) is charged with ensuring that federally funded research and data are accessible to the public. NTIS operates through user fees, but is largely obsolete due to modern usage of the Internet by federal agencies and researchers. NTIS's functions should be moved to NIST and consolidated with the tech transfer and ROI initiatives. National Telecommunications and Information Administration. The National Telecommunications and Information Agency (NTIA) is the executive branch's statutory lead on telecommunications and information policy. It focuses on broadband access, spectrum utilization, and other issues that are crucial to the high-tech economy. For decades, NTIA has suffered from organizational malaise and will require strong and energetic leadership by political appointees to implement conservative policies. The next administration will face the primary challenge of rapidly deploying 5G without compromising other priorities. Further recommendations include: support free speech and hold big tech accountable. Immediately conduct a thorough review of federal policy regarding free speech online and provide policy solutions to address big tech's censorship of speech. Utilize new tools to eliminate threats to national security. Fully implement the Trump administration's Information and Communications Technology and Services (ICTS) executive order authorities in a way that ensures long-term success and the legal viability of this new national security tool. 9. Expand utilization of federal spectrum. Begin short-term, temporary leasing of government-allocated spectrum to ensure optimum utilization while preserving federal agency use rights. Support the commercial space industry. Advocate for licensing decisions at the Federal Communications Commission that continue to enable U.S. dominance in the commercial space industry. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise defend U.S. interests in international bodies. Strong representation at the International Telecommunication Union should protect the interests of both private and government users of spectrum. The U.S. has differing needs from many other countries, for instance, because of U.S. government satellites and commercial space industry. NTIA should work with the U.S. delegation to ensure maximum adoption of the U.S. position. Set fresh priorities in broadband grant programs. Reevaluate broadband grant programs and, when possible, establish administration priorities in how each grant is structured. First and foremost, widespread deployment of infrastructure is needed for 5G adoption in rural and exurban areas, which will be a key factor in future economic competitiveness for these underserved communities. Review FirstNet. Evaluate the performance and long-term value proposition of FirstNet in view of modern technologies that will render it obsolete. Conclusion: the above policies, strategies, and tactics will set a new administration on firm footing that allows the Department of Commerce to assist the President in implementing a bold agenda that delivers economic prosperity and strong national security to the American people. While many of the department's functions fall outside the remit of the federal government, its unique authorities in diverse areas provide critical tools that can and should be brought to bear in implementing a conservative governing philosophy that keeps Americans safe and provides opportunity for all. Author's note: this chapter includes invaluable input from over a dozen alumni of the Department of Commerce and numerous other members of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, but James Rockus, Nazak Nick Actor, Louis Heinzer, Robert Burkett, Ian Murray, Michael Gonzalez, David Leggett, and Kristen Ackermer deserve special recognition. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Department of Commerce Endnotes. 1. Commerce Department Termination and Government Reorganization Act of 1995, S. Representative 104-164, 104th Cong. First Sess. October 20, 1995. Angela Antonelli, 5 Good Reasons to Close Down the Department of Commerce, Heritage Foundation Background No. 1181, May 20, 1998, Heritage.org Budget and Spending/Report/5 Good Reasons Close Down the Department Commerce and Competitive Enterprise Institute, Shrinking Government Bureaucracy, Reorganizing the Executive Branch to Boost Economic Growth and Freedom, August 2017, CEI.org, access December 16, 2022. 2. News release, latest study of 120 million forecasts proves AccuWeather forecasts are more accurate. AccuWeather, January 14, 2020, https://www.news-wire.com/news-releases/latest-study-of-120-million forecasts-AccuWeather-forecast-are-most-accurate-3009868848.html, access December 16, 2022. 3. In general, performance-based organizations are established to set forth clear measures of performance, hold the head of the organization accountable for achieving results, and grant the head of the organization authority to deviate from government rules if needed to achieve agreed-upon results. 4. Federal Register, Volume 34, No. 45, March 7, 1969, pages 4935 to 4938. 5. U.S. Department of Commerce, Minority Business Development Agency, The History of the MDA, https://www.nda.gov/about/history, accessed March 15, 2023. 6. Ashley Winston, The Contribution of Minority Business Enterprises to the U.S. Economy, U.S. Department of Commerce, Minority Business Development Agency, September 2021, p. 7. MDA.gov default/files/2021-09/ the %20 contribution %20 of %20 MBES %20 to %20 US %20 economy %20 report %20 %20 September %202021.pdf accessed March 2, 2023. 7. 35 U.S. Code Paragraph 101. 8. National Institute of Standards and Technology, About NIST, NIST.gov, access December 16, 2022. 9. Donald J. Trump, Executive Order on Securing the Information and Communications Technology and Services Supply Chain, Executive Order No. 13873, May 15, 2019, https://trumpwhitehouse.archives.gov/presidential-actions/executive-order-security-information-communications-technology-services-supply-accessed March 20, 2023. 22 Department of the Treasury, William L. Walton, Stephen Moore, and David R. Burton. Introduction. The U.S. Treasury Department has a broad regulatory and policy reach. The next administration should make major policy changes to 1. Reduce regulatory impediments to economic growth that reduce living standards and endanger prosperity. 2. Reduce regulatory compliance costs that increase prices and cost jobs. 3. Promote fiscal responsibility. 4. Promote the international competitiveness of U.S. businesses. And 5. Better respect the American people's due process and privacy rights. These goals should be accomplished through executive action, primarily Treasury orders and Treasury directives, and departmental reorganization, rulemakings, promoting constructive policies in Congress, actions in international organizations, and treaties. The primary subject matter focus of the incoming administration's Treasury Department should be L. Tax policy and tax administration, L. Fiscal responsibility, L. Improved financial regulation, L. Addressing the economic and financial aspects of the geopolitical threat posed by China and other hostile countries. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise. L. Reform of the anti-money laundering and beneficial ownership reporting systems. L. Reversal of the racist equity agenda of the Biden administration, and L. Reversal of the economically destructive and ineffective climate-related financial risk agenda of the Biden administration. Biden administration Treasury Department. The Biden administration Treasury Department has failed badly in achieving every one of the agency's core objectives. The financial affairs of the nation have seldom been in worse condition, with the national debt expanding by more than $4 trillion in Biden's first 2 years in office. No president in modern times, perhaps ever, has been more fiscally reckless than has the Biden administration. The soundness and stability of U.S. currency, the dollar, has been put at risk because of the worst inflation in 4 decades. American families have been made poorer by Biden's economic strategy of taxing, spending, borrowing, regulating, and printing money. The average family has seen real annual earnings fall about $6,000 during the Biden administration. 1 In 2022, the average American's 401k plan dropped in value from $130,700 to $103,900, more than 20%. 2 Why has the Biden administration failed to achieve virtually all components of its mission? Under the leadership of Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, the department has made equity and climate change among its top 5 priorities. The next administration must act decisively to curtail activities that fall outside Treasury's mandate and primary mission. Treasury must refocus on its core missions of promoting economic growth, prosperity, and economic stability. For a clear statement of Treasury's mission drift, one need look no further than Secretary Yellen's introduction in the Treasury Department's fiscal year 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. We will have to address the structural problems that have plagued our economy for decades: the decline in labor force participation, income and racial inequality, and serious underinvestment in crucial public goods like childcare, education, and physical infrastructure. And then there are rising challenges, like climate change, which, left unchecked, will undermine every aspect of our economy from supply chains to the financial system. 3 Treasury's mission drift into a woke agenda is exemplified in a comparison of domestic finances changed responsibilities from 2015 to 2023. Department of the Treasury, 2015. Domestic finance works to preserve confidence in the U.S. Treasury securities market, effectively manage federal fiscal operations, strengthen financial institutions and markets, promote access to credit, and improve financial access and education in service of America's long-term economic strength and stability. 4. 2023. Domestic finance works to support equitable and sustainable economic growth and financial stability through policies to increase the resilience of financial institutions and markets and financial well-being of consumers, and to increase access to credit for small businesses and low to moderate income communities. 5. Treasury Department Organization. The Treasury Department is one of the few executive agencies recognized in the U.S. Constitution. It states, "No money shall be drawn from the Treasury, but in consequence of appropriations made by law, and a regular statement and account of the receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time." 6. The Treasury Department was established by statute in 1789. Today, it is responsible for financing the federal government, promoting economic prosperity, and ensuring the financial security of the United States. In fiscal year 2022, Treasury received discretionary appropriations of approximately $16.4 billion. 7. It also has highly variable mandatory expenses, COVID-related CARES Act spending, for example. In fiscal year 2022, Treasury employed approximately 96,000 full-time employees, including approximately 81,000 at the Internal Revenue Service (IRS). 8. Approximately 4/5 of Treasury's discretionary funds are used for IRS operations. The remaining amounts are for its offices, bureaus, and international assistance programs. Treasury is organized into various departmental offices, 7 bureaus, 10 and 4 inspectors general. 1 departmental offices. Departmental offices are composed of divisions headed by undersecretaries and assistant secretaries who are primarily responsible for policy formulation and overall management of the Treasury Department. Domestic finance is run by the Undersecretary for Domestic Finance, to whom the Assistant Secretaries for Financial Markets, Financial Stability, Financial Institutions and the Fiscal Assistant Secretary report. Additionally, the Financial Stability Oversight Council (FSIC) Secretariat and the Office of Financial Research report to the Undersecretary for Domestic Finance. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promised Terrorism and Financial Intelligence. Terrorism and Financial Intelligence (TFI) was created in 2004 as part of the larger reorganization of the U.S. government to promote homeland security following the 9/11 terrorist attacks. TFI is charged with the mission of disrupting international financial support for terrorists, weapons of mass destruction proliferation, narcotics trafficking, money laundering, and other national security threats. It is also responsible for implementing and enforcing economic sanctions programs and supporting the wider law enforcement community in investigating financial crimes. It is led by the Undersecretary for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence. International Affairs protects and supports U.S. economic prosperity and national security by working to foster the most favorable external environment for sustained employment and economic growth in the United States. The most crucial functions of the Office of International Affairs relate to managing the U.S.-China strategic dialogue, representing U.S. interests in the World Bank, International Monetary Fund (IMF) and other multilateral development banks, and overseeing the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. (CFIUS). It is led by the Undersecretary for International Affairs. Tax policy formulates and develops tax policies and programs and works with Congress to get them passed into law. It reviews and issues regulations drafted by attorneys from the IRS's Office of Chief Counsel to administer the Internal Revenue Code, negotiates tax information exchange agreements with the tax authorities of foreign governments, participates in international tax organizations, and provides economic and legal policy analysis for domestic and international tax policy decisions. This office also provides revenue estimates for the President's budget. It is led by the Assistant Secretary for Tax Policy. Economic policy reports on current and prospective economic developments and assists in the determination of appropriate economic policies. This office is responsible for the review and analysis of domestic economic issues and developments in financial markets. The Treasurer of the United States is a statutory office that has been assigned varying duties in recent administrations. In addition to performing public outreach, treasurers have at times headed Treasury's financial education program and overseen the U.S. Mint and Bureau of Engraving and Printing. Foreign inspectors general provide independent audits, investigations, and oversight of Treasury and its programs. The Office of the Inspector General of the Department of Treasury, Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration, Special Inspector General for the Troubled Asset Relief Program, and the Special Inspector General for Pandemic Recovery. Treasury Bureaus. 7 Treasury Department bureaus comprise 98% of the Treasury workforce and are responsible for carrying out specific operations assigned to the department. Department of the Treasury. The Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau collects federal excise taxes on alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and ammunition, and is responsible for enforcing and administering laws covering the production, use, and distribution of alcohol products. The Internal Revenue Service is the largest of the department's bureaus, accounting for about 85% of Treasury's personnel and about 4/5 of its appropriated budget. It administers and enforces U.S. tax laws. The Bureau of Engraving and Printing develops and produces U.S. currency notes. The Financial Crimes Enforcement Network (FinCEN) is designed to protect the financial system from illicit use. It also administers the beneficial ownership reporting regime mandated by the Corporate Transparency Act. 1. The Bureau of the Fiscal Service provides central payment services to federal program agencies, operates the U.S. government's collections and deposit systems, provides government-wide accounting and reporting services, manages the collection of delinquent debt owed to the U.S. government, borrows the money needed to operate the government through the sale of U.S. Treasury securities, including the state and local government series, and accounts for and services the public debt. The United States Mint designs and mints U.S. circulating and bullion coins. The Office of the Comptroller of the Currency (OCC) charters, regulates, and supervises national banks and federal savings associations (thrifts) to ensure that they operate in a safe and sound manner, provide fair access to financial services, and comply with applicable laws and regulations. The OCC also supervises federal branches and agencies of foreign banks and has rulemaking authority for all savings associations. Tax policy. Tax policy has a powerful impact on the economy. The Treasury Department should develop and promote tax reform legislation that will promote prosperity. To accomplish this, tax reform should improve incentives to work, save, and invest. This, in turn, is accomplished primarily by reducing marginal tax rates, 13 reducing the cost of capital, 14 and broadening the tax base to eliminate tax-induced economic distortions by eliminating special interest tax credits, deductions, and exclusions. Tax compliance costs will decline precipitously if the tax system is substantially simplified. 15 The Treasury Department should also promote tax competition rather than supporting an international tax cartel. Principles of good tax policy. These are the principles governing good tax policy. First, the tax system should raise the revenue necessary to fund a limited government for constitutionally appropriate activities. It should raise this revenue such that it applies the least economically destructive forms of mandate for leadership, the conservative promised taxation. 16b has low tax rates on a broad, neutral tax base. C minimizes interference with the operation of the free market and free enterprise. And D minimizes the cost to taxpayers of compliance with and administration of the tax system. Second, the tax system should minimize its adverse impact on the family and the core institutions of civil society. Third, the tax system should be applied consistently, with special privileges for none, and respect taxpayer due process and privacy rights. The current tax system is inconsistent with these principles and needs to be reformed to promote prosperity, reduce compliance costs, and improve fairness. The incoming administration should promote immediate intermediate reforms to the existing system. It should then pursue fundamental tax reform. Intermediate tax reform. The Treasury should work with Congress to simplify the tax code by enacting a simple two-rate individual tax system of 15% and 30% that eliminates most deductions, credits and exclusions. The 30% bracket should begin at or near the Social Security wage base to ensure the combined income and payroll tax structure acts as a nearly flat tax on wage income beyond the standard deduction. The corporate income tax rate should be reduced to 18%. The corporate income tax is the most damaging tax in the U.S. tax system, and its primary economic burden falls on workers because capital is more mobile than labor. 17 Capital gains and qualified dividends should be taxed at 15%. Thus, the combined corporate income tax combined with the capital gains or qualified dividends tax rate would be roughly equal to the top individual income tax rate. 18 The system should allow immediate expensing for capital expenditures and index capital gains taxes for inflation. In addition, intermediate tax reform should repeal all tax increases that were passed as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, 19 including the book minimum tax, the stock buyback excise tax, the coal excise tax, the reinstated Superfund tax, and excise taxes on drug manufacturers to compel them to comply with Medicare price controls. The next administration should also push for legislation to fully repeal recently passed subsidies in the tax code, including the dozens of credits and tax breaks for green energy companies in Subtitle D of the Inflation Reduction Act. 20 Universal savings accounts. All taxpayers should be allowed to contribute up to $15,000 adjusted for inflation of post-tax earnings into universal savings accounts (USIS). The tax treatment of these accounts would be comparable to Roth IRAs. USIS should be highly flexible to allow Americans to save and invest as they see fit, including, for example, investments in a closely held business. Gains from investments in USIS would be non-taxable and could be withdrawn at any department of the Treasury time for any purpose. This would allow the vast majority of American families to save and invest without facing a punitive double layer of taxation. Entrepreneurship. To encourage entrepreneurship, the business loss limitation should be increased to at least $500,000. Businesses should also be allowed to fully carry forward net operating losses. Extra layers of taxes on investment and capital should also be eliminated or reduced. The net investment income surtax and the base erosion anti-abuse tax should be eliminated. The estate and gift tax should be reduced to no higher than 20%, and the 2017 tax bill's temporary increase in the exemption amount from $5.5 million to $12.9 million adjusted for inflation should be made permanent. 21 The tax on global intangible low-taxed income should be reduced to no higher than 12.5%. With a 20% haircut on related foreign tax credits reduced or eliminated. 2 To all non-business tax deductions and exemptions that were temporarily suspended by the 2017 tax bill should be permanently repealed, including the bicycle commuting expense exclusion, non-military moving expense deductions, and the miscellaneous itemized deductions. 23 The individual state and local tax deduction, which was temporarily capped at $10,000, should be fully repealed. Deductions related to educational expenses should be repealed. Special business tax preferences, such as a special deduction for energy-efficient commercial building properties, should be eliminated. 24 Wages versus benefits. The current tax code has a strong bias that incentivizes businesses to offer employees more generous benefits and lower wages. This limits the freedom of workers and their families to spend their compensation as they see fit, and it can trap workers in their current jobs due to the jobs benefit packages. Wage income is taxed under the individual income tax and under the payroll tax. However, most forms of non-wage benefits are wholly exempt from both of these taxes. To reduce this tax bias against wages as opposed to employee benefits, the next administration should set a meaningful cap no higher than $12,000 per year per full-time equivalent employee, and preferably lower on untaxed benefits that employers can claim as deductions. Employee benefit expenses other than tax-deferred retirement account contributions should count toward the limitation, whether offered to specific employees or whether the costs relate to a shared benefit like building gym facilities for employees. 25 Tax-deferred retirement contributions by employers should not count toward this limitation insofar as they are fully taxable upon distribution. Only a percentage of health savings accounts (HSA) contributions, which are not taxed upon withdrawal, should count toward the limitation. 26 The limitation on benefit deductions should not be indexed to increase with inflation. 27 Employers should also be denied deductions for health insurance and other benefits provided to employee dependents if the dependents are aged 23 or older. Mandate for leadership, the Conservative Promise fundamental tax reform. Achieving fundamental tax reform offers the prospect of a dramatic improvement in American living standards and an equally dramatic reduction in tax compliance costs. Lobbyists, lawyers, benefit consultants, accountants, and tax preparers would see their incomes decline, however. The federal income tax system heavily taxes capital and corporate income and discourages work, savings, and investment. The public finance literature is clear that a consumption tax would minimize government's distortion of private economic decisions and thus be the least economically harmful way to raise federal tax revenues. 28 There are several forms that a consumption tax could take, including a national sales tax, a business transfer tax, a Hall-Rabushka flat tax, 29 or a cash flow tax. 30 Supermajority to raise taxes. Treasury should support legislation instituting a 3/5 vote threshold in the U.S. House and the Senate to raise income or corporate tax rates to create a wall of protection for the new rate structure. Many states have implemented such a supermajority vote requirement. Tax competition. Tax competition between states and countries is a positive force for liberty and limited government. 31 The Biden administration, under the direction of Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, has pushed for a global minimum corporate tax that would increase taxation and the size of government in the U.S. and around the world. This attempt to harmonize global tax rates is an attempt to create a global tax cartel to quash tax competition and to increase the tax burden globally. The U.S. should not outsource its tax policy to international organizations. Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development (OECD), in conjunction with the European Union, has long tried to end financial privacy and impose regulations on countries with low or no income taxes. In fact, on tax, environmental, corporate governance and employment issues, the OECD has become little more than a taxpayer-funded left-wing think tank and lobbying organization. 32 The United States provides about 1/5 of OECD's funding. 33 The U.S. should end its financial support and withdraw from the OECD. Tax administration. The Internal Revenue Service is a poorly managed, utterly unresponsive, and increasingly politicized agency, and has been for at least 2 decades. It is time for meaningful reform to improve the efficiency and fairness of tax administration, better protect taxpayer rights, and achieve greater transparency and accountability. A substantial number of the problems attributed to the IRS are actually a function of congressional action that has made the Internal Revenue Code ridiculously complex, imposed tremendous administrative burdens on both the public and the IRS, and given massive non-tax missions to the IRS. But the culture, administrative practices, and management at the IRS need to change. Department of the Treasury doubling the IRS. The Inflation Reduction Act contains a radical $80 billion expansion of the IRS, enough to double the size of its workforce. 34 Unless Congress reverses this policy, the IRS will become much more intrusive and impose still greater costs on the American people. The Biden administration has also sought to make the tax system's administrative burden much worse in other ways. For example, it has proposed creating a comprehensive financial account information reporting regime that would apply to all business and personal accounts with more than $600. Banks would be required to collect the taxpayer identification numbers of and file a revised Form 1099-K for all affected payees, as well as provide additional information. 35 This massive increase in the scope and breadth of information reporting should be unequivocally opposed. Management. The IRS has approximately 81,000 employees. 36 Of those, only 2 are presidential appointments, the Commissioner and the Chief Counsel. 37 As a practical matter, it is impossible for these 2 officials to overcome bureaucratic inertia and to implement policy changes that the IRS bureaucracy wants to impede. That is why, notwithstanding decades of sound and fury, almost nothing has changed at the IRS. For the IRS to change and become more accountable, more transparent, and better managed, there is a need to increase the number of presidential appointments subject to Senate confirmation, and not subject to Senate confirmation, at the IRS. At the very least, Congress should ensure that the Deputy Commissioner for Services and Enforcement, the Deputy Commissioner for Operations Support, the National Taxpayer Advocate, the Commissioner of the Wage and Investment Division, the Commissioner of the Large Business and International Division, the Commissioner of the Small Business Self-Employed Division, and the Commissioner of the Tax-Exempt and Government Entities Division are presidential appointees. 38 Information Technology. Despite the investment of billions of dollars for at least 2 decades, IRS information technology (IT) systems remain deficient. 39 The IRS inadequately protects taxpayer information. Its IT systems do not adequately support operations or taxpayer services, and its matching and detection algorithms are antiquated. These problems are not primarily about resources. The IRS has spent approximately $27 billion on IT during the past decade, with $7 billion of that designated as development, modernization and enhancement. 40 The problem is one of management. The bureaucracy is not up to the task, and neither Congress nor a long line of IRS commissioners has forced changes. A Deputy Commissioner for Operations Support with strong IT management skills should be appointed by the IRS Commissioner or the President once the position is made a presidential appointment. The various subordinates to the mandate for leadership, the conservative promise Deputy Commissioner should be replaced. A thorough review of IT contracts should be conducted. The Integrated Modernization Business Plan 41 should be systematically reviewed and a version of it cost-effectively implemented. An oversight board composed of private sector IT experts should be established and given the authority to conduct meaningful, contemporaneous oversight. Taxpayer rights and privacy. Legal protections for taxpayer rights and privacy have improved during the past 3 decades, but they remain inadequate. 42 Congress should do more. For example, interest on overpayments should be the same as interest on underpayments rather than the government receiving a higher rate. The time limit for taxpayers to sue for damages for improper collection actions should be extended, the jurisdiction of the tax court should be expanded, and the tax penalty system should be reformed by rationalizing the penalty structure and reducing some of the most punitive penalties. 43 The Office of the Taxpayer Advocate was created by Congress to assist taxpayers when the IRS bureaucracy is unresponsive or negligent. About 1.7% of the IRS budget goes to this function. 44 Each year, the office handles more than 250,000 cases, helping taxpayers to deal with the IRS. Each year, it issues nearly 2,000 taxpayer assistance orders, a form of administrative injunction, forcing the rest of the IRS to stop taking unwarranted actions. 45 Congress should provide the Office of the Taxpayer Advocate with greater resources so that it may better assist taxpayers suffering from wrongful IRS actions. The office should also be strengthened by, among other things, ensuring that the National Taxpayer Advocate can make his or her own personnel decisions to protect its independence, ensuring access to files, meetings, and other information needed to assist taxpayers or investigate IRS administrative practices, requiring the IRS to address VENTA's comments in final rules and including VENTA in deliberations prior to the release of a proposed rule, and authorizing VENTA to file amicus briefs independently. Administrative burden. In 2021, Americans filed 261 million tax returns and an astounding 4.7 billion information returns, such as Form W-2 seconds, Form 1098 seconds, and Form 1099 seconds. 46. Complying with tax law costs Americans more than $400 billion annually, or about 2% of gross domestic product. 47. Although the IRS Department of the Treasury administers these reporting programs, most of this expense is mandated by Congress, not the IRS. One of the primary reasons that Congress mandates ever-increasing information reporting is that the Treasury Department and the Joint Committee on Taxation staff almost always overestimate how much revenue will be gained from still more burdensome information reporting, and they do not estimate or report private compliance costs. Congress and the Treasury Department must undertake a serious review of the information reporting regime and reduce the burden on the public, especially small businesses. Small businesses suffer disproportionately from complexity and administrative burdens. Costs do not increase linearly with size, so elevated administrative costs have an adverse effect on the competitiveness of small firms. Budget. The operating budget of the IRS should be held constant in real terms. The resources allocated to the Office of the Taxpayer Advocate should be increased by at least 20%, about $44 million. The Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion should be closed. Provided that IT management is changed, an effective, well-considered implementation plan is adopted, and serious oversight is put in place, additional resources dedicated solely to IT modernization may be warranted. International Affairs. The Treasury Department should withdraw from Senate consideration the protocol amending the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. 48. The protocol will lead to substantially more transnational identity theft, crime, industrial espionage, financial fraud, and suppression of political opponents and religious or ethnic minorities by authoritarian and corrupt governments, including China, Colombia, Nigeria, and Russia. Unlike the original multilateral convention, the amended convention is open to all governments, including many that are either hostile to the United States, have serious corruption problems, or have inadequate privacy protections. The new administration should also oppose the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement on Automatic Exchange of Financial Account Information. 49. International organizations such as the OECD, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund espouse economic theories and policies that are inimical to American free market and limited government principles. The global elites who operate the IMF regularly advance higher taxes and big centralized government. The IMF has intervened in American policy debates, and has even recommended that the U.S. raise taxes. The IMF's record of advancing global financial stability has been mixed at best. Its development assistance and lending programs in third world countries have more often than not retarded growth rather than advancing it. The Treasury Department plays an important role in these international institutions and should force reforms and new policies. The U.S., however, should mandate for leadership, the conservative promise withdraw from both the World Bank and the IMF and terminate its financial contribution to both institutions. If the U.S. is to provide economic assistance or humanitarian aid to other nations, it should do so unilaterally, not through the pass-throughs of international aid organizations, non-governmental organizations, or other nations. These organizations and countries simply create expensive middlemen, while U.S. funds are intercepted before being distributed to those in need. Also, these foreign entities have interests that do not coincide with American national security and economic interests. Fiscal responsibility. Treasury should make balancing the federal budget a mission-critical objective. The federal budget absorbs enormous resources from the economy, both in money taken from taxpayers and in money borrowed. The budget should be balanced by driving down federal spending while maintaining a strong national defense and not raising taxes. To reduce interest payments on the debt, Treasury should lock in current relatively low interest rates by issuing longer duration bonds, and even consider creating a 50-year Treasury bill. Most of the federal debt rolls over on average about every 3 to 4 years. But interest rates, even with the latest Federal Reserve rate increases, are still below the 5% historical average. Treasury would thus save taxpayers money during the next several decades by issuing fewer short-term notes that will probably have to be rolled over at higher rates in the future. To promote transparency of finances, each year Americans should receive a financial statement of the U.S. government alerting citizens of the revenues, expenditures, deficit, and debt for the preceding fiscal year. The statement should also include this individual family's pro rata share of the debt based on family's size. International competitiveness. The Treasury must act more assertively in international financial institutions to protect and advance U.S. national interests, and oppose those that do not. It should employ a carrot-and-stick approach by increasing its activity and commitment to those financial institutions that are willing and able to adjust to this new approach, and by zeroing out or potentially exiting those institutions that rely on U.S. capital while advancing agendas that run counter to U.S. interests. A major emphasis of effecting this change must be the addition of a large new cadre of U.S. professionals and contractors at these international financial institutions. The U.S. must insist on the hiring and support of this human capital as a condition to future funding. Department of the Treasury. The U.S. should also examine increasing or decreasing its ownership levels in these institutions in order to achieve maximum leverage. China and other geopolitical threats. Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. The Interagency Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States should realign its priorities to meet the United States' current foreign policy threats, especially from China. On October 20, 2022, the Treasury Department, which chairs CFIUS, adopted the first-ever CFIUS Enforcement and Penalty Guidelines 50 on the committee's national security risk mitigation requirements. However, there are no clear rules that guide CFIUS on mitigation monitoring, nor is there a published penalty schedule to standardize accountability when CFIUS pursues a civil money penalty for violators. In addition, Treasury, as chair of the committee, runs an opaque process that biases committee procedure toward corporate interests and away from national security interests. Finally, the committee's jurisdiction does not extend over greenfield investments that Chinese state-owned enterprises have historically pursued in the United States, which leaves America vulnerable to an instrument of Chinese economic statecraft. Given these issues, the next steps for CFIUS should be to develop a more coherent and transparent mitigation monitoring program to complement the enforcement guidelines, give CFIUS agencies in charge of national security concerns an equal voice at the table, and petition Congress to amend the law to cover Chinese greenfield investments. CFIUS should publish a penalty schedule for violations of CFIUS reporting and mitigation requirements. Publishing a penalty schedule for CFIUS violations will reduce the discretion of the committee to waive penalties or impose mere wrist slap costs on violators of the law. Additionally, a standardized penalty schedule would likely increase the deterrence of CFIUS enforcement by reducing the perception among parties to cover transactions that they can avoid enforcement by the committee or secure special exceptions based on appeals to the committee's discretion. As a legal matter, and in application by CFIUS, mitigation monitoring has developed as the Wild West. There are no clear rules that guide the entire Committee on Mitigation Monitoring, nor is there the same level of oversight or accountability within and among the agencies as applies when CFIUS reviews a transaction or when it pursues a civil money penalty. Indeed, it is a credit to transaction parties and the professionalism of the governmental officials and contractors who conduct mitigation monitoring on behalf of the government that, by and large, mitigation monitoring has worked adequately during the last several decades. But dependency on the personality and capabilities of individuals creates unnecessary risk both for CFIUS and for transaction parties. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative promise Congress should make the Department of Defense (DoD) a CFIUS co-chair with the Department of Treasury. Making DoD an official CFIUS co-chair along with Treasury will establish a balanced committee process by elevating national security interests to an equal stature. The committee is currently imbalanced toward the interests of corporate America because Treasury is the sole chair of CFIUS and, in practice, runs a process that is not fully transparent and which biases it from the national security interests represented by DoD and the intelligence community. For example, Treasury representatives will consult with the Commerce Department and the United States Trade Representative, which tend to favor permitting cover transactions to occur with little to no mitigation requirements, and these representatives will then obscure the results and purposes of such sidebar meetings from DoD and IC representatives. This hampers DoD, IC, and sometimes even State Department representatives from full participation in the process or from advocating national security interests as well as they should. Greenfield investments. Congress should close the loophole on greenfield investments and require CFIUS review of investments in U.S.-based greenfield assets by Chinese-controlled entities to assess any potential harm to U.S. national and economic security. In the 2018 Foreign Risk and Review Modernization Act (FIRMA) 51, one important category of foreign transactions left out of the bill was greenfield investments, particularly by Chinese state-owned enterprises (SOEs). Greenfield investments by Chinese SOEs pose a unique threat, and they should be met with the highest scrutiny by all levels of government. Greenfield investments result in the control of newly built facilities in the U.S., and they were not addressed in FIRMA primarily because governors and state governments embrace them. That is understandable. They typically bring the promise of creating American jobs. However, the goal of such Chinese SOEs is to siphon assets, technological innovation, and influence away from U.S. businesses in order to expand the global presence of the Chinese Communist Party. While the Chinese government keeps its domestic markets largely insulated from foreign influence, it regularly invests in the U.S. and other countries under the Greenfield model. Firms fully owned by China's communist regime are increasingly buying land, building factories, and taking advantage of state and local tax breaks on American soil. Treasury should examine creating a school of financial warfare jointly with DoD. If the U.S. is to rely on financial weapons, tools, and strategies to prosecute international defensive and offensive objectives, it must create a specially trained group of experts dedicated to the study, training, testing, and preparedness of these deterrents. Recent experience has demonstrated that the U.S. cannot depend on the rapid development and deployment of untested, academically developed financial actions, stratagems, and weapons on an ad hoc basis. Department of the Treasury must also seriously evaluate U.S. foreign direct investment in China. Particular focus should be paid to investments in CCP or other state-owned enterprises, investments that result in technology transfers from the U.S. to China, investments that enhance China's military capacity, and investments that pose risks to critical U.S. supply chains by sourcing critical components or feedstocks in China. An enhanced reporting system is warranted, and greater legal authority and restrictions are appropriate. Improved financial regulation. One of the priorities of the incoming administration should be to restructure the outdated and cumbersome financial regulatory system in order to promote financial innovation, improve regulator efficiency, reduce regulatory costs, close regulatory gaps, eliminate regulatory arbitrage, provide clear statutory authority, consolidate regulatory agencies or reduce the size of government, and increase transparency. Merging functions. The new administration should establish a more streamlined bank and supervision by supporting legislation to merge the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the National Credit Union Administration, and the Federal Reserve's non-monetary supervisory and regulatory functions. U.S. banking law remains stuck in the 1930s regarding which functions financial companies should perform. It was never a good idea either to restrict banks to taking deposits and making loans or to prevent investment banks from taking deposits. Doing so makes markets less stable. All financial intermediaries function by pooling the financial resources of those who want to save and funneling them to others that are willing and able to pay for additional funds. This underlying principle should guide U.S. financial laws. Policymakers should create new charters for financial firms that eliminate activity restrictions and reduce regulations in return for straightforward higher equity or risk retention standards. Ultimately, these charters would replace government regulation with competition and market discipline, thereby lowering the risk of future financial crises and improving the ability of individuals to create wealth. Dodd-Frank revisions. Congress should repeal Title I, Title II, and Title VIII of the Dodd-Frank Act. 52 Title I of Dodd-Frank created the Financial Stability Oversight Council, a kind of super-regulator tasked with identifying so-called systemically important financial institutions and singling them out for especially stringent regulation. The problem, of course, is that this process effectively identifies those firms regulators believe are too big to fail. 53 Title VIII of Dodd-Frank gives the FSIC similarly broad special designation authority for specialized financial companies known as financial market utilities. 54 Title II of Dodd-Frank established the controversial provision known as Orderly Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise Liquidation Authority (OLA), the law's alternative to bankruptcy for large financial firms. OLA was based on the faulty premise that large financial institutions cannot fail in a judicial bankruptcy proceeding without causing a financial crisis. It gives such companies access to subsidized funding and creates incentives for management to over-leverage and expand high-risk investments. 55 Congress should repeal each of these provisions to guard against bailouts and too-big-to-fail problems. 56 Treasury plays a role in funding the conservatorships of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. It should work to end the conservatorships and move toward privatization of these massive housing finance agencies. This would restore a sustainable housing finance market with a robust private mortgage market that does not rely on explicit or implicit taxpayer guarantees. Direct government ownership has worsened the risks that government-sponsored enterprises (GSEs) pose to the mortgage market, and stock sales and other reforms should be pursued. Treasury should take the lead in the next president's legislative vision guided by the following principles. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, both GSEs, must be wound down in an orderly manner. The common securitization platform 57 should be privatized and broadly available. Barriers to private investment must be removed to pave the way for a robust private market. The missions of the Federal Housing Administration and the Government National Mortgage Association (Ginnie Mae) must be right-sized to serve a defined mission. Anti-money laundering and beneficial ownership reporting reform. The Financial Crimes Enforcement Network is a relatively small bureau within the Treasury Department with approximately 285 employees and a FY 2022 budget of $173 million. 58 Although FinCEN makes a significant contribution to law enforcement efforts, it also does demonstrable, substantial and widespread economic harm because it, 1. is largely oblivious to those adverse economic effects, 2. conducts almost no meaningful cost-benefit analysis or retrospective review of regulations, 3. has been subject to extraordinarily lax oversight by both Congress and the Treasury Department, and 4. demands total transparency by those it regulates but is itself disturbingly and purposefully opaque. For example, FinCEN no longer issues an annual report 59 and no longer publishes cash transaction report center data. Department of the Treasury. There were 2.7 million suspicious activity reports (SARS) filed in 2021.60. The number of centers filed were approximately 10 times that number. 61 in 2014. FinCEN Anti-Money Laundering/Countering the Financing of Terrorism (All My Love CFT) rules cost an estimated $5 billion to $8 billion per year. 62 Undoubtedly, this cost is now substantially higher both because of inflation and because the rules have become more onerous. 63 Yet there is little evidence that this massive expenditure of resources is doing much good. 64 And there is no evidence regarding which aspects of the All My Love CFT regime are effective and which are not. The All My Love CFT regime is a major contributing factor causing the decline in the number of small broker-dealers and the decline in the competitiveness of community banks. Congress must require FinCEN to annually publish data regarding L. the number of SARs filed, L. the number of centers filed, 65 L. the number of all MyLove CFT prosecutions, disaggregating those in which the all MyLove CFT prosecution is standalone and in which the prosecution is an add-on count connected to other predicate crime. 66 L. the number of all MyLove CFT convictions similarly disaggregated. L. the number and aggregate amount of all MyLove CFT fines imposed and the type of institution upon which the fine was imposed. And L. annual estimates of the aggregate costs imposed on private entities by the all MyLove CFT regime. 67 Without this data, it is impossible for policymakers to make an informed judgment about the effectiveness of the all MyLove CFT regime. Congress should also require both FinCEN and the Government Accountability Office to undertake separate evaluations regarding which aspects of the all MyLove CFT regime are effective and which are not. FinCEN should be required to undertake a thorough retrospective review of its regulations and various statutory requirements and report to Congress on its findings in a publicly available report. Anecdotes and assurances from FinCEN staff that all is well, but that even more onerous requirements are needed, are not enough. Congress should repeal the Corporate Transparency Act, and FinCEN should withdraw its poorly written and overbroad beneficial ownership reporting rule. Both are targeted at the smallest businesses in the U.S., those with 20 or fewer employees, and will do nothing material to impede criminal finance. 68 The FinCEN mandate for leadership, the Conservative Promise beneficial ownership reporting rule will impose costs exceeding $1 billion annually and is exceedingly poorly drafted. 69 FinCEN itself estimates that more than 33 million businesses will be affected and that costs will be $547 million to $8.10 billion annually. 70 The Equity Agenda. Under the Biden administration, the Treasury Department has appointed a counselor for racial equity, established an advisory committee on racial equity, and created an office for diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. All these should be eliminated. Treasury has created several new offices to promote equity and has made this its first of 5 strategic goals in its fiscal year 2022 to 2226 strategic plan. Equity is identified as a cross-cutting theme in 15 of 19 of the plan's objectives. The avowed purpose of these initiatives is to implement policies that deliberately favor some races or ethnicities over others. The casual acceptance and rapid spread of racist policymaking in the federal government must be forcefully opposed and reversed. The next conservative administration should take affirmative steps to expose and eradicate the practice of critical race theory and diversity, equity, and inclusion day throughout the Treasury Department. These steps will include, identify every Treasury official who participated in day initiatives and interview him or her for the purpose of determining the scope and nature of these initiatives and to ensure that such initiatives are completely ended. Make public immediately all communications relating to the work of the Treasury's critical race theory and day initiatives. Treat the participation in any critical race theory or day initiative, without objecting on constitutional or moral grounds, as per se grounds for termination of employment. Expose and make public all training materials and initiatives designed to single out any race, ethnicity, or sex for special treatment. The administration should eliminate the 25-member Treasury Advisory Committee on Racial Equity. Climate-related financial risk. Treasury has created a new departmental office, Climate Hub, and has made combating climate change one of the Biden Treasury Department's top 5 Department of the Treasury principal goals. The next administration should eliminate the Climate Hub office and withdraw from climate change agreements that are inimical to the prosperity of the United States. The Climate Hub office coordinates Treasury's work to inform, guide, incentivize, and mobilize financial flows for climate mitigation and climate adaptation and supports the broader alignment of the financial system with a path to net zero emissions by mid-century. 71 according to the Biden administration's fiscal year 2022 to 2026 strategic plan for Treasury. The fourth of 5 Treasury strategic goals reads, combat climate change. The United States and the world face a climate crisis and a narrowing window of action to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. At the same time, the transition to a low-carbon economy represents a historic economic opportunity for the U.S. and global economy. The U.S. federal government must work alongside our domestic and international partners to respond ambitiously to tackle the challenges of climate change, adapt to an already changing climate, mitigate the risks, and position the global economy for clean and sustainable growth. 72 Yet history shows that economic growth and technological/scientific advance through human ingenuity are by far the best ways to prevent and mitigate extreme weather events. Moreover, virtually all of the initiatives that the Biden administration has adopted would, even if successful, have a de minimis impact on changing global weather patterns, in part because most nations, notably China, are not cooperating with climate summits and international agreements. Virtually all nations, for example, that signed the Paris Agreement 73 have not met their treaty obligations. Such routinely violated treaties weaken the U.S. economy with no offsetting societal benefits. To that end, the next conservative administration should withdraw the U.S. from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change 74 and the Paris Agreement. The next administration should use Treasury's tools and authority to promote investment in domestic energy, including oil and gas. It should reverse support for international public and private-based efforts promoting environmental, social, and governance 75 and principles for responsible investment 76, both of which have badly damaged U.S. energy security. Other reforms, U.S. Coast Guard and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Congress should examine whether to return the Treasury's former mandate for leadership, the conservative promise in-house law enforcement capabilities via the return of the United States Coast Guard and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Bringing these agencies back from the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice, respectively, would allow Treasury, in the case of U.S. Coast Guard, to increase border security via vigilance with respect to economic crimes, for example, drug smuggling and tax evasion. U.S. Trade and Development Agency. Congress should eliminate the U.S. Trade and Development Agency, USTDA. The USTDA is intended to help companies create U.S. jobs through the export of U.S. goods and services for priority development projects in emerging economies. The USTDA links U.S. businesses to export opportunities by funding project planning activities, pilot projects, and reverse trade missions while creating sustainable infrastructure and economic growth in partner countries. These activities more properly belong to the private sector. The best way to promote trade and development is to reduce tariff and non-tariff trade barriers. Another way is to reduce the federal budget deficit, and thereby federal borrowing from abroad, freeing more foreign dollars to be spent on U.S. exports instead of federal Treasury bonds. Other issues. Many Treasury Department issues cut across multiple parts of Treasury or other governmental agencies. Several are discussed in this chapter, but not all can be covered here in depth. Other issues of concern include China, cybersecurity, digital assets, digital services taxes, international debt defaults, Iran, Social Security and Medicare trust funds and private sector pensions, sanctions policy, and Treasury auction and debt issuance. Authors note, the preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of individuals involved in the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, but Monica Crowley, Tom Dans, John Berlow, Austin Bramwell, Preston Brashers, Alexandra Harrison Gazer, Nathan Hitchin, Adam Kurzeniewski, and Jonathan Moy deserve special mention. The authors alone assume responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Department of the Treasury Endnotes. 1. A. Antony, Biden keeps making claims about the economy that just aren't true. These facts don't lie. Heritage Foundation Commentary, February 8, 2023. Heritage.org commentary/Biden keeps making claims about the economy just aren't true. These 2. Fidelity 2022 Retirement Analysis. In the midst of inflation and uncertainty, retirement account balances are rising. Table, average retirement account balances, February 23, 2023. Newsroom.fidelity.com press releases/Fidelity-2022 Retirement Analysis. In the midst of inflation and uncertainty, retirement account //095BB4HC3A-484-A911BC0C61C460FF accessed March 22, 2023. 3. See U.S. Department of the Treasury, Fiscal Year 2022 to 2026 Strategic Plan and Budget Request for FY 2023-2022, home.treasury.gov accessed March 18, 2023. 4. U.S. Department of the Treasury, Agency Financial Report, Fiscal Year 2015, November 16, 2015, p.4 https://home.treasury.gov/system/files/266/afr-fy15-508.pdf accessed March 19, 2023. 5. Domestic Finance, U.S. Department of the Treasury home.treasury.gov. 6. U.S. Constitution, Art. I, Seconds 9. 7. IBID. P. S1. 8. Including direct and reimbursable employees. CBID. Fiscal year comparison of full-time equivalent FTE staffing direct and reimbursable, P. S4. 9. U.S. Department of the Treasury, Offices, home.treasury.gov accessed March 18, 2023. 10. U.S. Department of the Treasury, Bureaus, home.treasury.gov accessed March 18, 2023. 11. U.S. Department of the Treasury, Office of the Inspector General, Overview, oig.treasury.gov accessed March 19, 2023. 12. William M. Mac Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for Fiscal Year 2021, Public Law 116-283, Paragraph 6001 to 6511. 13. See, for example, Timothy Vermeer, The Impact of Individual Income Tax Changes on Economic Growth, Tax Foundation Fiscal Fact No. 793, June 2022, https://files.taxfoundation.org/20220610142519/-impact-of individual-income-tax-changes-on-economic-growth-2.pdf accessed March 18, 2023, and Carol Mertens and Jose Luis Montiel Alia, Marginal Tax Rates and Income, New Time Series Evidence, Quarterly Journal of Economics, Volume 133, No. 4, November 2018, pages 1803 to 1884. 14. The current tax system is not neutral toward investment. This neutrality criterion is sometimes expressed as ensuring that the private rate of return equals the social rate of return, that the tax system does not raise the user cost of capital, that all factor incomes are taxed once and equally, that the tax system defines income properly, or that the tax is a consumption tax. For the basic user cost of capital analysis with taxes, see Robert E. Hall and Dale W. Jorgensen, Tax Policy and Investment Behavior, American Economic Review, Volume 57, No. 3, June, 1967, pages 391-414, web.stanford.edu, accessed March 19, 2023. See also Kevin A. Hassett and Catherine Newmark, Taxation and Business Behavior, a review of the recent literature, in John W. Diamond and George R. Zodero, eds. Fundamental Tax Reform, Issues, Choices, and Implications. Cambridge, MA, MIT Press, 2008, and Alan J. Auerbach, Taxation and Capital Spending, University of California, Berkeley, September 2005, eml.berkeley.edu. Accessed March 19, 2023. 15. Scott A. Hodge, The Compliance Costs of IRS Regulations, Tax Foundation Fiscal Fact No. 512, June 2016, files.taxfoundation.org. Accessed March 19, 2023, and Jason J. Fichtner and Jacob M. Feldman, The Hidden Costs of Tax Compliance, Mercatus Center, May 20, 2013, https://papers.ssrn.com/sol3/papers.cfm ? Abstract_ID equals 2267971. Accessed March 19, 2023. 16. Informal terms, tax policy should seek to minimize the excess burden or deadweight loss of the tax system. See John Creedy, The Excess Burden of Taxation and Why It Approximately Quadruples When the Tax Rate Doubles, New Zealand Treasury Working Paper No. 03/29, December 2003, econster.eu bitstream/1041/205534/1/TWP2003-29.pdf. Accessed March 19, 2023. See also, for example, N. Gregory Mankiw, Principles of Economics, 4th ed. Southwestern College Pub, 2006, ch. 8, or many other textbooks on price theory, microeconomics, or principles of economics. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise 17. For a detailed discussion, see David R. Burton, Tax Reform, Eliminating the Double Taxation of Corporate Income, Heritage Foundation Background No. 3216, May 18, 2017, heritage.org files/2017-05/BG3216.pdf. 18. $100 in corporate income less than 18% tax leaves $82. A 15% capital gains tax or qualified dividends tax is $12.30, which leaves $69.70, for an effective marginal tax rate of 30%. This, of course, abstracts away from certain timing issues. 19. Inflation Reduction Act, Public Law 117-169. 20. IBID. 21. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, Public Law 115-97, Paragraph 11061, Amending Internal Revenue Code Paragraph 2010 c. The amounts before inflation adjustments are $5 million and $10 million, respectively. See also Internal Revenue Service, What's New, Estate and Gift Tax, Basic Exclusion Amount for Year of Death, irs.gov Small Businesses Self-Employed / What's New Estate and Gift Tax. Accessed March 22, 2023. 22. The effective tax rate on foreign-derived intangible income should remain equal to the tax rate on global intangible low-taxed income. 23. For miscellaneous itemized deductions, see Internal Revenue Code 26 U.S. Code Paragraph 67. Business deductions that were suspended by the 2017 tax bill other than those related to depreciation should also be extended. This includes the local lodging expense deduction and entertainment expense deductions. The 2017 tax bill's modifications to the deduction for personal casualty and theft losses should be made permanent. The P's limitation on itemized deductions should be permanently eliminated. 24. Bonus depreciation provisions applied to specific industries should be maintained. 25. Employer-provided childcare expenses should also count toward the limitation on benefit deductions. 26. HSAs are flexible and portable, and they help contain costs by giving healthcare consumers skin in the game. 27. For additional revenue to fund pro-growth tax cuts, lawmakers could gradually phase down the limitation on benefit deductions. 28. Early versions of the 2017 tax bill envisioned reforming the corporate income tax into a destination-based cash flow tax, a form of consumption tax. A tax system that taxes labor and capital factor incomes equally, and only once, results in higher output and higher incomes. Usually, in the modern public finance literature, this is called a consumption tax. On the economic superiority of consumption's taxes, see and Gregory Mankiw et al. Optimal Taxation in Theory and Practice, Journal of Economic Perspectives, Volume 23, No. 4, 2009, pages 147-174, pubs.eweb.org. Accessed March 19, 2023. Alan J. Auerbach, The Choice Between Income and Consumption Taxes, a Primer, Edinburgh Working Paper No. 12307, June 2006, nbur.org. Accessed March 19, 2023. And Charles E. Walker and Mark A. Blumeld, eds. The Consumption Tax, A Better Alternative. Cambridge, M.A., Harper and Row, Bollinger, 1987. 29. Hoover Institution, Simplifying the Tax System, The History of the Flat Tax, March 1, 2019, www. hoover.org/research/simplifying-tax-system-history-flat-tax. Accessed March 20, 2023. 30. David R. Burton, For Conservative Tax Plans with Equivalent Economic Results, Heritage Foundation Background No. 2978, December 7, 2022, https://www.heritage.org/taxes/report/for-conservative-tax-plans-equivalent-economic-results. Consumption tax plans generally include carve-outs that exempt very low-income Americans from federal tax liability. 31. Daniel J. Mitchell and Chris Edwards, Global Tax Revolution, The Rise of Tax Competition and the Battle to Defend It. Washington, D.C., Cato Institute, 2008. Preston Brashers, Like Constitutional Checks and Balances, Tax Competition is a Bulwark Against Growth of Government. March 17, 2022, heritage.org. Taxes/commentary/constitutional checks and balances. Tax Competition Bulwark Against Growth. Accessed March 19, 2023. 32. James M. Robers et al. Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, What America Should Do, Heritage Foundation Background No. 3593, March 16, 2021, heritage.org site/default/files/2021-03/BG3593.pdf. Preston Brashers. The OECD Crusade to Raise Taxes, Heritage Foundation Commentary, February 4, 2022, https://www.heritage.org/taxes/commentary/the-OIC-crusade-taxes. David Burton, How the OECD is Promoting More Identity Theft, Crime, Industrial Espionage, and Suppression of Political Dissidents. July 15, 2016, Heritage Foundation Commentary, Heritage. org/taxes/commentary/how the OIC Promoting More Identity Theft, Crime, Industrial Espionage, and Department of the Treasury. David R. Burton Towards a Global Tax Cartel. Policy, Volume 18, No. 4, Summer 2002 to 2003, Center for Independent Studies, Australia, https://www.cis.org.au/wp-content/upload/2001-5/04/images/stories/policy-magazine/2002-summer/2002-18-4-david-r-burton.pdf. Accessed March 19, 2023. 33. Roberts et al. Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, 34. See Inflation Reduction Act, paragraph 10,301. See also Preston Brashers, IRS and allies downplay 87,000 person hiring binge. The Daily Signal, August 12, 2022, https://www.dailysignal.com/2022/08/1//the-irs-and-its-allies-downplay-8700-person-hiring-binge/accessed March 19, 2023. 35. U.S. Department of the Treasury, General Explanations of the Administration's Fiscal Year 2022 Revenue Proposals, May 2021, pages 88-89, home.treasury.gov, accessed March 19, 2023. 36. See U.S. Department of the Treasury, Fiscal Year 2022 to 2026 Strategic Plan. 37. U.S. House of Representatives, Committee on Oversight and Reform, Policy and Supporting Positions, December 2020. The Plum Book, p. 127 govinfo.gov pdf/gpo-plumbook-2020.pdf accessed March 19, 2023. 38. Internal Revenue Service, Organization and Top Officials, irs.gov internet/irs-organization-chart.pdf accessed March 19, 2023. See also Internal Revenue Code 26 U.S. Code paragraph 7803 A-B. 39. For a summary of various GAO reports on various IRS IT problems, see Vijay D'Souza, Information Technology. IRS needs to address operational challenges and opportunities to improve management. Testimony before the Subcommittee on Government Operations, Committee on Oversight and Reform, U.S. House of Representatives, October 7, 2020, GAO 21-178T, GAO.gov. PDF accessed March 19, 2023. Charles Rasotti was named IRS Commissioner by President Bill Clinton primarily so that Rasotti could address widely acknowledged IT issues. He made some improvements between 1997 and 2002, but despite large investments, he did not really resolve the IT problems at the IRS. Since that time, the problems have worsened. 40. D'Souza, Information Technology, Figure 1, p. 5. 41. Internal Revenue Service, IRS Integrated Modernization Business Plan, April 2019, irs.gov irs-pdf/p5336.pdf accessed March 20, 2023. 42. See, for example, the Omnibus Taxpayers Bill of Rights. Public Law 100-647, Subtitle J of Title 6 of the Technical and Miscellaneous Revenue Act of 1988. Taxpayer Bill of Rights 2, Public Law 104-168, IRS Restructuring and Reform Act of 1998, Public Law 105-206, Title 3, Consolidated Appropriations Act. Public Law 114-113, Title IV, Subtitle A, adding Internal Revenue Code Paragraph 7803 A3 and other changes, and Taxpayer First Act, Public Law 116-25, Title I. 43. For a list of 68 proposed reforms, see National Taxpayer Advocate. 2022 Purple Book, compilation of legislative recommendations to strengthen taxpayer rights and improve tax administration, December 31, 2021, taxpayeradvocate.irs.gov, accessed March 19, 2023. Most, though not all, of these proposals have merit. Regarding penalty reform, see Jeremiah Coder, Achieving Meaningful Civil Tax Penalty Reform and Making It Stick, Akron Tax Journal, Volume 27, 2012, idexchange.akron.edu, accessed March 19, 2023. 44. Internal Revenue Service, 2023 Congressional Budget Justification and Annual Performance Report and Plan, Reverend 3-2022, home.treasury.gov. Accessed March 19, 2023. 45. Internal Revenue Service, 2021 IRS Data Book, October 1, 2020 to September 30, 2021, Table 11, p. 26, https://www.irs.gov/pub/irs-pdf/p55b.pdf. Accessed March 19, 2023. 46. IBID. 2021 IRS Data Book, Table 2, p. 4. 47. Scott A. Hodge, The Compliance Costs of IRS Regulations, Tax Foundation Fiscal Factno. 512, June 2016 Files.taxfoundation.org. Accessed March 19, 2023. 48. Organization for Economic Cooperation, the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, amended by the 2010 Protocol, https://read.oic-library.org/taxation/the-multilateral convention-mutual-administrative-assistance-in-tax matters _9789264115606-e #. Accessed March 20, 2023. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise. 49. David Burton, Too little known tax treaties will lead to substantially more identity theft, crime, industrial espionage, and suppression of political dissidents. Heritage Foundation background no. 3087, December 21, 2015 file, //c/users/drabar/download/bg3087-3.pdf. 50. U.S. Department of the Treasury, CFIUS Enforcement and Penalty Guidelines, home.treasury. gov/policy issues/international/the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States CFIUS/CFIUS Enforcement and Penalty Guidelines. Accessed March 20, 2023. 51. John S. McCain National Defense Authorization Act for Fiscal Year 2019, Public Law 115-232. Title 17, https://home.treasury.gov/site/default/files/2018-08-018-4-investment-risk-review-modernization-act/firma_score0.pdf. Accessed March 20, 2023. 52. Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, Public Law 111-203. 53. Peter J. Wallison, Title I and the Financial Stability Oversight Council, in Norbert Michel, ed. The Case Against Dodd-Frank, How the Consumer Protection Law Endangers Americans, Heritage.org Government Regulation/Report/ The Case Against Dodd-Frank, How the Consumer Protection Law Endangers. 54. Norbert J. Michel, Fixing the Dodd-Frank Derivatives Mess, Repealing Titles 7 and 8, in Norbert Michel, ed. The Case Against Dodd-Frank, How the Consumer Protection Law Endangers Americans, Heritage Foundation, https://www.heritage.org/government-regulation/reports/the-case-against-dodd-frank-how-the consumer-protection-law-endangers. 55. Paul Kopich, Title II, Is Orderly Liquidation Authority Necessary to Fix Too Big to Fail? In Michel, The Case Against Dodd-Frank. 56. Norbert J. Michel, Money and Banking Provisions in the Financial Choice Act, A Major Step in the Right Direction, in Prosperity Unleashed, Smarter Financial Regulation. Washington, D.C., The Heritage Foundation, 2017, Heritage.org Solutions %22, and %20 Accountable %20 than %20 ever %20 before. 57. Federal Housing Finance Agency, Single Security Initiative and Common Securitization Platform, https://www.fa.gov/policy-programs/securitization-infrastructure.asks. Accessed March 20, 2023. 58. U.S. Department of the Treasury, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, Congressional Budget Justification and Annual Performance Plan and Report, FY 2023, Table 1.1, p. 3, home.treasury.gov files/266 -Finson-FY-2023-CJ.PDF. Accessed March 19, 2023. 59. See Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, Annual Report, Finson.gov. Accessed March 19, 2023. 60. Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, Suspicious Activity Report Statistics, SARS Stats, Finson. gov/reports/SARS Stats. Accessed March 19, 2023. 61. David R. Burton and Norbert J. Michel, Financial Privacy in a Free Society, Heritage Foundation Background No. 3157, September 23, 2016, Table 1, p. 10, thhf-reports.s3.amazon.com/2016/bg3157.pdf. 62. IBID. Table 2, p. 11. 63. A recent report showed that just 14 surveyed financial institutions spent $2.4 billion on all MyLove/CFT compliance. Bank Policy Institute, Getting to Effectiveness, Report on U.S. Financial Institution Resources Devoted to BSA/All MyLove and Sanctions Compliance, October 29, 2018, p. 4, bpi.com bpi_MyLove_sanctions_study_vf.pdf. Accessed March 19, 2023. 64. Burton and Michel, Financial Privacy in a Free Society. Norbert J. Michel and Jennifer J. Schulp, Revising the Bank Secrecy Act to Protect Privacy and Deter Criminals, Cato Institute Policy Analysis No. 932, July 26, 2022, cato.org. Accessed March 19, 2023. Michael Levi and Peter Reuter, Money Laundering, Crime and Justice, A Review of Research, Volume 34, 2006. And Mariano Florentino Cueller, The Tenuous Relationship Between the Fight Against Money Laundering and the Disruption of Criminal Finance, Journal of Criminal Law and Criminology, Volume 93, No. 2. Winter 2003. scholarlycommons.law.northwestern.edu. Accessed March 19, 2023. 65. This would be in cooperation with the IRS because Form 8300 is a joint IRS-Finson endeavor. 66. This data, as well as all MyLove CFT convictions, would published be in cooperation with the U.S. Department of Justice. Department of the Treasury. 67. On banks, credit unions, broker-dealers, and other financial institutions as normally understood, but note that 31 U.S. Code paragraph 5312(a)(2) also defines financial institutions to include money service businesses, insurance companies, jewelers, pawnbrokers, travel agencies, dealers in automobiles, airplanes, and boats, persons involved in real estate closings and settlements, casinos, and telegraph companies. 68. David R. Burton, The Corporate Transparency Act and the Illicit Cash Act, Heritage Foundation Background No. 3449, November 7, 2019, heritage.org. PDF, and David R. Burton to Annalu Tirol, Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, RE. Beneficial Ownership Information Reporting Requirements, Comment, May 5, 2021 THF_media.s3.amazonas.com regulatory_comments/Fenton-2021-0005-0132_attachment_1.pdf accessed March 19, 2023. 69. Button comment, IBID. 70. Federal Register, Volume 87, No. 189, September 30, 2022, pages 59,498-59,596. 71. U.S. Department of the Treasury, Fiscal Year 2022 to 2026 Strategic Plan. 72. IBID. 73. United Nations, Paris Agreement, 2015, UNFCCC.int application/PDF/English_Paris_agreement.pdf accessed March 20, 2023. 74. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, G.5-62220, 1992, UNFCCC. int/resource/docs/conveng.pdf accessed March 20, 2023. 75. What is ES? As Hertz, Esits.com accessed March 22, 2023, and Samuel Gregg, Why Business Should Dispense with ES, American Institute for Economic Research, December 4, 2022, https://www.io.org/article/why-business-should-dispense-with-ESG/ accessed March 22, 2023. 76. PRI Association, What are the Principles for Responsible Investment? UNPRI.org What are the Principles for Responsible Investment? Accessed March 22, 2023. The PRI Association is a UN-affiliated non-governmental organization. See also PRI Association, Articles of Association of PRI Association, Art. 9. November 14, 2016, https://dot.net/upload/g/e/r/2016-11/4-articles-offa-association-of-association-of-pdf accessed March 22, 2023. 23. Export-Import Bank. The Export-Import Bank should be abolished. Veronique de Rougier. The Export-Import Bank of the United States, EXIM, or the bank, is a federal agency that was established in 1934 to provide export subsidies through taxpayer-backed financing to private exporting corporations, as well as to foreign companies buying U.S. exports, with the ostensible purpose of promoting American exports, creating jobs, supporting small businesses, improving U.S. competitiveness, and protecting U.S. taxpayers. In 1986, David Stockman, who served as director of the Office of Management and Budget under President Ronald Reagan, wrote that export subsidies are a mercantilist illusion, based on the illogical proposition that a nation can raise its employment and GNP by giving away its goods for less than what it costs to make them. Export subsidies subtract from GNP and jobs, not expand them. Moreover, in 1981, the EXIM's practice was to bestow about two-thirds of its subsidies on a handful of giant manufacturers, including Boeing Aircraft, General Electric, and Westinghouse. Since then, very little has changed. EXIM operates in effect as a protectionist agency that picks winners and losers in the market by providing political privileges to firms that are already well-financed. By doing so, it risks taxpayer funds as it stymies economic growth. This reality is not altered by the argument that the bank could be a weapon to fight China, an argument that rests on a misguided mandate for leadership, the conservative promise understanding of what competitiveness is and how it is achieved and maintained. The bank should be abolished. Background: the Export-Import Bank was created in 1934 as an export credit agency (ECA) to finance trade with the Soviet Union. It was reorganized as an independent government agency in 1945. President Franklin Roosevelt's Executive Order 6581 gave it the power to aid in financing and to facilitate exports and imports and the exchange of commodities between the United States and other nations or the agencies and nationals thereof, to create jobs in the United States. EXIM has four main tools with which to pursue these goals: loan guarantees, working capital guarantees, direct loans, and export credit insurance. Importantly, for 4 years starting at the end of 2015, the bank became incapacitated. Lacking a quorum for its board of directors, it could not extend financing that exceeded $10 million per project. That put an end to about 85% of the bank's financing obligations. As the numbers below show, the bank hasn't yet recovered from that long interruption. Total bank authorizations in recent years have gone from $12.6 billion in fiscal year FY 20,073 to $21.5 billion in FY 20,144 to $5.2 billion in FY 2022.5. A better way to understand these numbers is to look at the amount of financial exposure the bank has, that is, the risk the bank takes for which taxpayers are ultimately responsible. During this same period, the bank's total exposure increased from $57.42 billion in FY 20,076 to $112.1 billion in FY 20,147, and then fell to $41.3 billion in FY 20,218 and $35.4 billion in FY 2022.9. Claims versus the facts. Supporters of EXIM make many claims about the benefits that our nation and citizens derive from having an export credit agency. These claims, however, are not supported by the facts. The bank is an example of government-granted privilege. Traditionally, one of EXIM's top 10 domestic beneficiaries is Boeing, which at a 40% share of total loan authorizations dwarfs the 25% share for all small businesses that received EXIM's services combined. 10 On the foreign side, things are not much different. The subsidized financing largely benefits very large companies like Mexico's Pemex, Ireland's Ryanair, and Emirates Airlines that either collect massive subsidies as state-controlled entities or could easily access private financing. 11 American businesses that lack political connections are put at a competitive disadvantage by their own government because they are forced to compete against both domestic and foreign businesses that enjoy access to subsidized loans. 12 The bank does not maintain or create jobs. EXIM's supporters point to the numbers of new jobs that they claim have been created through federal spending, Export-Import Bank, but the unseen effects are ignored. For example, funding for one industry or firm might take more jobs away from other industries and firms, resulting in a net job loss even though jobs are created for the financed firm. At best, it could be said that the bank redistributes employment from unsubsidized firms to subsidized firms. However, with very rare exceptions, most exports financed by EXIM would have taken place without government support. Many companies have said so themselves. 13 The procurement happens before the decision to get government support. And, as noted above, most EXIM deals go to large companies with easy access to capital. Thus, the agency is taking credit for jobs that would have existed in any event. The bank does not promote exports. EXIM presidents commonly claim that the agency's mission is to support U.S. jobs by facilitating American exports through its export financing tools. However, trade economists have long known that export credit subsidies merely redistribute exporting opportunities to subsidized firms instead of increasing the net number of exports, something that also slows economic growth. 14 Even more telling is the performance of the U.S. economy and American exports during the 4 years when EXIM lacked a board quorum, 2015 to 2019, and was barred from finalizing deals in excess of $10 million. During that time, EXIM authorizations fell from $21 billion in FY 2014 to $3.6 billion in FY 2018, adjusted for inflation. 15. However, also during that time, regular big-ticket EXIM beneficiaries continued to benefit from their easy access to capital markets and still had the ability to finance their export activities. Further, U.S. exports were utterly unaffected by the reductions in the bank's activities. 16 U.S. unemployment fell to a level not seen in half a century, but exports soared with financing provided by commercial lenders. The only negative economic impact from EXIM's lack of a board quorum was its effect on the bank itself. This contradicts EXIM's claim that its activities are crucial for the success of U.S. exporters and economic growth. Instead, it shows that economic growth is the best booster of U.S. exports and job creation and that it does not depend on EXIM subsidies. Subsidy-boosted exports do not boost economic growth. EXIM's primary reason for existing is to increase exports, as if more exports themselves represent more jobs and economic growth. Recent expressions of this fallacious belief can be found in a book by former EXIM president Fred Hochberg. According to Hochberg, we know that trade, and exports in particular, can have a big impact on jobs. 17. While this is a common misconception about exports, it is one worth correcting. As trade economists know, exports are a cost to the economy, they subtract from GDP. Imports, on the other hand, add to GDP. If the U.S. could acquire all of the imports that it currently gets without exporting anything in exchange, that would be the best of all worlds. Unfortunately, one reason that foreigners are so eager mandate for leadership, the conservative promise to sell us their goods, is that they want our dollars to buy our debt, invest in the country, and buy our exports. That is why exports drop when overall imports drop. Exports promote U.S. economic growth only if the value of the resources used to produce them is less than the value of what we receive as imports in exchange for those exports. By subsidizing American exports, EXIM causes too many resources to be devoted to producing exports. As a result, the total value of our exports is made larger than it would otherwise be to obtain any given amount of imports. In other words, EXIM thus compels American taxpayers to subsidize foreigners' standards of living at no appreciable benefit to the U.S. Unfortunately, this misunderstanding and the constant glamorization of exports and their impact on jobs and growth are used to justify government support for some exports. On average, 98% of exports are not backed by EXIM financing. It also is extremely unfair. Because capital will tend to shift from unsubsidized companies to subsidized companies, taxpayers foot the bill. If companies backed by the bank default, unsubsidized export companies face higher borrowing costs, which could translate into fewer jobs in unsubsidized companies or lower pay for their workers. The bank does not promote growth by leveling the playing field. EXIM's charter stipulates that one of its missions is to support U.S. exports with the goal of creating jobs and promoting economic growth through the provision of export financing via its loan guarantee and insurance programs. In particular, EXIM is to intervene in cases where such support is necessary to level the competitive playing field for U.S. exporters due to financing provided by foreign governments to their exporters. 18. As a result, EXIM for years has been focused primarily on what other countries' ECAs are doing and how much financing they are providing. 19 A reading of any of EXIM's competitiveness reports shows that the bank frames the competitiveness of the U.S. economy and exporters in extremely narrow terms, specifically, as the amount of business that foreign ECAs are doing relative to EXIM. The report for 2020 features striking evidence of this mindset. For instance, lamenting the nearly 4-year hiatus during which the bank lacked a board quorum to approve large deals, EXIM's leadership maintains that these years severely hindered EXIM's ability to support the competitiveness of U.S. exporters. During that time, foreign ECAs fundamentally evolved their philosophy and substantively expanded their roles, and the United States must work hard to keep pace. The bank goes on to promise that it will re-emerge from the years of being out of the long-term export finance business and restore its standing as one of the world's most competitive ECAs. 20 In other words, Exim bureaucrats appear to believe that economic growth and jobs result not from a favorable tax and regulatory environment, but from a victory in hand-to-hand subsidy combat between government banks. The bank's Export-Import Bank competitiveness reports include a table that ranks countries by ECA financing volume. An adjacent map displays the most competitive ECAs around the world, implying that the US, which ranked 8th in terms of volume in 2019, the year before the pandemic, is losing ground compared to more hyperactive, ranked higher ECAs. 1 The implication is that ECA export financing improves the overall health of the export market and thereby fuels economic and job growth, which it does not do. Consider Italy's hyperactive ECA. In 2019, Italy was ranked first among Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development (OECD) countries in terms of volume and was highlighted in the report as an example for other countries to follow. Yet the Italian ECA's hyperactivity appears to have had little impact on that country's economic growth or employment. Germany was the second highest ranked OECD country on this list in 2019. While Germany had respectable economic growth at the time of the report, only 0.7% of its exports were backed by ECA financing. These data provide little support for the argument that Germany's strong economic performance has much, if anything, to do with the German ECA. China by all accounts had a hyperactive ECA. It ranked first on the list in 2019. ECA-backed exports in China represented 2.1% of exports backed by government financing. Whatever one perceives as China's economic successes, it is hard to argue that the main driver of China's exports is its ECA. The report highlights the 8th-ranked U.S. for its unusually low level of Exim-backed exports. At the time of the report, the U.S. economy was thriving, wages and employment were up, and the country still had flourishing trade, but it was also striving when Exim was mostly dormant. In other words, one cannot argue that the bustling economy was the result of Exim support. Even in countries touted as leaders in relying on ECA financing, ECA-backed exports are never more than 4.7% of total exports. Moreover, even that is an outlier. For 23 of the 28 countries on this list, including both China and the US, the share of exports backed by ECA financing is less than 2%. This fact suggests that, contrary to the claims of Exim's advocates, ECA financing is irrelevant to the overall health of the export market as well as to economic growth. This is consistent with what economists know about the impact of subsidies on economic growth. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative promise the bank does not support small businesses. Most of the bank's funding goes to large corporations such as Boeing, a recipient of 68% of Exim's loan guarantees and 30% of Exim's overall activities. Over the years, 10 large domestic corporations have received roughly 65% of the bank's total assistance. It is closer to 70% today. More than 99.9% of U.S. small businesses receive no benefits from Exim and are often placed at a competitive disadvantage by the subsidies doled out to larger competitors. In fact, the bank's support for small businesses has declined from $2.3 billion in FY 2001-1923 to more than $2 billion in FY 200 and 2024 to only $1.6 billion in FY 2021.25. This decline occurred amid a pandemic that hit small businesses especially hard, and it continues today. The bank is not a good deal for taxpayers. The bank's accounting practices are deficient, and the bank miscalculates its budget savings. While it claims that its operations will save taxpayers $14 billion over the next decade, the Congressional Budget Office has found that Exim programs will actually cost taxpayers $2 billion. 26 numerous audits done by the bank's internal inspector general also show that the bank's risk analyses, default assumptions, internal reporting procedures, and financial reporting practices are not reliable enough to ensure the safe stewardship of taxpayer funds and responsible management of Exim's vast portfolio. 27 Failing to meet the China challenge. These days, to get whatever expansion of government one wants or to justify a new government activity, one has only to declare that more government intervention is needed to help fight China. President Trump used this argument to secure reauthorization of Exim in 2019. Today, President Biden argues that the bank could be a powerful weapon in the government's geo-economic arsenal against China. The rationale is that this will prevent China from dominating the global market with its subsidies and will boost American jobs and manufacturing. The problem is that cynics who support such policies make no effort to adopt a serious strategic plan to achieve this goal. For instance, how can Exim help us to fight China while state-owned Chinese companies like China Air have been some of the companies most subsidized by Exim? 28 Furthermore, it has now been 4 years since Congress instructed Exim to focus on China, but there has been no fundamental change in the way Exim operates or the companies to which it extends taxpayer-backed financing. Deals related to the aircraft industry still dominate the bank's portfolio. In addition, there is no evidence that Exim has altered its intense focus on competing with other governments' ECAs. If the bank was serious about competing against China, it would be targeting the low-income markets where China Export-Import Bank has been making its most important investments. Instead, its obsession with other ECAs has caused Exim to direct the vast majority of its funding to large foreign companies in higher-income nations. Data available on the OECD website show that the level of ECA financing in high-income countries in 2019 was more than double the amount in low-income countries. 29 The same was true for previous years. In other words, Exim and the ECAs of the OECD are competing in markets where commercial lending is abundant, a trend that continues today. The failure to deliver on its congressionally imposed obligation, however misguided that obligation may be, is also noticeable in the fact that Exim's China and Transformation Exports Program (CTEP) extended only $141.3 million in financing in FY 2022, a fraction of the $27 billion it is supposed to deliver by the end of 2026.30. The bank's efforts have also included a misplaced focus on emerging technologies such as quantum computing and artificial intelligence, which do not need Exim financing because their foreign sales attract commercial financing without government support. The lack of demand for Exim products could also be reflected in the bank's authorization of $5.2 billion in loan guarantees and support in FY 2022,31 down from its FY 2012 peak of over $35.7 billion during the Obama administration. 32 This lack of activity also extends to the semiconductor industry, which has been picked as a focal point for a government-wide industrial policy effort to counter China's ambition to dominate that industry. Ironically, at the same time that some want to become more like China to fight China, China's leaders are realizing that their heavy-handed semiconductor subsidies are weakening the Chinese economy. According to Bloomberg News, top Chinese officials are discussing ways to move away from costly subsidies that have so far borne little fruit and encouraged both graft and American sanctions, people familiar with the matter said. While some continue to push for incentives of as much as 1 trillion yuan, $145 billion, other policymakers have lost their taste for an investment-led approach that's not yielded the results anticipated, the people said. 33 This development is not surprising to those who understand basic economics. The goal of using Exim as a weapon against China was a bad idea in the first place. Even if it were a good idea, for it to succeed would have required that Exim stop serving the clients it has been serving for decades. That has not happened, and it will not happen. Conclusion: the Export-Import Bank should be abolished because it wastes taxpayer money, adversely affects American businesses, and does not promote economic growth. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise effectively. Furthermore, any attempts to reorient the agency and make it a weapon with which to fight against China are going to fail. Economic fights and national security fights are not won with subsidies. The case for the Export-Import Bank. Jennifer Hazelton I. In 1986, President Ronald Reagan signed a bill extending the charter of the Export-Import Bank (EXIM) by an additional 6 years. In a signing statement attached to the bill, the President declared that "This sends an important signal to both our exporting community and foreign suppliers that American exporters will continue to be able to compete vigorously for business throughout the world." 34 As a candidate for president, Ronald Reagan was opposed to EXIM, but as president, he learned the challenges America's businesses face when competing for opportunities overseas, and his position on EXIM evolved. As President Reagan once famously remarked, "Why would I want our businesses competing with two hands tied behind their backs?" On January 30, 1984, the president said, "Exports create and sustain jobs for millions of American workers and contribute to the growth and strength of the United States economy." The Export-Import Bank contributes in a significant way to our nation's export sales. President Reagan was exactly right. EXIM provides a mechanism that American companies can use to vie for projects that would otherwise be out of reach, notably deals that the banking industry won't finance because of the risk associated with the host country or because the host nation itself requires a sovereign guarantee in order to submit a bid. EXIM is the only American vehicle that can provide that sovereign guarantee. Since Reagan's presidency, the global economic order has shifted dramatically, and a rising China has completely disrupted the export credit sector. In Reagan's era, export credit financing was a means for nations to compete for and win projects overseas in order to create more jobs at home. It was a benign tool for economic expansion. China, however, has morphed export credit financing into a weapon of national security. Where most nations have just one export credit agency, ECA, China has 3, all targeted for specific stages of economic and industrial development. The amount of money China has put behind these 3 instruments is staggering. It is estimated that in 2018, China provided more than $500 billion in export credit, approaching in that 1 year the total amount of financing EXIM has provided in its 90-year history. Export-Import Bank China's export credit activity is greater than that of the ECAs of the entire G7 combined. Today, China is the world's largest official creditor, maintaining a portfolio more than twice the size of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund combined. China's highly aggressive Belt and Road Initiative, which has prompted international criticism for ensnaring the developing world in debt trap diplomacy, has created a sphere of economic and strategic influence that includes about 150 countries, rivaling the relationships of the United States and her allies. Unlike America and the G7 economies, China does not subscribe to the rules-based order that has governed export credit financing for nearly a century. As in so many other things, China plays by its own rules and is opaque in how it operates, weaponizing its export credit financing deals by offering developing nations terms that are often too good to be true. Once the project is underway, the Chinese have been known to change the terms, making a project unaffordable for the purchasing country. These tactics have yielded China important strategic plunder like mines and critical minerals, satellites, and even ports like those in Hambantota, Sri Lanka, and Mombasa, Kenya. Export credit is a strategic weapon in China's whole-of-government approach to enhance its global power, economic might, and national security. The only country that has the economic heft to counter China's aggressions in export credit financing is the United States. Not only do American companies risk losing out to Chinese competitors for international opportunities if EXIM is not there to offer support, but a United States without a functioning export credit agency also leaves an unchecked China with a wide-open field to claim jurisdiction over swaths of ocean and shipping lanes, expand its economic influence, and create major changes in the global balance of power. In response to Chinese aggression in export credit, the ECAs of other countries have reacted defensively to change their policies and programs to avoid losing access to large chunks of global markets. Many countries, including strong U.S. allies like the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, and Italy have changed the mission of their ECAs from one of leveling the playing field for their exporters to hunting proactively for transactions for their businesses and advancing their national strategic interests over the long term. In addition, foreign buyers, particularly those looking to build large international projects, have been indicating that the availability of government-backed financing is a core component of their evaluation of bids and identification of sourcing. Allied nations have taken steps like lowering their content requirements in order to lure more deals, often at U.S. expense. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise. Meanwhile, U.S. content requirements have remained constant, and the United States continues to abide by traditional Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development (OECD) rules. For example, the United Kingdom offered Boeing financing backed by Britain's ECA if Boeing would put Rolls-Royce engines on its jets instead of GE engines. Italy's ECA offered General Electric export credit financing in exchange for moving the production of some of its turbine components from the United States to Italy. China's tactics, as well as those of some of America's allies, have been successful in drawing manufacturing and the jobs associated with that production away from U.S. soil. Exim's 2018 competitiveness report accurately documents how extensively foreign ECAs have expanded programs aimed at embedding their small and medium-sized exporters into the global supply chain to the detriment of U.S. exporters, particularly small businesses. 35 To ignore these changes and leave the United States without its own export financing weapon is to resign the United States to a reduced role in world geopolitical affairs and accept fewer jobs and lower standards of living for many Americans. Critics of Exim employ a host of defamatory slurs like crony capitalism and Bank of Boeing. The Bank of Boeing moniker is particularly misleading, as it was born in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis when the airline industry was particularly hard hit and private sector financing was not available for many airlines looking to purchase Boeing aircraft. Exim's portfolio tends to be cyclical, with different industries relying on export credit financing at different points in time, depending on economic conditions. The truth is that Exim provides financing only when the private sector will not or cannot, a concept known as additionality. In addition, when Exim does provide financing, usually in the form of a loan or loan guarantee, the borrower pays interest rates that are driven by the market. Exim does not undercut the private sector. It does not solicit any applications for financing, and all applications are judged on the merits of the transactions. All transactions must have reasonable assurance of repayment, which is why Exim has an exceptionally low default rate, historically hovering around 0.5%, a default rate that is the envy of private banking. Export-Import Bank. When Exim enters a deal, the American taxpayer is always protected first. If a deal goes into default, the U.S. taxpayer is paid back before any other lender. Borrowers are loath to default on the United States of America. This ability to manage risk successfully is why Exim actually makes a profit for American taxpayers, described in government parlance as negative subsidy, sending more than $9 billion to the U.S. Treasury for debt reduction since 1992. The bank has also supported hundreds of thousands of U.S. jobs, most of them in manufacturing, during the past decade. Export credit financing has become a critical lever for macroeconomic growth for many countries, allies and competitors of the U.S. alike. Other nations are using ECAs strategically to influence decisions and procure economic opportunities, hindering the participation of U.S. firms and costing American jobs, particularly in manufacturing. China's aggressive actions in export finance bleed beyond economic advancement and are clearly an effort to expand both its national security and its global power. The United States would be foolish to abandon this field of play, surrendering it to China and other nations, and to relinquish Exim as a powerful tool in America's asymmetrical warfare toolbox. Mandate for leadership. The Conservative Promise. Notes. 1. David A. Stockman, The Triumph of Politics, Why the Reagan Revolution Failed. New York, Harper & Row, 1986, pages 113-114. 2. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, Executive Order 6581 creating the Export-Import Bank of Washington, February 2, 1934, https://www.presidency.uxp.edu/documents/executive-order-6581- creating the Export-Import Bank $Washington $. Text equals executive %20 order %206,581 20 creating %20 the %20 export import %20 bank %20 by %20 promoting %20 the %20 fullest %20 possible %20 utilization %20 of %20 accessed February 23, 2023. 3. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Annual Report 2007, p. 14, img.exim.gov managed-documents/AR2007.pdf accessed March 21, 2023. 4. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Annual Report 2014, pages 84 and 86, https://img.exim.gov/s3public/report/annual/exim-2014-ar.pdf accessed March 21, 2023. 5. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Annual Management Report for the year ended September 30, 2022, and September 30, 2021, pages 1 and 7, img.exim.gov FY22 %20 AMR %20 final _signoff _508 _v27 final.pdf accessed March 22, 2023. 6. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Annual Report 2008, pages 35 and 63, https://img.exim.gov/s3public/report/annual/2008 and all report.pdf accessed March 22, 2023. 7. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Annual Report 2015, pages 28 and 42, https://img.exim.gov/s3public/report/annual/exim-2015-ar.pdf accessed March 22, 2023. 8. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Annual Management Report for the year ended September 30, 2022, and September 30, 2021, pages 1 and 18, img.exim.gov FY22 %20 AMR %20 final _signoff _508 _v27 final.pdf accessed March 22, 2023. 9. IBID. 10. Veronique de Ruggie, Export-Import is still Boeing's bank. Mercatus Center at George Mason University. Data visualization, March 3, 2015, https://www.mercatus.org/research/data-visualizations/export-import- still Boeing's bank accessed March 21, 2023. 11. Veronique de Ruggie, the Export Bank, Winners and Losers of Government-Granted Privilege, Testimony before the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs, U.S. Senate, June 2, 2015, www. mercatus.org/research/federal-testimonies/export-import-winners-and-losers-government-granted privilege accessed February 23, 2023. 12. Veronique de Ruggie, Nita Gay, and Michael Wilt, should the U.S. Export-Import Bank be reauthorized? Mercatus Center at George Mason University Policy Brief, July 28, 2015, mercatus.org Policy Briefs/Should US Export-Import Bank be reauthorized accessed February 23, 2023. 13. Veronique de Ruggie, Emirates to Exim Bank, we'll be just fine without you. National Review, The Corner, September 8, 2014, https://www.nationalreview.com/corner/emir-dash-bank-well-be-dash-just-find-without-you-vero-nick-de-accessed February 22, 2023. 14. Sally James, Time to X Out the Exim Bank, Cato Institute, Herbert A. Stiefel Center for Trade Policy Analysis No. 47, July 6, 2011, papers.ssrn.com, accessed February 22, 2023, and Salim Firth, Export-Import Bank, What the Scholarship Says, Heritage Foundation Background No. 2934, August 7, 2014, https://www.heritage.org/trade/report/the-export-import-banquet-the-scholarship-says. 15. Veronique de Ruggie and Justin Leventhal, Exim Bank, A Comparative Analysis of Pre- and Post-Quorum Lending, Mercatus Center at George Mason University Policy Brief, April 23, 2019, pages 1 and 2, www.mercatus.org/research/policy-briefs/ex-im-bank-comparative-analysis-pre-post-quorum-lending, accessed February 22, 2023. 16. Ibid. p. 5. 17. Fred P. Hochberg, Trade is not a four-letter word. How 6 everyday products make the case for trade. New York, Simon & Schuster/Avid Reader Press, 2020, p. 71. 18. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Agency Management Report for the years ended September 30, 2020, and September 30, 2019, pages 2 and 4, img.exim.gov annual/2020/508 compliant_XM%20Q4%20FY20%20EMR%20 final_SIGNOF_updated 12.1.use.020.pdf accessed February 22, 2023. Export-Import Bank 19. Veronique de Ruggie, Exim Bank competitiveness doesn't help export competitiveness. Testimony before the Exim Bank Advisory Committee, September 30, 2021, https://www.mercatus.org/research/federal testimonies/ex-im-bank-competitiveness-docent-help-export-competitiveness accessed February 22, 2023. 20. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Report to the U.S. Congress on Global Export Credit Competition for the period January 1, 2020 through December 31, 2020, June 2021, p. 3. img.exim.gov reports/competitiveness_reports/2020/exim_2020_competitiveness report_web ready_single%20 pages. PDF accessed February 23, 2023. 21. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Report to the U.S. Congress on Global Export Credit Competition for the period January 1, 2019 through December 31, 2019, June 2020, p. 38. https://img.exim.gov/s3public/reports/2019/2020-competitiveness-report-final.pdf accessed February 22, 2023. 22. De Ruggie and Leventhal, Exim Bank, A Comparative Analysis of Pre- and Post-Quorum Lending, pages 7 and 10. 23. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Keeping America Strong, Export-Import Bank of the United States 2019 Annual Report, Pages 6 and 10. img.exim.gov All report _508c_web.pdf. Accessed February 22, 2023. 24. Export-Import Bank of the United States, All America. Export-Import Bank of the United States 2020 Annual Report. Pages 7 and 42. https://img.exim.gov/s3fs-public/reports/competitiveness_reports/2019/2019-exim competitiveness-report-final.pdf. Accessed February 22, 2023. 25. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Building a Better America. Export-Import Bank of the United States 2021 Annual Report. p. 22. img.exim.gov. PDF. Accessed February 22, 2023. 26. Congressional Budget Office, Fair Value Estimates of the Cost of Selected Federal Credit Programs for 2015 to 2024, May 2014, pages 1 and 5, cbo.gov fairvalue.pdf. Accessed February 22, 2023. 27. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Office of Inspector General, Report on Portfolio Risk and Loss Reserve Allocation Policies, OIG-INS 12-02, September 28, 2012, https://img.exim.gov/s3fs-public/oig/final20 report-20 complete-20 portfolio-20 risk-0120928-1.pdf £, text equals date %3A% 20 September %2028 %2C %20 2012 20I 20M 20 pleased %22 measure %2C %20 price %2C %20 and %20 reserve %24 %20 its %20 portfolio %20 risk. Accessed March 21, 2023. See also Export-Import Bank of the United States, Office of Inspector General, Export-Import Bank's Management of Direct Loans and Related Challenges, OIG Arkansas 13-05, September 26, 2013, https://img.exim.gov/s3fs-public/audit-of-direct-loans-and-related-management-of-direct-loans-and-related-loans-and-direct-loans-related-challenges-09-26-13.pdf. Accessed March 21, 2023. 28. Veronique de Ruggie and Justin Leventhal. The Exim Bank is more responsible without a quorum. Mercatus Center at George Mason University. Data visualization, December 11, 2018. Mercatus.org. Data visualizations/Exim Bank more responsible without quorum #, text equals at %2063 %20 %20 without %20 %20 quorum %2C %20 the %20 Exim is %20 doing %20 better %20 without %20 the %20 Exim %20 bank %E2 %80 99 seconds %28 accessed February 22, 2023. 29. Figure 3, Arrangement Official Export Credits, Destination Countries by Income Level Billion used, in Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Export Credit Statistics, Trends and Cash Flow, Trends in Arrangement Official Export Credits, 2009 to 2019, https://www.oic.org/trade/topics/export credits/statistics/ accessed March 21, 2023. 30. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Building a Better America. Export-Import Bank of the United States 2021 Annual Report, pages 19, 44, and 47. 31. Export-Import Bank of the United States, Annual Management Report for the year ended September 30, 2022, and September 30th, 2021, pages 1, 7 and 57. 32. News release, Exim Bank FI 2012 Annual Report details fourth consecutive record-breaking year, Export-Import Bank of the United States, November 26, 2012, Exim.gov Annual Report details fourth consecutive record-breaking year, accessed March 21, 2023. 33. Bloomberg News, China retreats ongoing toe-to-toe with U.S. on critical tech, The Sydney Morning Herald, January 4, 2023, https://www.smh.com.au/business/china-critical-tech-to-0230104-p5CAE9.html accessed February 23, 2023. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise. 34. President Ronald Reagan, statement on signing the Export-Import Bank Act amendments of 1986, October 15, 1986, https://www.presidency.ukes.edu/documents/statement-signing-the-export-import-bank act amendments-1986 accessed February 22, 2023. 35. Export-Import Bank of the United States, report to the U.S. Congress on global export credit competition for the period January 1, 2018, through December 31, 2018, June 2019, img.exim.gov competitiveness_reports/2019/exim2019 competitiveness report-final.pdf accessed February 18, 2023. 24. Federal Reserve, Paul Winfrey. Money is the essential unit of measure for the voluntary exchanges that constitute the market economy. Stable money allows people to work freely, helps businesses grow, facilitates investment, supports saving for retirement, and ultimately provides for economic growth. The federal government has long made policy regarding the nation's money on behalf of the people through their elected representatives in Congress. Over time, however, Congress has delegated that responsibility first to the Department of the Treasury and now to the quasi-public Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve was created by Congress in 1913 when most Americans lived in rural areas and the largest industry was agriculture. The impetus was a series of financial crises caused both by irresponsible banks and other financial institutions that overextended credit and by poor regulations. The architects of the Federal Reserve believed that a quasi-public clearinghouse acting as lender of last resort would reduce financial instability and end severe recessions. However, the Great Depression of the 1930s was needlessly prolonged in part because of the Federal Reserve's inept management of the money supply. More recessions followed in the post-World War II years. In the decades since the Federal Reserve was created, there has been a downturn roughly every 5 years. This monetary dysfunction is related in part to the impossibility of fine-tuning the money supply in real time, as well as to the moral hazard inherent in a political system that has demonstrated a history of bailing out private firms when they engage in excess speculation. Public control of money creation through the Federal Reserve System has another major problem. Government can abuse this authority for its own advantage. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise by printing money to finance its operations. This necessitated the original Federal Reserve's decentralization and political independence. Not long after the central bank's creation, however, monetary decision-making power was transferred away from regional member banks and consolidated in the Board of Governors. The Federal Reserve's independence is presumably supported by its mandate to maintain stable prices. Yet central bank independence is challenged in two additional ways. First, Like any other public institution, the Federal Reserve responds to the potential for political oversight when faced with challenges. Consequently, its independence in conducting monetary policy is more assured when the economy is experiencing sustained growth and when there is low unemployment and price stability, but less so in a crisis. 3. Additionally, political pressure has led the Federal Reserve to use its power to regulate banks as a way to promote politically favorable initiatives, including those aligned with environmental, social, and governance as objectives. 4. Even formal grants of power by Congress have not markedly improved Federal Reserve actions. Congress gave the Federal Reserve greater regulatory authority over banks after the stock market crash of 1929. During the Great Depression, the Federal Reserve was given the power to set reserve requirements on banks and to regulate loans for the purchase of securities. During the stagflation of the 1970s, Congress expanded the Federal Reserve's mandate to include maximum employment, stable prices, and moderate long-term interest rates. 5. In the wake of the 2008 global financial crisis, the Federal Reserve's banking and financial regulatory authorities were burdened even further. The Great Recession also led to innovations by the central bank, such as additional large-scale asset purchases. Together, these expansions have created significant risks associated with too-big-to-fail financial institutions and have facilitated government debt creation. 6. Collectively, such developments have eroded the Federal Reserve's economic neutrality. In essence, because of its vastly expanded discretionary powers with respect to monetary and regulatory policy, the Fed lacks both operational effectiveness and political independence. To protect the Federal Reserve's independence and to improve monetary policy outcomes, Congress should limit its mandate to the sole objective of stable money. This chapter provides a number of options aimed at achieving these goals, along with the costs and benefits of each policy recommendation. These recommended reforms are divided into two parts: broad institutional changes and changes involving the Federal Reserve's management of the money supply. Broad recommendations: eliminate the dual mandate. The Federal Reserve was originally created to furnish an elastic currency and rediscount commercial paper so that the supply of credit could increase along with the demand for money. Federal Reserve and bank credit. In the 1970s, the Federal Reserve's mission was amended to maintain macroeconomic stability following the abandonment of the gold standard. 7. This included making the Federal Reserve responsible for maintaining full employment, stable prices, and long-term interest rates. Supporters of this more expansive mandate claim that monetary policy is needed to help the economy avoid or escape recessions. Hence, even if there is a built-in bias toward inflation, that bias is worth it to avoid the pain of economic stagnation. This accommodationist view is wrong. In fact, that same easy money causes the clustering of failures that can lead to a recession. In other words, the dual mandate may inadvertently contribute to recessions rather than fixing them. A far less harmful alternative is to focus the Federal Reserve on protecting the dollar and restraining inflation. This can mitigate economic turmoil, perhaps in conjunction with government spending. Fiscal policy can be more effective if it is timely, targeted, and temporary. 8. An example from the COVID-19 pandemic is the Paycheck Protection Program, which sustained businesses far more effectively than near-zero interest rates, which mainly aided asset markets and housing prices. It is also worth noting that the problem of the dual mandate may worsen with new pressure on the Federal Reserve to include environmental or redistributionist equity goals in its policy making, which will likely enable additional federal spending. 9. Limit the Federal Reserve's lender of last resort function. To protect banks that overlend during easy money episodes, the Federal Reserve was assigned a lender of last resort (LOL) function. This amounts to a standing bailout offer and encourages banks and non-bank financial institutions to engage in reckless lending or even speculation that both exacerbates the boom and bust cycle and can lead to financial crises such as those of 199,210 and 200,811 with ensuing bailouts. This function should be limited so that banks and other financial institutions behave more prudently, returning to their traditional role as conservative lenders rather than taking risks that are too large and lead to still another taxpayer bailout. Such a reform should be given plenty of lead time so that banks can self-correct lending practices without disrupting a financial system that has grown accustomed to such activities. Wind down the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. Until the 2008 crisis, the Federal Reserve never held more than $1 trillion in assets, but largely a mandate for leadership, the conservative promise to influence monetary policy. Since then, these assets have exploded, and the Federal Reserve now owns nearly $9 trillion of mainly federal debt, $5.5 trillion, 13, and mortgage-backed securities, $2.6 trillion. 14. There is currently no government oversight of the types of assets that the Federal Reserve purchases. These purchases have two main effects. They encourage federal deficits and support politically favored markets, which include housing and even corporate debt. Over half of COVID-era deficits were monetized in this way by the Federal Reserve's purchase of treasuries, and housing costs were driven to historic highs by the Federal Reserve's purchase of mortgage securities. Together, this policy subsidizes government debt, starving business borrowing, while rewarding those who buy homes and certain corporations at the expense of the wider public. Federal Reserve balance sheet purchases should be limited by Congress, and the Federal Reserve's existing balance sheet should be wound down as quickly as is prudent to levels similar to what existed historically before the 2008 global financial crisis. 15L limit future balance sheet expansions to U.S. Treasuries. The Federal Reserve should be prohibited from picking winners and losers among asset classes. Above all, this means limiting Federal Reserve interventions in the mortgage-backed securities market. It also means eliminating Fed interventions in corporate and municipal debt markets. Restricting the Fed's open market operations to treasuries has strong economic support. The goal of monetary policy is to provide markets with needed liquidity without inducing resource misallocations caused by interfering with relative prices, including rates of return to securities. However, Fed intervention in longer-term government debt, mortgage-backed securities, and corporate and municipal debt can distort the pricing process. This more closely resembles credit allocation than liquidity provision. The Fed's mortgage-related activities are a paradigmatic case of what monetary policy should not do. Consider the effects of monetary policy on the housing market. Between February 2020 and August 2022, home prices increased 42%. Residential property prices in the United States adjusted for inflation are now 5.8% above the prior all-time record levels of 2006.17. The home price to median income ratio is now 7.68. far Federal Reserve above the prior record high of 7.0 set in 2005.18. The mortgage payment to income ratio hit 43.3% in August 2022, breaking the highs of the prior housing bubble in 2008.19. Mortgage payment on the median priced home with a 20% down payment jumped to $2,408 in the autumn of 2022 versus $1,404 just 1 year earlier, as home prices continued to rise even as mortgage rates more than doubled. Renters have not been spared. Median apartment rental costs have jumped more than 24% since the start of 2021.20. Numerous cities experienced rent increases well in excess of 30%. A primary driver of higher costs during the past 3 years has been the Federal Reserve's purchases of mortgage-backed securities (MBS). Since March 2020, the Federal Reserve has driven down mortgage interest rates and fueled a rise in housing costs by purchasing $1.3 trillion of MBSs from Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and Ginnie Mae. The $2.7 trillion now owned by the Federal Reserve is nearly double the levels of March 2020. The flood of capital from the Federal Reserve into MBSS increased the amount of capital available for real estate purchases, while lower interest rates on mortgage borrowing, driven down in part by the Federal Reserve's MBS purchases, induced and enabled borrowers to take on even larger loans. 1. The Federal Reserve should be precluded from any future purchases of MBSS and should wind down its holdings either by selling off the assets or by allowing them to mature without replacement. L. Stop paying interest on excess reserves. Under this policy, also started during the 2008 financial crisis, the Federal Reserve effectively prints money and then borrows it back from banks rather than those banks lending money to the public. This amounts to a transfer to Wall Street at the expense of the American public and has driven such excess reserves to $3.1 trillion, up 70-fold since 2007. 2. The Federal Reserve should immediately end this practice and either sell off its balance sheet or simply stop paying interest so that banks instead lend the money. Congress should bring back the pre-2008 system, founded on open market operations. This minimizes the Fed's power to engage in preferential credit allocation. Monetary rule reform options. While the above recommendations would reduce Federal Reserve manipulation and subsidies, none would limit the inflationary and recessionary cycles caused by the Federal Reserve. For that, major reform of the Federal Reserve's core activity of manipulating interest rates and money would be needed. A core problem with government control of monetary policy is its exposure to two unavoidable political pressures: pressure to print money to subsidize mandate for leadership, the conservative promise government deficits, and pressure to print money to boost the economy artificially until the next election. Because both will always exist with self-interested politicians, the only permanent remedy is to take the monetary steering wheel out of the Federal Reserve's hands and return it to the people. This could be done by abolishing the federal role in money altogether, allowing the use of commodity money, or embracing a strict monetary policy rule to ward off political meddling. Of course, neither free banking nor allowing commodity-backed money is currently being discussed, so we have formulated a menu of reforms. Each option involves trade-offs between how effectively it restrains the Federal Reserve and how difficult each policy would be to implement, both politically for Congress and economically in terms of disruption to existing financial institutions. We present these options in decreasing order of effectiveness against inflation and boom and bust recessionary cycles. Free banking. In free banking, neither interest rates nor the supply of money is controlled by the government. The Federal Reserve is effectively abolished, and the Department of the Treasury largely limits itself to handling the government's money. Regions of the U.S. actually had a similar system, known as the Suffolk System, from 1824 until the 1850s, and it minimized both inflation and economic disruption while allowing lending to flourish. 3. Under free banking, banks typically issue liabilities, for example, checking accounts denominated in dollars and backed by a valuable commodity. In the 19th century, this backing was commonly gold coins. Each dollar, for example, was defined as about 1/20th of an ounce of gold, redeemable on demand at the issuing bank. Today, we might expect most banks to back with gold, although some might prefer to back their notes with another currency or even buy equities or other assets such as real estate. Competition would determine the right mix of assets in banks' portfolios as backing for their liabilities. As in the Suffolk System, competition keeps banks from overprinting or lending irresponsibly. This is because any bank that issues more paper than it has assets available would be subject to competitor banks presenting its notes for redemption. In the extreme, another issuing bank could be liable to a bank run. Reckless banks' competitors have good incentives to police risk closely lest their own holdings of competitor dollars become worthless. 2. For in this way, free banking leads to stable and sound currencies and strong financial systems because customers will avoid the riskier issuers, driving them out of the market. As a result of this stability and lack of inflation inherent in fully backed currencies, free banking could dramatically strengthen and increase both the dominant role of America's financial industry and the use of the US dollar as the global currency of choice. 25 In fact, under free banking, the norm is for the dollar's purchasing power to rise gently over time, reflecting gains in economic productivity. This supply-side deflation does not cause economic busts. In fact, Federal Reserve, by ensuring that cash earns a positive, inflation-adjusted rate of return, it can prevent households and businesses from holding inefficiently small money balances. Further benefits of free banking include dramatic reduction of economic cycles, an end to indirect financing of federal spending, removal of the lender of last resort, permanent bailout function of central banks, and promotion of currency competition. 26 This allows Americans many more ways to protect their savings. Because free banking implies that financial services and banking would be governed by general business laws against, for example, fraud or misrepresentation, crony regulatory burdens that hurt customers would be dramatically eased, and innovation would be encouraged. Potential downsides of free banking stem from its greatest benefit: it has massive political hurdles to clear. Economic theory predicts and economic history confirms that free banking is both stable and productive, but it is radically different from the system we have now. Transitioning to free banking would require political authorities, including Congress and the President, to coordinate on multiple reforms simultaneously. Getting any of them wrong could imbalance an otherwise functional system. Ironically, it is the very strength of a true free banking system that makes transitioning to one so difficult. Commodity-backed money. For most of U.S. history, the dollar was defined in terms of both gold and silver. The problem was that when the legal price differed from the market price, the artificially undervalued currency would disappear from circulation. There were times, for instance, when this mechanism put the U.S. on a de facto silver standard. However, as a result, inflation was limited. Given this track record, restoring a gold standard retains some appeal among monetary reformers who do not wish to go so far as abolishing the Federal Reserve. Both the 2012 and 2016 GOP platforms urged the establishment of a commission to consider the feasibility of a return to the gold standard. 27 And in October 2022, Representative Alexander Mooney, R. West Virginia, introduced a bill to restore the gold standard. 28 In economic effect, commodity backing the dollar differs from free banking in that the government, via the Fed, maintains both regulatory and bailout functions. However, manipulation of money and credit is limited because new dollars are not costless to the federal government. They must be backed by some hard asset like gold. Compared to free banking, then, the benefits of commodity-backed money are reduced, but transition disruptions are also smaller. The process of commodity backing is very straightforward. Treasury could set the price of a dollar at today's market price of $2,000 per ounce of gold. This means that each Federal Reserve note could be redeemed at the Federal Reserve and exchanged for 1/2,000 ounce of gold, about $80, for example, for a gold coin the weight of a dime. Private bank liabilities would be redeemable upon their issuers. Banks could send those traded-in dollars to the Treasury for gold to replenish their mandate for leadership, the conservative promise vaults. This creates a powerful self-policing mechanism. If the federal government creates dollars too quickly, more people will doubt the peg and turn in their gold to banks, which then will turn in their gold and drain the government's gold. This forces governments to rein in spending and inflation lest their gold reserves become depleted. One concern raised against commodity backing is that there is not enough gold in the federal government for all the dollars in existence. This is solved by making sure that the initial peg on gold is correct. Also, in reality, a very small number of users trade for gold as long as they believe the government will stick to the price peg. The mere fact that people could exchange dollars for gold is what acts as the enforcer. After all, if one is confident that a dollar will still be worth 1/2,000 ounce of gold in a year, it is much easier to walk about with paper dollars and use credit cards than it is to mail tiny $80 coins. People would redeem en masse only if they feared the government would not be able to control itself, for which the only solution is for the government to control itself. Beyond full backing, alternate paths to gold backing might involve gold convertible treasury instruments 29, or allowing a parallel gold standard to operate temporarily alongside the current fiat 30 cents. These could ease adoption while minimizing disruption, but they should be temporary so that we can quickly enjoy the benefits of gold's ability to police government spending. In addition, Congress could simply allow individuals to use commodity-backed money without fully replacing the current system. Among downsides to a commodity standard, there is no guarantee that the government will stick to the price peg. Also, allowing a commodity standard to operate along with a fiat dollar opens both up for a speculative attack. Another downside is that even under a commodity standard, the Federal Reserve can still influence the economy via interest rates or other interventions. Therefore, at best, a commodity standard is not a full solution to returning to free banking. We have good reasons to worry that central banks and the gold standard are fundamentally incompatible, as the disastrous experience of the Western nations on their managed gold standards between World War I and World War II showed. K% rule. Under this rule, proposed by Milton Friedman in 1960,31, the Federal Reserve would create money at a fixed rate, say 3% per year. By offering the inflation benefits of gold without the potential disruption to the financial system, a K% rule could be a more politically viable alternative to gold. The principal flaw is that unlike commodities, a K% rule is not fixed by physical costs. It could change according to political pressures or random economic fluctuations. Importantly, financial innovation could destabilize the market's demand for liquidity, as happened with changes in consumer credit patterns in the 1970s. When this happens, a given K% rule that previously delivered stability could become destabilizing. In addition, monetary policy when Federal Reserve Friedman proposed the K% rule was very different from monetary policy today. Adopting a K% rule would require considering what transitions need to take place. Inflation targeting rules. Inflation targeting is the current de facto Federal Reserve Rule. 32 Under inflation targeting, the Federal Reserve chooses a target inflation rate, essentially the highest it thinks the public will accept, and then tries to engineer the money supply to achieve that goal. Chairman Jerome Powell and others before him have used 2% as their target inflation rate, although some are now floating 3% or 4.33. The result can be boom and bust cycles of inflation and recession driven by disruptive policy manipulations, both because the Federal Reserve is liable to political pressure and because making economic predictions is very difficult if not impossible. Inflation and growth targeting rules. Inflation and growth targeting is a popular proposal for reforming the Federal Reserve. Two of the most prominent versions of inflation and growth targeting are a Taylor Rule and nominal GDP (NGDP) targeting. Both offer similar costs and benefits. Economists generally believe that the economy's long-term real growth trend is determined by non-monetary factors. The Fed's job is to minimize fluctuations around that trend nominal growth rates. Speculative booms and destructive busts caused by swings in total spending should be avoided. NGDP targeting stabilizes total nominal spending directly. The Taylor Rule does so indirectly, operating through the federal funds rates. NGDP targeting keeps total nominal spending growth on a steady path. If the demand for money liquidity rises, the Fed meets it by increasing the money supply. If the demand for money falls, the Fed responds by reducing the money supply. This minimizes the effects of demand shocks on the economy. For example, if the long-run growth rate of the U.S. economy is 3% and the Fed has a 5% NGDP growth target, it expands the money supply enough to boost nominal income by 5% each year, which translates into 3% real growth and 2% inflation. How much money must be created each year depends on how fast money demand is growing. The Taylor rule works similarly. It says the Fed should raise its policy rate when inflation and real output growth are above trend, and lower its policy rate when inflation and real output growth are below trend. Whereas NGDP targeting focuses directly on stable demand as an outcome, the Taylor rule focuses on the Fed's more reliable policy levers. The problem with both rules is the knowledge burden they place on central bankers. These rules state that the Fed should neutralize demand shocks but not respond to supply shocks, which means that it should see through demand shocks by tolerating higher or lower inflation. In theory, this has much to recommend it. In practice, it can be very difficult to distinguish between demand-side mandate for leadership, the conservative promise destabilization, and supply-side destabilization in real time. There also are political considerations. Fed officials may not be willing to curb unjustified economic booms and all too willing to suppress necessary economic restructuring following a bust. Either rule likely outperforms a strict inflation target and greatly outperforms the Fed's current pseudo-inflation target. While NGDP targeting and the Taylor rule have much to commend them, they might be harder to explain and justify to the public. Inflation targeting has an intelligibility advantage. Voters know what it means to stabilize the dollar's purchasing power. Capable elected officials must persuade the public that the advantages of NGDP targeting and the Taylor rule, especially in terms of supporting labor markets, outweigh the disadvantages. Minimum effective reforms. Because Washington operates on 2-year election cycles, any monetary reform must take account of disruption to financial markets and the economy at large. Free banking and commodity-backed money offer economic benefits by limiting government manipulation, inflation, and recessionary cycles while dramatically reducing federal deficits, but given potential disruption to the financial system, a K% rule may be a more feasible option. The other rules discussed, inflation targeting, NGDP targeting, and the Taylor rule, are more complicated but also more flexible. While their economic benefits are significant, public opinion expressed through the lawmaking process in the Constitution should ultimately determine the monetary institutional order in a free society. The minimum of effective reforms includes the following: eliminate full employment from the Fed's mandate, requiring it to focus on price stability alone. Have elected officials compel the Fed to specify its target range for inflation and inform the public of a concrete intended growth path. There should be no more flexible average inflation targeting, which amounts to ex post justification for bad policy. Focus any regulatory activities on maintaining bank capital adequacy. Elected officials must clamp down on the Fed's incorporation of environmental, social, and governance factors into its mandate, including by amending its financial stability mandate. Curb the Fed's excessive last resort lending practices. These practices are directly responsible for too big to fail and the institutionalization of moral hazard in our financial system. Federal Reserve appoint a commission to explore the mission of the Federal Reserve, alternatives to the Federal Reserve System, and the nation's financial regulatory apparatus. Prevent the institution of a central bank digital currency (CBDC). A CBDC would provide unprecedented surveillance and potential control of financial transactions without providing added benefits available through existing technologies. 34 Authors note: the preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of individuals involved in the 2025 Presidential Transition Project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, but Alexander Salter, Judy Shelton, and Peter St. Onge deserve special mention. The chapter reflects input from all the contributors. However, no views expressed herein should be attributed to any specific individual. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. Notes. 1. U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, law.cornell.edu. Accessed January 23, 2023. 2. For example, Alexander Salter and Daniel Smith, 2019, show that Federal Reserve chairs become more favorable toward monetary discretion once they are confirmed compared to previous stances. Alexander William Salter and Daniel J. Smith, political economists or political economists. The role of political environments in the formation of Fed policy under Burns, Greenspan, and Bernanke, Quarterly Review of Economics and Finance, Volume 71, February 2019, pages 1-13. 3. Sarah Binder, The Federal Reserve as a Political Institution, American Academy of Arts and Sciences Bulletin, Volume 6, No. 3. Spring 2016, pages 47-49, amacad.org download/bulletin_SPRING2016.pdf accessed January 23, 2023. See also Charles L. Weiss, Political Pressures on Monetary Policy During the U.S. Great Inflation, American Economic Journal, Macroeconomics, Volume 4, No. 2, April 2012, pages 33-64, Haverford.edu Weiss_political_pressures_on%U0 monetary_policy.pdf accessed January 23, 2023. 4. The Federal Reserve's financial stability mandate is poorly defined. The Fed has taken advantage of the statutory vagueness and proceeded as if it has the authority to engage in these activities, although it is highly questionable whether this is permissible. 5. 12 Use. See paragraph 225A, law.cornell.edu accessed January 23, 2023. 6. See Peter J. Boettke, Alexander William Salter, and Daniel J. Smith, Money and the Rule of Law, Generality and Predictability in Monetary Institutions, Cambridge, UK, Cambridge University Press, 2021. 7. George Selgin, William D. Lestropes, and Lawrence H. White, Has the Fed Been a Failure? Journal of Macroeconomics, Volume 34, No. 3. September 2012, pages 569-596, ScienceDirect.com article/ab/p/s0164070412000304 accessed January 24, 2023. 8. This includes federal programs that automatically provide for adjustments as the economy contracts, for example, unemployment insurance or the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. 9. Mark Siegel, Fed to launch climate risk resilience tests with big banks, as today, September 30, 2022, astoday.com, accessed January 23, 2023. 10. Kenneth J. Robinson, Savings and Loan Crisis 1980 to 1989, Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, Federal Reserve History, November 22, 2013, federalreservehistory.org, accessed January 23, 2023. 11. Russell Roberts, Gambling with Other People's Money, How Perverted Incentives Caused the Financial Crisis, Mercatus Center at George Mason University, May 2010, mercatus.org. PDF accessed January 24, 2023. 12. Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Credit and Liquidity Programs Balance Sheet Data Series, 2007 to 2022, federalreserve.gov, accessed January 24, 2023. 13. Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, U.S. Treasury Securities Data Series, TREAST, 2004 to 2022, fred.louisft.org, accessed January 24, 2023. 14. Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Mortgage-Backed Securities Data Series, SHOMCB, 2004 to 2022, fred.louisft.org, accessed January 24, 2023. 15. Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Total Assets Less Eliminations from Consolidation Data Series, WALCL, 2004 to 2022, fred.louisvt.org. Access to January 24, 2023. 16. Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, S&P Dow Jones Indices LLC, S&P/Case-Shiller U.S. National Home Price Index, Zuspinsa, fred.louisvt.org. Access to January 24, 2023. The Case-Shiller Home Price Index tracks home prices given a constant level of quality. See S&P Dow Jones Indices, Real Estate, S&P CoreLogic Case-Shiller Home Price Indices, https://www.spglobal.com/sp/indexes/family/case-shiller/sp-CoreLogic-case-shiller-composite/pound-sign-overview. Access to January 24, 2023. 17. Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, Real Residential Property Prices for United States QUSR 628 BIS, https://fred.louisvt.org/series/XR368 BIS. Access to January 24, 2023. 18. Long-term trends, home price to income ratio US and UK, home price to median household income ratio US, longtermtrends.net. Access to January 24, 2023. Federal Reserve. 19. Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, Metro Area Home Ownership Affordability Monitor Home Index, October 2022, https://www.atlantafed.org/center-for-housing-and-policy/data-and-tools/home-ownership affordability-monitor.asks. Access to January 24, 2023. 20. Apartment List Research Team, Apartment List National Rent Report, January 4, 2023, www.apartmentlist.com/research/national-rent-data. Access to January 24, 2023. 21. Primary drivers of rising real estate prices nationally also include government subsidies and government guarantees through government-sponsored enterprises (GSEs), namely, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. The unpriced implicit guarantee, which reduced interest rates for mortgage borrowers, helped cause more of the economy's capital to be invested in housing than might otherwise have been the case. Congressional Budget Office, Transitioning to Alternative Structures for Housing Finance, an update, August 2018, p. 7, https://www.cbo.gov/system/files/2018-08/54218-update.pdf. Access to January 24, 2023. 22. Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, Reserves of Depository Institutions Data Series to Trends, 1960 to 2022, fred.louisvt.org. Access to January 24, 2023. 23. George A. Selgin, The Theory of Free Banking, Money Supply Under Competitive Note Issue, Total, New Jersey, Rowman and Littlefield, 1998. See also Alexander William Salter and Andrew T. Young, A Theory of Self-Enforcing Monetary Constitutions with Reference to the Suffolk System, 1825 to 1858, Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization, Volume 156, December 2018, pages 13-22. 24. Reforms should also strengthen the incentives of bank depositors, customers, and bank shareholders, owners, to monitor bank portfolios. Deposit insurance undermines the former, as even President Franklin Roosevelt recognized. Bailouts and last resort lending undermine the latter. 25. Under the current system, banks are supplying the U.S. dollars. Legislation would be needed that includes a mechanism for supplying the correct number of U.S. dollars along with their own notes. 26. FAIC, Denationalization of Money, An Analysis of the Theory and Current Practice of Concurrent Currencies. London, UK, Institute of Economic Affairs, 1976. 27. Kate Davidson, GOP platform includes proposal to study return to gold standard. The Wall Street Journal, July 20, 2016, https://www.wsj.com/articles/gold-proposal-to-study-return-to-gold-standard-14690472114 mod equals article _line. Access to January 24, 2023. 28. H.R. 9157, to define the dollar as a fixed weight of gold, and for other purposes. Gold Standard Restoration Act, 117th Congress, introduced October 7, 2022, congress.gov. PDF. Access to January 24, 2023. 29. Judy Shelton, Gold and Government, Cato Journal, Volume 32, No. 2. Spring/Summer 2012, pages 333-347, cato.org. Access to January 24, 2023. 30. Lawrence H. White, Making the Transition to a New Gold Standard, Cato Journal, Volume 32, No. 2. Spring/Summer 2012, pages 411-421, cato.org. 14. PDF. Access to January 24, 2023. 31. Juha Kilponen and Kai Laitamo, Model Uncertainty and Delegation, A Case for Friedman's K% Money Growth Rule. Journal of Money, Credit and Banking, Volume 40, No. 2/3, March-April 2008, pages 547-556. 32. Adam Shapiro and Daniel J. Wilson, The Evolution of the FOMC's Explicit Inflation Target, Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, FRBSF Economic Lecture No. 2019-12, April 15, 2019, FRBSF.org. upload/site/4/EL2019-12.pdf. Access to January 24, 2023. 33. WSJ Pro, research says a 3% Fed inflation target could boost job market. The Wall Street Journal, August 18, 2021, https://www.wsj.com/articles/research-says-a-3-fed-inflation-could-boost-job-market 11629308829 £. Text equals research %20 says %20 %203 %25 Fed %20 inflation %20 target %20 could %2-0 boost %20 job %20 market org. Ampersand text equals 2% former %20 high %2 level %20 federal help %20 bolster %20 the %20 job %20 market. Access to January 24, 2023. See also Oliver Blanchard, It is Time to Revisit the 2% Inflation Target, Financial Times, November 28, 2022, https://www.ft.com/content/02C89AC-B71D-4CF-A6FCAC120D25588. Access to January 24, 2023. 34. Alexander William Salter, CBDC in the USA, Not Now, Not Ever, American Institute for Economic Research, December 13, 2022, IRD.org. Accessed February 1, 2022. 25 Small Business Administration, Karen Kerrigan Mission Statement. The U.S. Small Business Administration (SBA) supports U.S. entrepreneurship and small business growth by strengthening free enterprise through policy advocacy and facilitating programs that help entrepreneurs to launch and grow their businesses and compete effectively in the global marketplace. Overview. Created almost 70 years ago, the SBA was launched under the Small Business Act with a mission to aid, counsel, assist and protect, insofar as is possible, the interests of small business concerns. 1. According to its current mission statement, the U.S. Small Business Administration (SBA) helps Americans start, grow, and build resilient businesses. SBA was created in 1953 as an independent agency of the federal government to aid, counsel, assist and protect the interests of small business concerns, preserve free competitive enterprise, and maintain and strengthen the overall economy of our nation. 2. The SBA's founding mission has evolved over time as programs have been expanded or implemented, subject to the philosophical grounding of each administration as well as assorted economic challenges and the occurrence of natural disasters. Because of its distinct role in the federal government, the SBA became Mandate for Leadership, the conservative promise, the default agency for providing disaster loans to small businesses, homeowners, renters, and organizations. As a result, hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars have been funneled through the agency to businesses and individuals over the years. Some SBA programs are effective, others are not. The largest program in SBA's history, the Paycheck Protection Program (PPP), has been credited with saving millions of jobs during the COVID-19 pandemic. 3. A conservative administration would rightly focus on saving small businesses during such a crisis. At the same time, however, various SBA programs have generated waste, fraud, and mismanagement of taxpayer dollars. For example, and more recently, more than $1 trillion in COVID-19 relief was distributed through the SBA. 4. The SBA's EIDL Economic Injury Disaster Loan Advance Program in particular shows the dangers that can come with direct government lending. EIDL Advance provided direct cash grants and loans to small businesses. The SBA Office of Inspector General identified $78.1 billion in potentially fraudulent EIDL loans and grants paid to ineligible entities, 5 which represented more than half of all funds spent through the program. Although PPP worked through private lenders and as a result experienced relatively less fraud than EIDL experienced, it is estimated that at least 70,000 PPP loans were potentially fraudulent. 6. Origin, history, and core functions. In 1954, the agency began to execute such core functions as making and guaranteeing loans for small businesses, ensuring that small businesses earn a fair proportion of government contracts and sales of surplus property, and providing business owners with management and business training. 7. In 1970, President Richard Nixon's Executive Order 11518 enhanced the agency's advocacy role by providing for the increased representation of the interests of small business concerns before departments and agencies of the United States government. 8. This advocacy role was strengthened with the adoption of the Small Business Amendments of 1974-9, which established the Chief Counsel for Advocacy, and was then reinforced and expanded in 1976 with the creation of the Office of Advocacy, providing additional resources to ensure that small businesses had a voice in the regulatory process. In 1980, the Regulatory Flexibility Act (RFA) 10 further strengthened the Office of Advocacy's role, providing accountability across federal agencies to ensure that they considered the impact of their rulemakings on small businesses. The RFA requires federal agencies to consider the effects of their regulations on small businesses and other small entities. 11. And the Office of Advocacy is charged with ensuring that federal agencies abide by the law and is required to provide an annual report to the President and the Senate and House committees on small business. 1. 2. In addition, the Trade Facilitation and Trade Enforcement Act of 201,613 Small Business Administration established a new role for the Office of Advocacy to facilitate greater consideration of small business economic issues during international trade negotiations. 14. This small office has been relatively effective over the years, and more productive during periods when a strong Chief Counsel for Advocacy has been installed to utilize the Office of Advocacy's authority aggressively to provide a check on regulatory overreach. The office is one of the bright spots within the SBA that a conservative administration could supercharge to dismantle extreme regulatory policies and advance limited government reforms that promote economic freedom and opportunity. Currently, the SBA's 4 core functions include access to capital. SBA maintains assorted financing and lending programs for small businesses, from microlending to debt and equity investment capital. Entrepreneurial development programs. SBA provides free or low-cost training at more than 1,800 locations and through online platforms and webinars. Government contracting support programs. Through goals established by the SBA for federal departments and agencies, the broader goal is to ensure that small businesses win 23% of prime contracts. Advocacy. This independent office within the SBA works to ensure that federal agencies consider small businesses' concerns and impact in rulemakings. The office also conducts small business research. Budgetary fluctuation. SBA's budget and programs have expanded significantly under some administrations and have been scaled back under others. President Ronald Reagan cut the SBA's budget by more than 30%, and his annual budgets regularly proposed to eliminate the agency altogether. 15 Under President George W. Bush, SBA Administrator Hector Barreto said that SBA's goal was to do more with less. 16 But this changed because of Hurricane Katrina and a surge in disaster funding. In 2016, President Barack Obama considered streamlining and combining SBA programs and other business-related agencies and programs under one entity at the U.S. Department of Commerce, but opposition within the small business lobby in Washington scuttled the effort. 17 In general, SBA budget fluctuations have been driven by several factors such as efforts by administrations either to cut or to greatly expand programs, the need to boost disaster assistance because of economic or weather-related events, business mandate for leadership, the conservative promise loan credit subsidy costs, and miscellaneous program enhancements to support small businesses through economic challenges or circumstances. As noted by the Congressional Research Service, overall, the SBA's appropriations have ranged from a high of over $761.90 billion in FY 2020 to a low of $571.8 million in FY 2007. Much of this volatility is due to significant variation in supplemental appropriations for disaster assistance to address economic damages caused by major hurricanes and for SBA lending program enhancements to help small businesses access capital during and immediately following recessions. For example, in FY 2020, the SBA received over $760.9 billion in supplemental appropriations to assist small businesses adversely affected by the novel coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. 18 The CRS further notes that overall, since FY 2000, appropriations for SBA's other programs, excluding supplemental appropriations, have increased at a pace that exceeds inflation. 19 In terms of current loan volume, the SBA reached nearly $43 billion in funding to small businesses, providing more than 62,000 traditional loans through its 7A, 504, and microloan lending partners and over 1,200 investments through SBA-licensed small business investment companies (SBICs) for fiscal year FY 2022. The agency's total budgetary resources for FY 2022 amount to $44.25 billion, which represents 0.4% of the FY 2022 U.S. federal budget. 21 History of mismanagement. Throughout its history, various SBA programs and practices have generated negative news headlines, and scathing Government Accountability Office (GAO) and Inspector General (IG) reports that have centered on mismanagement, lack of competent personnel and/or systems, and waste, fraud and abuse. 22 From the 8A Program 23 to Hurricane Katrina 24 to the more current COVID-19 EIDL program and PPP lending program 25 The SBA has managed to maintain its lending role even when repeated system failures have affected its distribution of funds. Congress has been somewhat responsive, pressuring the SBA to clean up fraud-related matters within its COVID-19 lending and grant programs. 26 Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives have gone further, specifying that the SBA needs to improve transparency and accountability and deal with mission creep, the expansion of unauthorized programs, and structural and reporting deficiencies that have allowed mismanagement and fraud to reoccur, largely through massive supplemental appropriations. 27 The SBA is led by an administrator, currently a member of the President's Cabinet, and a deputy administrator. Senate confirmed appointees include Small Business Administration, the Administrator, Deputy Administrator, Chief Counsel for Advocacy, and Inspector General. Entrepreneurs and small businesses require limited government policies that do not impede their risk-taking and growth. A future administration can leverage and strengthen core SBA functions that have been fairly effective at reining in and calling attention to costly regulations and policies that are harmful to small businesses. This core advocacy function is aided both by statutory authority and by a network of small business organizations and allies that support limited government policies. 28 Moreover, an effective SBA administrator and leadership team can work and advocate across the federal government to ensure that extreme regulatory policies, or anti-competitive rules and actions that may favor big businesses over small businesses or international competitors over American small businesses, are dismantled or do not progress when proposed. Mission creep and enlargement. As noted, Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives have evidenced concern about SBA mission creep and the need to make a sprawling, unaccountable agency more focused and operationally sound. Moreover, there is unease that the agency has moved from being open to any eligible small business searching for support to being hyper-focused on disproportionately impacted, politically favored, or geographically situated small businesses and entrepreneurs. Today, initiatives aimed at inclusivity are in fact creating exclusivity and stringent selectivity in deciding what types of small businesses and entities can use SBA programs. For example, even though the SBA under President Donald Trump proposed a rule to remove all of the unconstitutional religious exclusions from its regulations 29 to conform with Supreme Court decisions that have made their unconstitutionality clear, the SBA has not acted on the proposed rule and still uses religious exclusions in determining eligibility for business loans. Several other specific concerns include but are not limited to, the SBA's request to become a designated voter agency in response to President Biden's executive order on promoting access to voting. 30 The creation of duplicative channels and pilot programs for the delivery of business training rather than working through existing counseling partners. The programs are largely duplicative of private, state and local government and educational system offerings. 31 A push to expand direct government lending. 32 Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise. The SBA in a conservative administration. Reforming and restructuring the SBA under a conservative administration would meet the needs of America's small business owners and entrepreneurs, not special interests in Washington, D.C. Entrepreneurs believe the SBA is fairly archaic in its operations and programming and must be transformed to serve small businesses in the modern economy effectively. 33 Therefore, a restructured and reformed SBA would end the long-term deficiencies, practices, and problems that have prolonged the decades-long cycle of waste, fraud, and mismanagement. Moreover, the SBA administrator and leadership can provide significant value to all small businesses by strongly advocating for their policy needs and fostering an agency-wide culture that values all small business owners and does not exclude certain groups. Under a conservative administration, success would yield a highly qualified SBA administrator and leadership team that can competently run the agency and enthusiastically advocate for the policy issues and needs of small business owners and entrepreneurs. A tighter, more focused SBA that concentrates on congressionally authorized programs. An accountable SBA administrator and staff who report regularly to Congress, respond on a timely basis to requests from individual members of Congress, and satisfactorily implement or respond to IG and GAO recommendations. A full accounting of and an end to waste, fraud, and abuse in all COVID-19 relief programs, including the PPP and EIDL programs, and action that follows the rule of law by ensuring that loan recipients who are not eligible for loan forgiveness or who falsified loan applications either pay back the funds or are referred to law enforcement. An end to SBA direct lending. An approach to small business lending and capital programs that supports a resilient small business supply chain, for example, by financing technological upgrades and capital expenditures. Outreach to all small businesses and those that are eligible for program support across sectors and geographic areas. Through congressionally authorized programs and collaboration with partners and business associations, the SBA could use the latest technology and platforms to Small Business Administration implement relevant initiatives to reach small businesses. Programs would be non-duplicative and implemented on a first-come, first-served basis. A modern, revamped, and streamlined SBA that better utilizes current technology and platforms for operations, for reporting, and in its programs to reach, service, and engage small businesses. An Office of Advocacy that is strengthened by a renewed mandate and additional resources to protect against overregulation, along with a research agenda that includes measuring the total cost that federal regulation imposes on small businesses. Accountability and managerial practice. The SBA lacks accountability and managerial practices to measure the effectiveness, success, and integrity of its various programs. As a future administration evaluates agency structure and the particulars of how the SBA is spending appropriated funds, it should immediately require actions and procedures to compel a culture of accountability and performance. Specifically, require performance metrics and internal procedures to safeguard taxpayer dollars and program integrity. As noted in an October 2022 IG report, failure to adopt procedures that would reliably capture data and information for various programs, coupled with significant challenges and weaknesses regarding IT investments, systems development, and security controls, presents significant risks to program integrity and increased risk of waste, fraud, and abuse. 3 For addressing these shortcomings and risks should be a priority challenge and action item for the next administration. As underscored by the Inspector General in his introduction to the report, pandemic response has, in many instances, magnified the challenging systemic issues in SBA's mission-related work. 35 Review all internal government watchdog recommendations and require that SBA management implement or address outstanding and ongoing OIG and GAO recommendations within a specified time frame, ideally within 90 days of a recommendation and on an ongoing basis. Strengthening the Office of Advocacy. The SBA Office of Advocacy is an independent office within the SBA. 368 accounts for about 1/1000th of SBA spending and 0.75% of SBA personnel. Under the Regulatory Flexibility Act, both under its current authority and with suggested mandate for leadership, the Conservative Promise reforms, the Office of Advocacy could be a powerful weapon against the administrative state's regulatory extremism. Amend the RFO so that all agencies are required to provide a copy of any proposed rule other than bona fide emergency rules, along with initial regulatory flexibility analysis to the Office of Advocacy at least 60 days before a notice of proposed rulemaking is submitted for publication in the Federal Register. The Office of Advocacy would submit comments to agencies within 30 days, and each agency would have to consider these comments, make changes in the proposed rule based on those comments, or explain in a revised regulatory flexibility analysis why it chose not to change the proposed rule. The Office of Advocacy's pre-proposing comments would be published on the agency's and its own websites. Economic analysis should be expanded to include indirect costs along with direct costs. In addition, the next administration should require other agencies to seek advocacy's input. Currently, other agencies deny advocacy the ability to enforce their duty to consider the effect of regulations on small entities by construing their regulations as not having significant economic impact, which would otherwise serve as a trigger for advocacy's input. Congress should presumptively exempt small businesses from new agency rules to force agencies to seek advocacy's input and permit new rules to apply to small businesses only with advocacy sign-off under specified criteria. L. Increase the Office of Advocacy's budget by at least 50%, $4.60 million. This would allow advocacy to hire approximately 25 attorneys, economists, and scientists and enhance its role in the regulatory process. L. Explicitly direct federal agencies to comply with the RFA. This would be similar to the approach adopted by President Trump in his January and February 2017 executive orders directing agencies to relieve the cost and burden of regulation on business. 37 Advocacy should organize regional roundtables, on-site small business visits, and an online platform to hear directly from small businesses and entities as it did from June 2017 through September 2018. 38 This activity produced 26 letters to federal agencies and highlighted specific regulations that need reform and how Congress had addressed the most burdensome rules through the Congressional Review. ACT. 39 Small Business Administration COVID-19 Lending Program Accountability and Cleanup. A major immediate priority for the next administration should be a final accounting and accelerated cleanup of fraudulent COVID-19 loan and grant activity. As noted by the SBAIG, managing COVID-19 stimulus lending is the greatest overall challenge facing SBA, and it may likely continue to be for many years as the agency grapples with fraud in the programs. 40 The next administration should consider bringing in private sector support and expertise to close out these programs. Forgiveness and fraud must be dealt with as swiftly as possible, and law enforcement officials must pursue fraud vigorously. Entities receiving PPP loans that did not meet eligibility for forgiveness must be required to pay back the money. For example, under the CARES Act, 41 PPP loan applicants generally were eligible only if, together with all their affiliates, they had no more than 500 employees. Numerous Planned Parenthood affiliates self-certified eligibility for PPP loans during the initial wave of loans that were governed by the CARES Act size requirement. Many senators and representatives asserted that these Planned Parenthood organizations were ineligible because, considered together with their affiliates, they exceeded the maximum eligible size. 42 The Trump administration SBA notified several Planned Parenthood PPP recipients of its preliminary determination of their ineligibility and of SBA's authority to take various actions against applicants that falsely certified their eligibility. 43 To date, despite continued oversight attempts by members of Congress, 44 The SBA has taken no action on the Planned Parenthood loans other than to forgive them, and in 2021, it approved new PPP loans to Planned Parenthood affiliates. 45 L Cooperate with ongoing congressional oversight efforts and determine whether SBA has authority to reverse the forgiveness decisions. If it does have that authority, the SBA should reverse the forgiveness decisions for the subject loans, reiterate its preliminary determinations of ineligibility, investigate the matter more thoroughly, and take all appropriate action when its investigation concludes. Regardless of whether it reverses its forgiveness, if its investigation uncovers evidence that Planned Parenthood affiliates or any other loan recipients knowingly misrepresented their eligibility in their applications, the SBA should make appropriate referrals to the Department of Justice. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise Disaster Loan Program and Direct Lending. The SBA's disaster loan program provides low-interest loans to personal, business, and nonprofit borrowers following a federally declared disaster. The program suffers from problems of coordination with Federal Emergency Management Administration (FEMA) disaster assistance. For example, disaster relief applicants have an incentive to avoid being approved for SBA disaster loans in order to increase the amount of FEMA assistance for which they are eligible. Moreover, the availability of disaster loans reduces individuals' incentives to purchase disaster-related insurance. More than 90% of SBA disaster loans are loans to individuals such as homeowners, not to small businesses. In view of the challenges the SBA has experienced in its administration of this program, as well as the fraud and abuse in the idle COVID-19 related program, and the IG's concern that the systemic problems within this lending program undermine the SBA's work, the next administration should work with Congress to assess the extent to which disaster loans should be offered by another agency rather than the SBA and explore private sector channels for administering the loans. Specify clearly that no new direct lending programs will be developed at the SBA. Eligibility of religious entities for SBA loans. Current SBA Regulations 46 and SBA Form 197,147 make certain religious entities ineligible to participate in several SBA loan programs. The Trump administration proposed a rule that would remove the provisions on the ground that they violate the First Amendment. 48 subsequent Supreme Court decisions have made their unconstitutionality clear. 49 in an April 3, 2020, letter to Congress pursuant to 28 U.S. Code paragraph 530d. 50 the Trump administration SBA advised that two such provisions violate the Free Exercise Clause of the First Amendment and that it therefore would not enforce them. On January 19, 2021, the Trump administration SBA proposed a rule to remove all of the unconstitutional religious exclusions from its regulations. 51 The SBA has not acted on the proposed rule. A similar religious exclusion once appeared in the regulation governing eligibility for SBA business loan programs, 52, but it was removed in a June 2022 final rule that noted tension with the First Amendment and Supreme Court precedent. 53 That final rule announced that the SBA would nonetheless continue to make religious eligibility determinations for business loan applicants to comply with putative Establishment Clause requirements. 54 But Supreme Court precedent and Office of Legal Counsel memoranda refute the notion that large government-backed loan programs raise any Establishment Clause concerns. 55 Small Business Administration The SBA uses the same religious eligibility worksheet, SBA Form 1971, to make eligibility determinations for all affected programs, including the business loan programs. Thus, the SBA continues to act as though the unconstitutional regulation was still in place, and there is no Establishment Clause basis for doing so. The next administration should immediately notify Congress under 28 U.S. Code paragraph 530d that it will not enforce these unconstitutional regulations. Take down SBA Form 1971. Finalize the Trump administration's proposed rule or publish its own updated proposed rule to remove the unconstitutional regulations. Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Programs. The SBA coordinates and monitors the Small Business Innovation Research (SBIR) and Small Business Technology Transfer (STTR) programs for all federal agencies with extramural budgets for research or research and development (R/R&D) in excess of the expenditures established in Sections 9F and 9N of the Small Business Act. 56 The SBIR and STTR Extension Act of 2022 extended these programs from September 30, 2022, through September 30, 2025. 57 SBIR requires that 3.2% of spending by agencies with extramural R&D budgets of $100 million or more must be directed to small businesses. STTR allocates 0.45% of federal research spending to small firms. 58 Research has shown that this small portion of federal R&D spending is disproportionately effective. 59 The SBIR program has consistently demonstrated its ability to fund advanced technologies through to private market viability and invests more in America's heartland than venture capital invests. 60 SBIR and STTR have overcome the tendency of federal contracting officers to deal only with large firms that are familiar to them and have the expertise and lobbying clout to navigate the federal procurement process. The next administration should continue the SBIR and SBTT programs as they successfully fund the next wave of technological innovation to compete with big tech. Urge Congress to expand the amount that other agencies are required to set aside from their general R&D budgets for the SBIR program. ensure the enactment of stricter rules requiring that SBIR funds must be expended on capital investments in the United States. Mandate for leadership, the conservative promise domestic manufacturing and small business. Small businesses in the manufacturing sector face shortfalls in access to capital. 61 as manufacturing employment, domestic business investment, and non-information technology output have declined. 62 expectations for market returns and the capital available to small manufacturing enterprises have diminished. This is especially true for capital-intensive sectors like transportation and energy that require large upfront investments, and relatively lower margin sectors like plastics, textiles, furniture, and agriculture. Yet these industries and others like them traditionally have been the backbone of American manufacturing employment. They also are sources of self-sufficiency and resilience at a time when global supply chains are increasingly uncertain. The public policy problems that are caused by declining small manufacturing are especially acute when it comes to the production of advanced technologies. Other agencies and programs invest immense taxpayer resources in basic science and research. Over time, that research results in some breakthrough technologies, but when it is time to put these breakthroughs into practice by manufacturing goods and services, much of the necessary productive capacity is offshore. 63 For many technologies, the American economy lacks the capacity to scale up innovations that might not be immediately profitable. Instead, those technologies are put into practice abroad. In this way, foreign companies and foreign productive sites buy and implement taxpayer-funded American technologies. The SBA's existing programs should be reformed to expand the private market for capital in small manufacturer expansion. The next administration should ask Congress to make available a category of Section 7A loans with a larger available principal that is used to finance manufacturing facility construction and equipment upgrading. The proposed SBA Reauthorization and Improvement Act of 2019, for example, would have increased the maximum loan principal to $50 million for advanced manufacturing construction and upgrading. 64 The Section 7A loan program operates through private lenders and guarantees a portion of private sector loans made to qualifying small businesses. The maximum principal available is $5 million, but small businesses in capital-intensive sectors require significantly larger amounts of capital to finance upfront capital costs. Reform the Small Business Investment Company (SBIC) program to refocus its support on small businesses rather than technology startups only. The SBIC program operates through private venture capital and private equity funds by providing eligible funds with guaranteed debt financing to support investments in small businesses. However, the program's Small Business Administration largely duplicates private sector venture capital to the extent that the sector receiving much of its support is software and information technology, which already receive the lion's share of venture capital investment. 65 In addition, Congress should reform the SBIC program to make its financing more favorable to capital-intense investments and small manufacturers. The Health, Economic Assistance, Liability Protection, and Schools HEALS Act, introduced in 2020,66, and American Innovation and Manufacturing Act, introduced in 2021,67 would allow SBIC to offer longer-term financing to manufacturers and make the program more fiscally sustainable. Small Business Size Standard Modernization. Many small business programs both inside and outside the SBA use the SBA's definition of small business. Under the Small Business Act, the SBA is tasked with defining what counts as a small business and ensuring that the definition varies from industry to reflect differences in regular size by industry. However, the SBA's small business size standards reflect a one-size-fits-all approach under which all businesses within its size standard are considered small businesses for all eligible purposes, from government contracting preferences to eligibility for SBA loans through private banks. At the same time, the SBA is an outlier among competing economies in not considering medium-sized enterprises along with small businesses, often referred to collectively as small and medium-sized enterprises (SMEs). Medium-sized and regional businesses are increasingly critical to maintaining competition. The next administration should encourage Congress to create a medium-sized business classification with its eligibility for programs confined to access to capital programs from projects for which credit elsewhere does not exist. SBA policy priorities for 2025 and beyond. Legislation. The new administration can support SBA reform legislation proposed in Congress that aligns with key measures outlined in this chapter. It also can support legislative initiatives that would help SBA to focus on its core statutory activities such as capital access, federal contracting opportunities, and regulatory advocacy. For example, the Improve the SBA Act 68 would strengthen accountability, transparency, and oversight of the SBA and aligns with many of the reforms outlined in this chapter. Mandate for leadership. The conservative promise the Small Business Regulatory Flexibility Improvements Act 69 would require federal agencies to perform more thorough economic analysis and provide a rationale for proposed regulations. It also would waive fines for certain first-time paperwork violations. The Small Business Regulatory Enforcement Fairness Act 70 SBREFA panel process allows small businesses to provide input on agency rulemakings, gives participating small businesses greater procedural rights, and allows for judicial review of agency violations of the SBREFA panel process. SBREFA panel requirements should be extended to all federal agencies. The Fair and Open Competition Act 71 would disallow the use of project labor agreements (PLAS) in federal contracting as required in President Biden's Executive Order 14,063,72, which puts small businesses at a competitive disadvantage and works against the SBA's government-wide contracting goal for small businesses. The Jobs Act 4.073 would advance regulatory improvements and modernization of various Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) rules to enhance capital formation and access. Organizational issues and budget, administrator and key staff. The position of administrator should not be considered a symbolic or messaging-related position as some past administrations have viewed it. Rather, the administrator should have the requisite experience, skills, and knowledge to ensure that the SBA fulfills its statutory authorities. Because much of the SBA's statutory authority relates to financing and regulatory policy, and in order to make the SBA a more effective agency within the administration, the administrator and his or her key staff should have experience in small business finance and investment and/or administrative law. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, the SBA was often forced to outsource key decisions and administrative follow-through to the Department of the Treasury. The SBA administrator and leadership team must share the President's mission and vision and execute the administration's policies effectively. Budget. The next administration should undertake a comprehensive review of the effectiveness of its various loan and grant programs and provide a report to Congress within 6 months. The report should rank programs by cost-effectiveness. In the interim, the roughly $1 billion overall agency budget should be held constant until the report is considered, after which Congress should terminate Small Business Administration ineffective programs, consolidate duplicative functions, and reallocate resources to more effective programs, such as the Office of Advocacy, or consider reducing the SBA budget. Personnel challenges. The SBA continues to expand programs and initiatives without first documenting the effectiveness of existing programs or whether they involve areas in which the agency lacks staff expertise. For example, the SBA wants to expand the number of licensed small business lending companies (SBLCs), implement a new mission-based SBLC, and remove a requirement for loan authorization within the 7A and 504 loan programs and rely solely on a lender's documents. Various IG reports have noted that the lack of skilled employees within the SBA has fueled fraud and mismanagement in COVID-19 lending programs, and congressional leaders have expressed alarm about these changes that haphazardly overextend the SBA's responsibilities at a time when they are devastated by fraud and underperforming on their core mission of serving the nation's 33 million small businesses. 74. A conservative administration should rein in these idealistic and impractical efforts, get current programs under control and properly staffed with people who can manage and perform competently, and outsource efforts where private sector expertise is appropriate and more efficient. Author's note: the preparation of this chapter was a collective enterprise of individuals involved in the 2025 presidential transition project. All contributors to this chapter are listed at the front of this volume, but David Burton and Caleb Orr deserve special mention. The author alone assumes responsibility for the content of this chapter, and no views expressed herein should be attributed to any other individual. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promising Notes. 1. H.R. 7953, Small Business Act, Public Law 85-536, 85th Congress, July 18, 1958, Paragraph 2, usecode.ecfor.io statutes/pl/85/536.pdf accessed February 17, 2023, amended by H.R. 4877, One-Stop Shop for Small Business Compliance Act of 2021. Public Law 117-188, 117th Congress, October 20, 2022, Congress. Gov/117/PLAW/publ188/PLAW-117publ188.pdf accessed February 17, 2023. 2. U.S. Small Business Administration, About SBA, Organization, Mission, SBA.gov Organization accessed February 19, 2023. 3. Michael Falkender, Robert Jackman, and Stephen I. Mirren, The Job Preservation Effects of Paycheck Protection Program Loans, U.S. Department of the Treasury, Office of Economic Policy, Working Paper No. 2020-1, December 2020, p. 9. https://home.treasury.gov/system/files/226/job-preservation-effects-paycheck-program-loans.pdf accessed February 16, 2023. 4. Kate Rogers, Scott Samost, Karina Hernandez, and Jennifer Schlesinger, as pandemic aid was rushed to Main Street, criminals seized on COVID relief programs, CNBC, April 15, 2021, CNBC. com/2021/04/1/5/AS-pandemic-aid-was-rushed-to-main-street-criminals-seized-idle-html accessed February 16, 2023. 5. Kevin Brewer, Bills Extend Statute of Limitation for Prosecuting PPP, Idle Fraud, Journal of Accountancy, August 10, 2022, https://www.journalofaccountancy.com/news/2022/AUG/bills-extend-statute-limitation prosecuting-PPP-idle-fraud.html accessed February 16, 2023. 6. Sacha Pfeiffer, virtually all PPP loans have been forgiven with limited scrutiny. NPR, October 12, 2022, NPR.org. COVID-19 %20 shutdowns %20 threatened, early %20 days %20 of %20 the %20 pandemic accessed February 16, 2023. 7. U.S. Small Business Administration, About SBA, Organization, SBA History, SBA.gov Organization accessed February 19, 2023. 8. President Richard Nixon, Executive Order 11518, providing for the increased representation of the interests of small business concerns before departments and agencies of the United States government, March 20, 1970, in Federal Register, Volume 35, No. 56. March 21, 1970, pages 4939 to 4940, tile.loc.gov/AFR035/AFR0350056/AFR0350056.pdf accessed February 18, 2023. 9. S3331, Small Business Amendments of 1974, Public Law 93-386, 93rd Congress, August 23, 1974, www. congress.gov/93/statute/statute-88/statute-88-pg742.pdf accessed February 19, 2023. 10. S299, Regulatory Flexibility Act, Public Law No. 96-354, 96th Congress, September 19, 1980, www. congress.gov/96/statute/statute-94/statute-94-pg1164.pdf accessed February 19, 2023. 11. Maeve P. Carey, The Regulatory Flex Act, An Overview, Congressional Research Service in Focus No. IF 11900, August 16, 2021, CRSREPORTS.congress.gov, accessed February 18, 2023. 12. U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Advocacy, The Regulatory Flexibility Act, advocacy.sba. gov/resources/the Regulatory Flexibility Act/ accessed February 18, 2023. 13. H.R. 644, Trade Facilitation and Trade Enforcement Act of 2015, Public Law No. 114-125, 114th Congress, February 24, 2026, congress.gov, accessed March 21, 2023. 14. U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Advocacy, Advocacy Releases Trade Report, December 21, 2018, advocacy.sba.gov, accessed March 21, 2023. 15. Associated Press, Reagan offers $994 billion hard choices 1987 budget, Los Angeles Times, February 5, 1986, latimes.com, accessed February 18, 2023. 16. Testimony of Honorable Hector V. Barreto, Administrator, Small Business Administration, in hearing, the President's FY 2006 Budget Request for the Small Business Administration, Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, U.S. Senate, 109th Congress, First Session, February 17, 2005, p. 8, books.google.com books. It equals UD minus 2 ICA 8K 8C and print sec equals front cover and source equals GBS underscore GE underscore summary underscore R and CAD equals 0 # V equals on a page and Q and F equals false. Accessed February 18, 2023. See also Report No. 109-49, Summary of Legislative and Oversight Activities during the 108th Congress, Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, U.S. Senate, 109th Congress, First Session, March 30, 2005, p. 21, congress.gov, accessed February 18, 2023. Small Business Administration 17. Editorial, The Small Business Administration Needs Reforming, The Washington Post, December 18, 2016, WashingtonPost.com EAC 61C0EF74D_story.html, accessed February 18, 2023. 18. Robert J. Dilger, Anthony Salufo, and R. Corrine Blackford, Small Business Administration Funding, Overview and Recent Trends, Congressional Research Service Report for Members and Committees of Congress No. R43486, updated July 14, 2022. Summary, sgp.fas.org, accessed November 18, 2022. 19. IBID. P. 2. Emphasis added. 20. Press release, SBA announces end-of-year capital benchmarks showing historic support for small businesses under Administrator Guzman, U.S. Small Business Administration, December 13, 2022, https://www.spa.gov/articles/202/DC/13/spa-announces-end-year-capital-benchmarks-showing-historic-support/email &UTM_source or /gov delivery accessed February 18, 2023. 21. U suspending, Gov, Agency Profile, Small Business Administration, SBA, data through September 29, 2022, ususpending.gov, accessed February 18, 2023. 22. Testimony and prepared statement of Tad Dawan, Budget Analyst, Cato Institute, in hearing, an examination of SBA programs, eliminating inefficiencies, duplications, fraud, and abuse, Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, U.S. Senate, 112th Congress, First Session, June 16, 2011, pages 80-90, www. govinfo.gov/content/pkg/chrg-112shrg8373/pdf/chrg-112shrg8373.pdf accessed February 18, 2023. 23. Sarah Westwood, Feds gave $400 million in contracts to ineligible firms, Washington Examiner, September 28, 2014, WashingtonExaminer.com, accessed February 18, 2023. 24. Keith Gerard, Inside the SBA's Monumental Katrina Loan Scandal, lbusiness.com, lbusiness.com/inside-the-biz-monumental-katrina-loan-scandal-1179384-1.html accessed February 18, 2023. 25. Arnold and Porter, CARES Act Fraud Tracker, last updated January 2, 2023, arnoldporter.com general/CARES Act Fraud Tracker, accessed February 18, 2023. 26. J. Edwards, Bipartisan Call to Crack Down on COVID-19 PPP/idle fraud, prosecute fraudsters to the fullest extent of the law, WRNJ Radio, Hackettstown, New Jersey, October 21, 2022, WRNJRadio.com Bipartisan Call to Crack Down on COVID-19 PPP idle fraud, prosecute fraudsters to the fullest extent of the law/ accessed March 21, 2023. 27. C. For example, H.R. 7628, Improve the SBA Act, 117th Congress, introduced April 28, 2022, www. congress.gov/117/bills/HR 7628/bills-117 HR 7628IH.pdf accessed February 18, 2023. 28. In varying degrees, almost every small business advocacy organization and trade association engages with the SBA. During periods of hyper-regulatory activity fueled by an activist administration, the small business community engages more frequently with the Office of Advocacy through its roundtables and other mechanisms in the hope of warding off costly and intrusive rulemakings. A future conservative administration can look to the following groups, among others, for support in advancing both SBA and border policy reform: American Hotel and Lodging Association, Asian American Hotel Owners Association, Association of Builders and Contractors, Associated Equipment Distributors, Ceramic Tile Distributors Association, Consumer Technology Association, Family Business Coalition, Food Service Equipment Distributors Association. Heating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Distributors International. Independent Bakers Association. Independent Community Bankers Association. Independent Electrical Contractors International Association of Plastics Distributors. International Franchise Association. Metals Service Center Institute. National Association of Electrical Distributors. National Association of Manufacturers. National Association of Wholesaler Distributors. National Fastener Distributors Association. National Marine Distributors Association. National Federation of Independent Business. National Ready Mix Concrete Association. National Small Business Association. Small Business and Entrepreneurship Council. And U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, the small business community is diverse and broad, and several key groups strongly support SBA lending but vigorously oppose tax, regulatory, and spending policies that are intrusiveness or costly to business. Conservative think tanks and taxpayer organizations like the Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, the National Taxpayers Union, Citizens Against Government Waste, the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, and Americans for Tax Reform, among others, also have a stake in an improved and cost-effective SBA. Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise 29. U.S. Small Business Administration, ensuring equal treatment for faith-based organizations in SBA's loan and disaster assistance programs, proposed rule, Federal Register, Volume 86, No. 11, January 19, 2021, pages 5036 to 5040, https://www.federalregister.gov/document/021/1/2021-00446/ensuring-equal-treatment-for-faith-based-organization-IAND-SBIS-loan-and-disaster-assistance-programs accessed February 18, 2023. 30. President Joseph R. Biden Jr., Executive Order 14019, promoting access to voting, March 7, 2021, in Federal Register, Volume 86, No. 45, March 10, 2021, pages 13623-13627, govinfo.gov-fr-2021-03-105087.pdf accessed February 19, 2023. See also Press Release, Small Business Committee Republicans, the SBA should stay out of elections and focus on our small businesses. Small Business Committee Republicans, Committee on Small Business, U.S. House of Representatives, April 4, 2022, Republicans-smallbusiness.house.gov accessed February 18, 2023. 31. Press Release, SBA Administrator Guzman, Biden-Harris Administration announced Community Navigator Pilot Program Grantees, U.S. Small Business Administration, October 28, 2021, SBA.gov article/2021/oct/28/SBA Administrator Guzman Biden-Harris Administration announced Community Navigator Pilot Program accessed February 18, 2023. 32. John Rios T., SBA hasn't given up on direct lending, American Banker, May 2, 2022, www.americanbanker.com/creditunions/news/spot-hasn't-given-up-direct-lending accessed February 18, 2023. 33. Goldman Sachs, 10,000 Small Businesses Voices, 22 years is too long, support small businesses. Reauthorize the SBA, open letter to Congress, November 16, 2022, GoldmanSachs.com citizenship/10000-small-businesses/us/voices/reauthorize-the-spa-letter/index.html accessed February 18, 2023. According to Goldman Sachs, the letter was published in Politico on Wednesday, November 16 to kick off a broader campaign to prioritize small businesses and modernize the SBA in the next Congress, and was signed by over 3,000 small business owners from all 50 states. IBID 34. See, for example, Challenge 3, SBA faces significant challenges in IT investment, system development, and security controls. In U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Inspector General, top management and performance challenges facing the Small Business Administration in fiscal year 2023, Report 23-01, October 14, 2022. Pages 16-19, SBA.gov. Accessed February 18, 2023. 35. IBID. P. IV. 36. Appendix M, Office of Advocacy's Legislative Priorities, and Appendix Q, Memorandum of Understanding between the Small Business Administration and the Office of Advocacy. In U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Advocacy, Background Paper, Office of Advocacy, 2017 to 2020, January 2021. Pages 192 and 197, https://cd.advocacy.badgov/wp-content/upload/2021-111-116/background-paper-office-ofadvocacy-2017-202-OFADVOCE. Accessed February 18, 2023. 37. President Donald J. Trump, Executive Order 13,771, Reducing Regulation and Controlling Regulatory Costs, January 30, 2017, in Federal Register, Volume 82, No. 22, February 3, 2017, pages 9,339 to 9,341, GovInfo. gov/content/pkg/fr-2017-02-03/pdf/2017-02451.pdf. Accessed February 19, 2023, and President Donald J. Trump, Executive Order 13,777, Enforcing the Regulatory Reform Agenda, February 24, 2017, in Federal Register, Volume 82, No. 39, March 1, 2017, pages 12,285-12,287, govinfo.gov/01/pdf/2017-04107.pdf. Accessed February 19, 2023. 38. U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Advocacy, what small businesses are saying and what advocacy is doing about it. Progress Report on the Office of Advocacy's Regional Regulatory Reform Roundtables, June 2017, September 2018, December 2018, cdn.advocacy.sba.gov upload/2018/what-small-businesses-r-saying-what-advocacy-is-doing.pdf April 2020, advocacy.sba.gov. Accessed February 18, 2023, December 10, 2022. See also U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Advocacy, Reforming Regulations and Listening to Small Business, Second Progress Report on the Office of Advocacy's Regional Regulatory Roundtables, June 2017, December 2019, https://cdn.advocacy.sba.gov/wp-content/upload/2020/2ND-progress-report-on-regulatory-reform-roundtables.pdf. Accessed February 18, 2023. 39. U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Advocacy, what small businesses are saying and what advocacy is doing about it. Progress Report on the Office of Advocacy's Regional Regulatory Reform Roundtables, June 2017 September 2018, pages 32 and 43. Small Business Administration 40. U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Inspector General, Top Management and Performance Challenges Facing the Small Business Administration in Fiscal Year 2023, p. IV. 41. H.R. 748, CARES, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, Public Law No. 116-136, 116th Congress, March 27, 2020, Congress.gov. Accessed February 19, 2023. 42. Sarah McCammon, Planned Parenthood asked to return funds from Paycheck Protection Program, NPR, May 21, 2020, https://www.npr.org/2020/05999135/20/859991359/planned-parenthood-asked-to-return-funds from-paycheck-protection-program. Accessed February 18, 2023. 43. Letter from William Manger, Associate Administrator, U.S. Small Business Administration, to Laura Myers, Planned Parenthood of Metropolitan Washington, RE. Notice of Investigation and Request for Records, May 19, 2020, s3.documentcloud.org. Accessed February 18, 2023. 44. Press release, Lankford, SGAC Republicans demand details on illegal PPP loans to Planned Parenthood affiliates. Office of U.S. Senator James Lankford, April 28, 2022, https://www.lankford.senate.gov/news/press releases/Lankford- SGAC-Republicans-demand-owing-illegal-PPP-loans-TO-Planned-Parenthood-affiliates. Accessed February 18, 2023. 45. Press release, Romney, colleagues request information from SBA Administrator Guzman on illegal PPP loans given to Planned Parenthood affiliates. Office of U.S. Senator Mitt Romney, April 28, 2022, https://www.romney.senate.gov/Romney-colleagues-request-information-from-spa-administrator-guzman-illegal-PPP-loans-given-TO-planned-parenthood-affiliates. February 18, 2023. 46. 13 CFR paragraph 109.400 B11, law.cornell.edu, 123.301 G, law. Cornell.edu/CFR/text/13/123.301, 123.502 N, law.cornell.edu, and 123.702 B6, law.cornell.edu. All accessed February 19, 2023. 47. U.S. Small Business Administration, Religious Eligibility Worksheet for all 7A and 504 loan programs. SBA Form 1971, SBA.gov. Accessed February 18, 2023. 48. U.S. Small Business Administration, Ensuring Equal Treatment for Faith-Based Organizations in SBA's Loan and Disaster Assistance Program. 49. C, for example, Carson v. Mackin, 596 U.S. ____ 2022, SupremeCourt.gov opinions/21 PDF/20-1088_dv.pdf. Accessed February 19, 2023. 50. 28 U.S. Code Paragraph 530D, law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 19, 2023. 51. U.S. Small Business Administration, Ensuring Equal Treatment for Faith-Based Organizations in SBA's Loan and Disaster Assistance Program. 52. 13 CFR 120.110, K. Law.cornell.edu. Accessed February 19, 2023. 53. U.S. Small Business Administration, Regulatory Reform Initiative, Streamlining and Modernizing the 7(a) Microloan and 504 Loan Programs to Reduce Regulatory Burden. Final Rule, Federal Register, Volume 87, No. 125, June 30, 2022. Pages 38,900-38,910. Federalregister.gov. Regulatory Reform Initiative, Streamlining and Modernizing the 7(a) Microloan and 504 Loan Programs to Accessed February 18, 2023. 54. IBID. 55. U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Legal Counsel. Religious restrictions on capital financing for historically black colleges and universities. Memorandum Opinion for the Acting General Counsel, Department of Education, August 15, 2019. Justice.gov. Attachment/2021/01/01/2019-08-15-HBCU-CAPFIN-2.pdf. Accessed February 18, 2023. 56. U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Investment and Innovation, SBIR and STTR Annual Report, Fiscal Year 2019, p. 8, SBIR.gov. Accessed February 18, 2023. 57. S4900, SBIR and STTR Extension Act of 2022, Public Law No. 117-183, 117th Congress, September 30, 2022, Congress.gov. Accessed February 18, 2023. 58. U.S. Small Business Administration, Office of Investment and Innovation, SBIR and STTR Annual Report, Fiscal Year 2019, pages 6, 40, and 108. Mandate for Leadership, The Conservative Promise. 59. Peter L. Singer, Federally Supported Innovations, 22 Examples of Major Technology Advances That Stem from Federal Support, Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, February 2014, WRNJRradio.com. Bipartisan Call to Crack Down on COVID-19 PPP Idle Fraud. Prosecute fraudsters to the fullest extent of law. Accessed March 21, 2023. 60. Wells King, Uncle Sam's Top Performing Venture Fund, American Compass Case Study, November 2022, AmericanCompass.org. Accessed February 18, 2023. 61. Elizabeth B. Reynolds, Hiram M. Samel, and Joyce Lawrence, Learning by Building, Complementary Assets and the Migration of Capabilities in U.S. Innovative Firms, MIT Industrial Performance Center. Working Paper No. MIT IPC 13-001, March 2013, ipc.mit.edu. Accessed February 18, 2023. 62. American Compass, Where's the Growth? Assessing the Results of the Globalization Experiment, March 2022, pages 3-5, AmericanCompass.org. Accessed February 18, 2023. 63. Svidar-Kota and Tom Mahoney, Innovation Should Be Mad in the USA, The Wall Street Journal, November 15, 2019, WSJ.com. Accessed February 18, 2023. 64. S___SBA Reauthorization and Improvement Act of 2019, 116th Congress, First Session, Title 3, Paragraph 303, Rubio.Senate.gov C096ED9C1EBA608041 CFDA14301C66C. MIR19891.pdf. Accessed February 18, 2023. 65. David Adler, Financing Advanced Manufacturing, Why VCs Aren't the Answer, American Affairs, Volume 3, No. 2. Summer 2019. https://americanafairs.org/2019/05/financing-advanced-manufacturing-y-the-answer/ accessed February 18, 2023. 66. National Association of Manufacturers, Overview of the Senate HEALS Act, July 28, 2020, Documents. nam.org/com/HEALSACTinfo.pdf accessed February 19, 2023. See also remarks by Senator Mitch McConnell, HEALS Act, Congressional Record, Volume 166, No. 132, July 27, 2020, pages S4491-S4492, https://www.congress.gov/116/crec/2020/07/27/PT1-PGS4491-7.pdf accessed February 20, 2023. 67. S-1059, American Innovation and Manufacturing Act, 117th Congress, introduced March 25, 2021, https://www.crfb.org/blogs/what's-11-trillion-heals-at-congress.gov accessed February 18, 2023. 68. H.R. 7628, Improve Management, Programs, Resources, and Oversight for Vital Entrepreneurs. The SBA Act, 117th Congress, introduced April 28, 2022, https://www.congress.gov/117/bills/HR 7628/bills 117 HR 7628IH.pdf accessed February 19, 2023. 69. S-1120, Small Business Regulatory Flexibility Improvements Act, 116th Congress, introduced April 10, 2019, congress.gov accessed February 19, 2023. 70. H.R. 3136, Contract with America Advancement Act of 1996, Public Law No. 104-121, 104th Congress, March 29, 1996, Title II, congress.gov accessed February 19, 2023. 71. S-403, Fair and Open Competition Act, 117th Congress, introduced February 24, 2021, www. congress.gov/117/bills/S403/bills-117s403is.pdf accessed February 19, 2023, and H.R. 1284, Fair and Open Competition Act, 117th Congress, introduced February 24, 2021, congress.gov bills-117 HR 1284IH.pdf accessed February 19, 2023. 72. President Joseph R. Biden Jr., Executive Order 14063, Use of Project Labor Agreements for Federal Construction Projects, February 4, 2022, in Federal Register, Volume 87, No. 27, February 9, 2022, pages 7363 to 7366, govinfo.gov accessed February 19, 2023. 73. The Jobs Act 4.0, Section by Section, Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs, U.S. Senate, banking.senate.gov accessed February 19, 2023. 74. Press release. Lutkemeyer, SBA lacks infrastructure and expertise to expand number of small business lending companies. Committee on Small Business, U.S. House of Representatives, November 7, 2022, https://smallbusiness.house.gov/news/document single.asks?? Document ID equals 404376. Accessed February 18, 2023. 26 Trade, the case for fair trade. Peter Navarro. For decades the world has struggled with a shifting maze of punitive tariffs, export subsidies, quotas, dollar-locked currencies, and the like. Many of these import-inhibiting and export-encouraging devices have long been employed by major exporting countries trying to amass ever larger trade surpluses. Warren Buffett, CEO, Berkshire Hathaway, warned the Chinese government is implementing a comprehensive, long-term industrial strategy to ensure its global dominance. Beijing's ultimate goal is for domestic companies to replace foreign companies as designers and manufacturers of key technology and products, first at home, then abroad. U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission. To the United States of America is the world's dominant superpower and remains the world's arsenal of democracy. To maintain that global positioning, and thereby best protect the homeland and our own democratic institutions, it is critical that the United States strengthen its manufacturing and defense industrial base at the same time that it increases the reliability and resilience of its globally dispersed mandate for leadership, the Conservative Promise supply chains.